Chapter 626 Muyu, the second would release ninja. They actually refused. Onoki looked at the message sent back by Huangtu and fell into deep thought. As the planner, he naturally knew the nature of the relationship between the ninja clan and the ninja clan, so Onoki offered what he thought were very good conditions. Onoki thought about the ninja clan, but he didn't expect the ninja clan to be so straightforward. According to the information sent back, they almost didn't approve of all the conditions. Is there something inside that I don't know? Onoki frowned. The death of Hanzo was beyond his expectation. Normally, the power of Iwagakure should be stronger than that of Shimura. Most people in the ninja world only noticed the death of Shimura Danzo. Only Iwagakure, who regarded the Rain Country as a strategic step, noticed one thing: the legendary demigod Hanzo was also dead. In Onoki's imagination, Hanzo's death was most likely related to Shimura Danzo and Konoha. If it was Shimura, then the Rain Village could not have cooperated with Shimura. Although there is also the possibility of a coup plot possibility, but given the performance of the previous ninja, Onoki felt that the probability would be small, and the performance of the Rain Village did not seem to have experienced a coup. Then, after losing Hanzo, a powerful teammate, and offending Konoha, why did the ninja so simply reject the kindness of the Iwagakure? Onoki did not understand. Where can the ninja attack the Rain Country? Konoha does not need to work hard, just send the ninja unit of the Grass Country used to prevent the Iwagakure to attack the Rain Country, and it can easily break through the border defense line. Or is he waiting for a price? Onoki was a little unsure for a moment. The people and personality of Konoha were not well understood by Onoki. Just then, the door of the Tsuchikage's office was knocked. Sister Sandame, this is the latest battle report between Kumagakure and Konoha. The Anbu quickly opened the door and reported after getting Onoki's approval. Onoki nodded slightly, and the Anbu left immediately after putting the information on Onoki's desk. Is Kumagakure trying to explore Konoha's bottom this time? Onoki was a little surprised after reading the information. This time, Kumagakure had a bit of a serious momentum. First, it launched a surprise attack on the northern part of the Fire Country, splitting off a large number of teams to sabotage the northern part of the Fire Country, and immediately sent out ninja troops to fight with the Konoha ninja troops stationed in the Hot Spring Country. Onoki took out the map of the ninja world and found that if the Kumagakure of the Hot Spring Country could defeat the Konoha troops if they take over, the northern part of the Land of Fire will become the paradise of Kumagakure, where they can come and go as they please. If Kumagakure succeeds, there will be more room for Iwagakure to play. Onoki stroked his goatee. Jiraiya has been hindering the advancement of the Iwagakure ninja troops in the Land of Grass. If the northern part of the Land of Fire falls, the Konoha ninja troops in the Land of Grass will also be greatly affected and will be easily attacked from both sides. At that time, Iwagakure can attack the defense line of the Land of Fire nearby, and can take a large force to the Land of Hot Springs by boat to stab Kumagakure in the ass. There are no absolute enemies in the ninja village, only absolute interests. If the success rate of stepping on Kumagakure is higher, Onoki will not hesitate to give Kumagakure a kick. However, Onoki is still inclined to deal with Konoha at present, because Konoha has lived too comfortably, and Konoha had the last laugh in the first two wars. You can try to give better conditions first. Onoki began to write a new order to Huangtu. If you can pull the ninja sect over, you should do it. When the time comes, the joint ninja forces will go to the Land of Rain. Even if they do nothing, they can still distract Konoha's energy. The Land of Fire, Konoha. Minato Namikaze looked at the familiar huge wooden door, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled. Even a ninja like him would feel pressure on the battlefield. Due to Minato Namikaze's initiative, Inoshikacha led most of the ninja forces to support Orochimaru, while Minato Namikaze took the wounded in the army back to Konoha. Minato Namikaze expected the high-level approval. Because he was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, he was long regarded as a firefighter by the high-level Konoha and assigned various S-level tasks. If Konoha selects the busiest jonin in the war, he will definitely have a share. After being busy for so long, it would be too much if he didn't agree to a small break. Moreover, he didn't return to Konoha for pure rest, but for business. Minato Namikaze first went to the Hokage building to report the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The large number of Kumigakure teams in the northwest and central north are just to attract our attention. After we successfully blocked the elite team led by the AB combination, they quickly evacuated. Although the intelligence had been reported once before, the report after returning is another matter, which is a necessary process. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of tea, and then said with a smile, "Thanks to Minato for your quick action, otherwise the troops in the country of soup might have been frustrated. There are many famous strong men in Konoha, but the ones who make Sarutobi Hiruzen most satisfied and relieved are the youngest Muyu and Namikaze Minato. Their only problem may be that they are too young and lack some qualifications. It is mainly because Shikaku discovered it in time." Namikaze Minato said modestly. After reporting the task, Namikaze Minato did not stay for long and left the Hokage's office soon. What position should be arranged for Minato after the war is over? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the back of Namikaze Minato and fell into thought. Since the qualified people of Jiraiya's generation are either playing badly or not recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen has now completely given up on his few disciples and is ready to choose one between Namikaze Minato and Muyu. Since Muyu and Namikaze Minato are too young, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not ready to pass on the throne too early and wants to train them for a few years. After returning home, Namikaze Minato first cleaned up the house, and then knocked on Muyu's door. "Not at home? Then go find Kushina first." Seeing no one responding for a long time, Namikaze Minato is ready to find his girlfriend who he hasn't seen for a while. After all, it's daytime now, and it's normal for Muyu not to be at home. It was very smooth to find Kushina, who happened to be studying the sealing technique in her room at this time. "Minato, you're back." Seeing her boyfriend, Kushina smiled in surprise. The ninja world seems to be more chaotic recently. The atmosphere in the village has become a little different. "I thought you would be busier," Kushina said as she rushed to Minato and gave him a big hug. "It should have been like this, but I applied for a short vacation, so I can stay in Konoha for a while." Minato Namikaze smiled and touched Kushina's gorgeous red hair. Normally, he would either be sent to the land of hot springs to support Orochimaru, or return to the land of grass to perform the mission of investigating Iwagakure. "Hehe, do you want to see me so much?" Kushina couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and showed a smug smile. If her boyfriend asked for leave to rest, what else could it be for if not for her beautiful girlfriend? "Well, it's actually because I want to learn a technique with Muyu," Minato Namikaze said honestly. Kushina's smile froze on her face, her eyes widened, and she looked at Minato Namikaze in disbelief. What the hell is this? Is her charm not as good as the ninjutsu taught by Muyu? Kushina puffed up her cheeks and looked at Minato Namikaze with dissatisfaction. Couldn't she say that it was because she wanted to learn ninjutsu from Muyu and she also wanted to see her? "My speed is enough, but I won't be strong enough to face some ninjas with special abilities," Minato Namikaze explained. In fact, Minato Namikaze discovered this problem when he was on the battlefield of Iwagakure. His Raise-Nan couldn't break the lava armor of Lao Shi in the Molten Chakra mode. However, Lao Shi was a Jinchuriki who could completely transform into a tailed beast after all, which was very rare. Minato Namikaze didn't pay much attention to it at the time. This time, the Raise-Nan was blocked again in the battle with the AB combination, and Minato Namikaze reflected deeply. If that attack had succeeded, the result of the battle would have been very different. If I make up for this shortcoming, I can better protect the village, Andu. Namikaze Minato said sincerely. When Kushina goes to the battlefield, she will either face a Jinchuriki or a top-level strongman. If the opponent is a Jinchuriki who can completely transform into a tailed beast, or a strongman like the third Raikage, Namikaze Minato will be very powerless. The enemy can't hurt him, and he can't cause effective damage to the enemy. The little depression in Kushina's heart all dissipated, and her face gradually approached the color of her hair. Why do you suddenly say such mushy words? Try your best to protect or something. After saying that, Kushina couldn't help but wave her little pink fist to hit Namikaze Minato's chest. She was shocked, and thought that her position in Namikaze Minato's heart had lost to Miyu. In the end, he said so much for her. The extremely quick-reacting Namikaze Minato quickly condensed chakra in his chest and steadily withstood the punch. The little misunderstanding was successfully resolved, and the atmosphere between the two became sweeter, and they began to carry out daily activities between young lovers. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Minato Namikaze went to Miyu's house again. However, to his surprise, Miyu was still not at home. Then Minato Namikaze went to Miyu's door every 10 minutes to check the situation. It continued until 6:30, and Miyu did not show up. This surprised Minato Namikaze, but he did not rush to ask the third Hokage whether Miyu had gone on a mission. Instead, he calmed down to read a book and waited while reading. It was more than 10 o'clock in the evening when Minato Namikaze heard some movement next door, so he walked over. At this time, Miyu had just entered the door and had not closed it yet. Seeing Minato Namikaze coming over, he smiled and invited Minato Namikaze into the house. Minato Namikaze was not too polite and walked in directly. The training team has just been on track recently, and it's a bit busy, so I work late. Minato, are you going back to Konoha today? Miyu said while pouring tea for Minato Namikaze. He spent less time at home, so he specially built a small kitchen at the training team base for cooking. Well, I arrived at noon today. Namikaze Minato thanked him softly and nodded. Minato, do you have something to talk to me about? Miyu asked directly. Yes, but you are busy so late. Namikaze Minato wanted to come to Miyu tomorrow, and walked in just to know why Miyu came back so late. It's okay, the real working hours are not that much, it's not tiring. Since Miyu said so, Namikaze Minato was no longer polite and stated his purpose. Miyu, I have completed the basic breathing method you taught me, and I want to learn about its advanced secret technique. You have 3 choices, namely wind breathing, flame breathing, and yang breathing. Miyu thought for a while and said. Although Minato rarely uses wind and fire attribute ninjutsu in battle, his proficiency in nature change is actually not low, much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. The breath of fire has the bonus of all basic breaths, and it can enhance the power of fire escape. Minato Namikaze listened to Miyu's explanation of the breathing method with a serious look. It turns out that Obito and the others can cast spells quickly without seals because of the breathing method. Hearing the effect of the breathing method chakra mode, Minato Namikaze showed a surprised expression. Miyu, what do you think of my practicing the breath of wind? Minato Namikaze thought for a while and asked. Fire escape is a bit inconsistent with Minato Namikaze's current combat style. The effect of the chakra mode of the breath of the sun looks powerful. It has the effect of the secret technique of the autumn road while healing without seals, but it still does not fit Minato Namikaze. Because most people can't touch Minato Namikaze, then the healing without seals is equivalent to nothing. If it is a wind escape that can be cast instantly, it will bring new changes to Minato Namikaze's combat ability. The attack power of wind escape is considered strong among the 5 attributes, and a sharp enough wind blade can cut through various hard materials. Okay. Miyu nodded in approval. Among the existing breathing methods, the wind breathing is indeed more suitable for Minato Namikaze. Then, at Miyu's strong request, they went to the nearest training ground and began to practice. With the current situation in the ninja world, you don't have much time in Konoha. On the contrary, I should be much more relaxed after this busy period. Miyu explained. Before, Minato Namikaze had also gone through a lot of trouble to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. Miyu didn't mind spending time on Minato Namikaze. They practiced until 1 o'clock in the morning. Because it was too late and they had to go through training, Miyu also made a midnight snack. It's great to have a friend like Miyu. Minato Namikaze couldn't help sighing in his heart after returning home. Miyu didn't rest immediately after eating the midnight snack. He studied the sealing technique for half an hour before washing and going to bed. Studying the sealing technique and breathing method has become his habit. If he doesn't study it at night, it seems like something is missing. It's about time. I can show wood release moderately. Miyu thought while lying on the bed. It has been quite a while since he asked for wood release information, and as Konoha's strongest genius, he should make some moves. The next morning, after Miyu finished his observation haki class, he went to the Hokage building. Then Miyu opened the door of the Hokage's office with an excited expression without knocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the door with some dissatisfaction when he saw someone coming in without knocking. Seeing that it was Miyu, he felt a little strange. It couldn't be that after accepting the legacy of the root, he became like Shimura Danzo and didn't like knocking. Sandajime-sama, I seem to have successfully developed wood release. Chapter 627 I think you look like the fourth Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Miyu's words clearly, his dissatisfied expression turned into shock. He didn't care that Miyu didn't knock on the door, and stood up and asked. What do you mean? It seems that you have developed wood release. Success is success, and failure is failure. Wood release is different from ordinary blood limit. It is a blood limit that only appears on the god of ninja and has special significance. If Miyu really developed wood release, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to overturn his previous arrangement for Miyu. Miyu silently made a seal to condense wood release chakra, and a tender green branch suddenly appeared beside the wooden table in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. The moment the branches appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly expanded, and he couldn't help but get closer to look at the green branches carefully. Although it was unscientific for the wooden table that had been made into an office desk to grow branches, it was very ninja. Looking at the branches that seemed full of vitality, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was filled with huge waves. It actually worked. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it. Even though Miyu's genius had surpassed him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still extremely surprised. Because this is wood release, the bloodline limit unique to the god of ninjas. Not only did it not exist in the decades when the god of ninjas appeared, but there was still no trace of wood release in the hundreds of years of history. No matter how talented Miyu was, could he be compared with the unprecedented and unparalleled Hashirama Senju? However, the fact that Miyu successfully developed wood release was in front of him, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen had to think about a possibility: why Miyu couldn't be the next Hashirama Senju. Senju Hashirama has wood style, and now Miyu has it too. When he was young, Hashirama was a powerful figure who shocked the ninja world. Miyu is now the famous fiery son Miyu in the ninja world, so why can't Miyu be the next Senju Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen was excited. With Miyu's current performance, even if he can't become the second Senju Hashirama, there is a great probability that he will become a strong man who surpasses him. He can surpass his peak period, and in the current era, he is invincible. After all, there is no Uchiha Madara in this era. This should be wood style. Miyu said, cancelling the seal. Yes, this is wood style. Sarutobi Hiruzen said decisively. While speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows and eyes showed a touch of kindness, and his eyes looking at Miyu showed unprecedented softness. These eyes, nose, and hair, the more Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Miyu, the more she looked like the fourth Hokage. Although I have confidence in you, Miyu, I am still surprised to see that you have really developed wood release. Your talent has surpassed me and is close to the first generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. In order to have another wood-release ninja, not only did the descendants of the Senju clan work hard to practice and try to awaken wood release, but the Konoha official also spent a lot of manpower and material resources to study Hashirama's cells, trying to crack the secret of the first generation of wood release, but unfortunately everything was in vain and there was no result. On the contrary, Miyu, relying on the information left by Senju Hashirama, developed wood release on his own. It can only be said that if you plant flowers with care, they will not bloom, but if you plant willows without care, they will grow into shade. No, I just happened to catch a glimmer of inspiration, so I was lucky enough to master wood release. Miyu shook her head slightly and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that Miyu surpassed him as a compliment, but Miyu could not admit it directly, otherwise it would be a bit disrespectful. There is still a big difference between saying it yourself and saying it to others. Mastering ice release is also a fluke. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a joking tone. Maybe my spiritual light is a little more than that of ordinary people. Haha, then isn't this your special talent? Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his fingers and sat down and said with a smile. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered something and asked. How is the training team's work going recently? The teaching is going smoothly, and we should be able to see initial results in 2 months. Miyu replied. Well, I am relieved to have you, Miyu, as the captain of the training team, but you should not work too hard. It is also important to leave some time to improve yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly. If Konoha can produce another Hashirama Senju, it will be much more meaningful than a root or a strengthened version of the root, so now Sarutobi Hiruzen hopes that Miyu can spend more time to improve herself. I will. Miyu nodded. Just as Miyu said goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen and was about to leave the Hokage's office, he stopped and turned around to say apologetically. Sorry, Sandame-sama, I was too excited, so I forgot to knock on the door just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head to show that he didn't care. If Miyu could really become the next Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be able to accept it even if he didn't knock on the door when he came to the Hokage's office from now on. But he felt that Miyu would definitely not do this. After all, Miyu was not Danzo. The second would release ninja. Looking at Miyu's departing back, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but recall the power of Senju Hashirama, who created a large forest in an instant with a clap of his hands. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, the news that Miyu developed wood release was even more important than the war intelligence sent back by Namikaze Minato. The deterrent power of the second Senju Hashirama is much greater than that of any tailed beast Jinchuriki. After leaving the Hokage building, Miyu returned to home. Usually Miyu would go directly to the training team, but now Minato Namikaze wants to learn wind breathing, so Miyu has to take some time out of his free time to teach. Miyu first explained the theory to Minato Namikaze in his living room for an hour, then made lunch, and took Minato Namikaze to the training ground to practice after lunch. Minato Namikaze has a good talent for breathing, and has practiced the basic breathing to a normal level. He has an excellent foundation, so he can get started quickly. In addition, Miyu's proficiency in solving doubts soared, and he soon successfully mastered wind breathing, and is still making rapid progress. It's really an amazing secret technique. Maybe Miyu, you will leave a strong mark in the history of ninjutsu because of this secret technique. Minato Namikaze said with a smile. In Minato Namikaze's view, Miyu has created a new type of secret technique. Various breathing methods have their own characteristics and are extremely powerful. They are all at the level that can be used as family secret techniques by the ninja clan. Sometimes leaving too many names is not a good thing. Miyu thought of some card drawing games in his previous life that feminized historical figures. Not to mention people, even ships are feminized and put into the card pool. Although he also played games in his previous life, Yu couldn't hold back when he thought that he might become one of the characters. If it was the type of "no way, Liang Wu is still shady," it would be slightly acceptable. It shouldn't be. Namikaze Minato was a little confused. He thought that as long as it wasn't like Uchiha Madara defecting and inexplicably wanting to destroy Konoha, it would be pretty good. Yu didn't explain, just smiled and continued to teach. It's too difficult to explain a card-drawing mobile game to someone who has never played video games. However, according to the current technological level of Naruto, Yu thinks that smartphones and the like should be developed within 100 years. Since it is so close to his time, no one should have included him in the game. I don't know what will happen in the future. Since there is no need to teach ordinary members this afternoon, and only the class leaders and above training team members need to be taught in the evening, Yu taught until dinner time in the evening. Finally, she went to the training team after dinner with Minato Namikaze. Finding that Shisui was still in the training team, Yu called Shisui to the Captain Aeuro's office. Shisui, you don't have to attend the dark calling course in the evening. It is a bit of a waste of time for you, Yu said. After all, Shisui has practiced breathing techniques for several years and has practiced the breathing of flame to the mastery level. Learning the degraded version of the dark calling is too simple. It's not good for me to be affected by this, right? Shisui expressed his concerns. Shisui was worried that his behavior would affect Yui's reputation. He would not participate when others participated. No, I will explain the situation. If someone meets the standard of the dark calling, then he can also not come. Yu explained. He taught these squad leaders and captains at night in order to quickly improve their dark calling skills. If they were at that level, what was the point of taking classes? Don't think too much. It will bring extra pressure to yourself. Yu touched Shisui's head and said. He thought that Obito and Shisui could neutralize each other, so that they would be balanced. Thank you, teacher Yu. Shisui nodded and thanked him. Saving this part of time, whether it is reading books to enrich yourself or doing other training, it would be very good. After returning home, Shisui thought for a while and finally went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. Not to see Uchiha Fugaku, but to see Uchiha Itachi. Recently, I have been busy with the training team and haven't seen Uchiha Itachi for a while. In order to let Uchiha Itachi have a good outlook on life, Shisui set a time for himself to see Uchiha Itachi at least once every 2 weeks. After politely greeting Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, Shisui walked towards Uchiha Itachi. Brother Shisui. Uchiha Itachi greeted Shisui with some joy. Although Shisui hadn't contacted him recently, they had no agreement to meet, so Uchiha Itachi was more happy than dissatisfied to see Shisui. I've been busy with work recently, and I'm free today. Shisui explained. What kind of work? It's a confidential job that can't be told. Can you tell a story? This shouldn't be kept secret. Sure, where did I leave off last time? I was talking about the mission of defeating bandits. Water Country, Mizukage Building. The Cloud-Hidden Army and the Konoha Ninja Army are fighting in the land of hot water. The third Mizukage looked at the latest information about Konoha, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he only wanted to say that it had to be Kumagakuer, who would do something big as soon as they took action, first breaking through the defense line of the Fire Country, and then confronting the border troops of Konoha. Unlike Iwagakuer, who was procrastinating and had not even broken through the defense line of the Fire Country. In this case, can Yagura act directly? The third Mizukage showed a thoughtful look. Originally, he wanted to wait and see for a while, but then he thought that if Kirigakuer took action at this time, maybe Kumagakuer would increase its strength or attract other major ninja villages to join. The third Mizukage closed his eyes, and after a moment of deep thought, he picked up a pen and began to write orders. It would be difficult for Kirigakuer to defeat Konoha alone, so they had to seize the opportunity. Also, this raid has risks, but the risks are smaller than the benefits, and the cost-effectiveness is high. Other great ninja villages may be afraid of being robbed by other great ninja villages that are waiting and watching, but Kirigakure has no such worries. Because other ninja villages can only take a long time to come by boat if they want to attack Kirigakure, and the great ninja villages inland are not good at naval battles, so it is difficult to attack the land of water. Even if Kirigakure fails and loses again, it will only lose some ninjas killed on the battlefield. The order of the third Mizukage was soon passed to Yagura Kujutsu, who had just arrived in the land of waves. Yagura Kujutsu held the secret letter from the third Mizukage in his right hand, clenched his left fist, and a hint of excitement flashed across his face. The opportunity came faster than he thought, and he thought he would have to stay in the land of waves for 2 or 3 months. Hanyumwyu, this time I will definitely not be as embarrassed as last time. Yagura Kujutsu said silently in his heart. The last time Kirigakure attacked in the dark night, seeing that they had the upper hand, Myu first used a ninjutsu that could turn night into day and suppress water escape, and then killed Kirigakure's strongmen on the battlefield, turning the situation around. This time, Kyujo Yagura specially consulted Kirigakure's secret scroll and found an environment where chakra could be used to create rainy days. If Myu used the Scorching Sun ninjutsu again, Kyujo Yagura would use the secret technique to change the weather to cloudy and rainy days. Even if it is impossible to completely erase the opponent's ninjutsu, it can offset the effect of the ninjutsu to a certain extent. Gather the troops and prepare to attack the land of fire. Kyujo Yagura summoned the troops Jonin, explained the plan of this attack, and finally shouted seriously. Yes, Lord Yagura. The Jonin nodded one after another, and after walking out of the meeting room, they quickly began to make arrangements for their subordinates. Soon, the ship carrying the ninja troops sailed towards the land of fire. The people of the land of waves breathed a sigh of relief, as they thought Kirigakure was going to fight with them. They are originally a poor island country with few resources. If they are affected by the war again, they will not be able to live like this. Last time, Yagura chose to land in the southern part of the east coast. The southeast is an underdeveloped area off fire country, which is not valued and has less defense. This time, Yagura chose to land in the northeastern coastal area. This involves the core of the third Mizukage's choice to send troops at this time. The third Mizukage did not want to attack Konoha in one raid. He wanted everyone to see a Konoha that was gradually weakening. A distance above the landing site of Yagura is the battle zone between Kumigakure and Konoha in the land of hot springs. In order to prevent its own ninja troops from being stolen, Konoha must anxiously send troops to block them. At this time, the Kirigakure troops will not fight Konoha head-on, but will fight guerrilla warfare to deal with it. The main goal is to consume Konoha's energy and attract other ninja villages to join the game. It's best to fight Konoha together. It's not impossible to fight others. It's not a bad thing for Kirigakure. Anyway, the muddier the water on the continent, the more chaotic the situation, the more fierce the fight, the more beneficial it is for Kirigakure. Chapter 628, High-Level Battle. Under the leadership of Yagura Kujutsu, thousands of Kirigakure ninjas quickly landed and attacked Konoha's border defense forces in the northeast of the Land of Fire. Due to the massive attack of Kumigakure, Konoha is very concerned about the situation in the northeast of the Land of Fire. So they soon noticed the attack of Kirigakure. The fighting style of Kirigakure is quite unique, and you can recognize it even without looking at the forward guard. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very happy recently. There was a second wood-release ninja in the village, and it was the super genius Myu. At least it was a young version of Hashirama Senju, and it was expected to reproduce the glory of the god of ninja. As a result, less than 2 weeks later, the news of Kirigakure's invasion of the Land of Fire arrived in his office. Also came the dissatisfaction of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Perhaps because ninja villages have repeatedly broken through the defense line and entered the Land of Fire recently, the daimyo of the Land of Fire wrote a letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen, asking him to quickly deal with the invading enemies and ensure the safety of the country. Although the daimyo is only nominally higher than the Hokage, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen really can only admit his mistakes and make promises. Because the basis of cooperation between Konoha and the Land of Fire is that Konoha, as the military force of the Land of Fire, protects the Land of Fire. If the ninja enemies are not stopped, it is Konoha's fault. What a good time choice! Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He originally thought that the Cloud Village of the Land of Fire had been resolved, and he could put some energy into investigating the death of Shimura Danzo, but the Mist Village came in again. Now, let alone dealing with the death of Shimura Danzo, protecting the country is not an easy task. This is another one of the 5 major ninja villages joining the battlefield. Looking at the closed door of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly. When he learned of the death of Shimura Danzo, he was greatly shocked, but the sadness in his heart was not as great as he had imagined. The most uncomfortable time was when he was resting after work. Because he was too tired to think, he subconsciously had an idea, why Danzo had been so quiet recently and didn't come to the Hokage's office, but he immediately realized that Danzo had died. The moment he realized it, his heart would be filled with endless melancholy, and he would feel regret and sadness because of thinking about the past. Notify the 2 consultants to come to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen called the Anbu and ordered. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, he must help Shimura Danzo to avenge, but before being a person like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was first the 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha. As Hokage, the highest priority is always to ensure the safety and interests of Konoha. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen did the door of the office was knocked. Come in. The 2 consultants walked into the Hokage's office. The Anbu did not come in, but quietly closed the door and stood guard outside. The Kirigakure has joined the war again, sending ninja troops to land in the northeast of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not waste time and directly explained the information. How dare they? Weren't they hurt last time? Udaten Kohara said with a sullen face. The daimyo is dissatisfied with this and asks us to solve the invading enemy as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Then we really need to pay special attention to it. Mito Kato-en showed a serious expression. If it is not solved well, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has every reason to reduce the military expenditure for Konoha. In order to solve the attacking Kirigakure as quickly as possible, I think it is necessary to let a senior leader lead the troops to the battlefield to boost morale. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he glanced at the 2 people. The day before, Minato Namikaze was sent to the battlefield of U country. Compared with Kirigakure and Kumigakure, Hiruzen Sarutobi was more worthy of attention, so Hiruzen Sarutobi was not going to transfer Minato Namikaze back to the Fire Country to form a ninja unit. Originally, Miyu was also a good choice, but Miyu had just developed wood release not long ago and needed time to practice. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not want to send Miyu to the battlefield for the time being. Since Minato Namikaze and Miyu could not be selected, there were not many people to choose from. As Konoha's senior officials, Mito Kato-en and others were naturally qualified, and even had special effects. This. Kohara Udaten hesitated to speak. She felt that the current war situation was not bad enough to require senior officials to go to the battlefield. After all, other tasks of senior officials were also very important. However, Kohara Udaten was worried that if she said it, Hiruzen Sarutobi would think that she had not been on the battlefield for too long and did not dare to go. Isn't Miyu still in Konoha? He has also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and his other abilities are even stronger than Minato's. Miyu played a big role in defeating Kirigakure last time, and he should be able to complete the task. Udaten Kohara recommended Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and refused. Miyu has developed wood release, and he needs time to practice. Why does he need to develop wood release? Wait. What did he develop? Yudin Koharu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief after she realized what was going on. Compared to Miyu developing wood release, she would rather believe that she had heard it wrong. Miyu has mastered wood release now. Midaman beside him also asked with a shocked expression. For him, this was much more surprising than Kirigakura attacking the Land of Fire. The reactions of the two consultants were within Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. After all, this was wood release, the second ninja to develop wood release independently. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded calmly and replied, "You heard it right, he did develop wood release. Just 10 days ago, I saw him use wood release with my own eyes." The second wood release ninja appeared in Konoha. How could it be? Is his mother a member of the Senju clan? Yudin Koharu subconsciously felt that Miyu had the blood of the Senju clan. Although it still sounds outrageous, it is a little more reasonable. No one of the descendants of the first generation has wood release. Do you think an ordinary Senju bloodline can be useful? Maybe wood release is the exclusive bloodline limit of a unique genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen denied Yudin Koharu's bloodline theory. Miyu's ice release was also developed by himself. Maybe he is the kind of genius that is rare in a century. Mito Kato-en said after thinking about it. Excluding other factors, the remaining result is a reality no matter how impossible it is. In that case, Miyu is indeed not suitable to go to the battlefield now. I'll go. Mizuto Kato-yan thought about it and volunteered. Miyu needs to practice and grow, and Yudin Koharu doesn't want to go. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen must not be dispatched easily, so it can only be him. Yan, be careful on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and agreed, and reminded. Mizuto Kato-yan is a good choice. In addition to his identity and qualifications, Mizuto Kato-yan himself is also a ninja with strong strength. Don't be brave on the battlefield. You are not the Mizuto Kato-yan who practiced every day before. Yudin Koharu also reminded. After becoming senior executives, they not only stayed away from the battlefield, but also neglected training, and their strength must have declined. I will pay attention, wait for my good news. Mizuto Kato-yan smiled. After the ninja team discussed a series of matters, Mizuto Kato-yan and Yudin Koharu left the Hokage's office. Don't let any accidents happen again. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in the office. Now he just wants to end the war quickly and avenge his old friend, and pass on the position after Miyu grows up completely. Southern Forest. Miyu is instructing the disciples in their practice. He deliberately staggered part of the teaching time so that he could take care of both sides, not only not falling behind the disciples' practice, but also ensuring the progress of the training team. Teacher Miyu, is Shisui busy recently? I feel like I rarely see him now. Obito asked casually during the break. He joined the training team. Miyu replied. What department is the training team? Training ninjutsu. Obito heard about this department for the first time and couldn't help asking curiously. It has this function. You can think of the training team as a special version of the Anbu. Although it is a confidential department, not all information needs to be kept confidential. Kakashi looked over when he heard the word Anbu with a somewhat surprised expression. He didn't think Anbu was that great, but it was indeed a very mysterious department for ordinary ninjas, and Shisui's joining was not an ordinary Anbu. It's actually Anbu. Obito showed a surprised and worried expression. I've read a ninja novel with such a plot. The protagonist joined Anbu, and after performing a secret mission, he discovered the secrets of the top leaders, and then... So that's a novel. Kakashi said speechlessly. He didn't know much about Anbu, but Anbu was a department directly under the Hokage. If the top leaders were really found, it would be the will of the Hokage. I didn't say that Shisui would definitely encounter such a thing. It's just quite unexpected that Shisui suddenly joined such a mysterious department. Obito retorted. Boom boom. In the gap between the two people's quarrels, bursts of roars suddenly came from not far away. Is Kai tinkering with new taijutsu again? Obito stood up and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw Might Guy's hands in the shape of eagle claws, constantly attacking the surrounding trees and the ground. The combination of 8 gates and rock breathing is too violent. Even a simple claw swing is powerful. Obito couldn't help but say. Since the explosion of Might Guy's potential and strength in the Hidden Mist battlefield, he directly dominated the internal war of the disciples and dominated the list for a long time. Only after Kakashi comprehended the chakra mode of thunder breathing did the battle become more likely, instead of Might Guy being the absolute number one. But only Kakashi could slightly threaten Might Guy. The other disciples had little chance of winning against Might Guy. Obito was both happy and unwilling to see his good brother, who had won and lost against each other, dominate the list. He was happy that his good friend's efforts were effective, but he was unwilling that he had missed the first place for a long time. After all, it was a forbidden technique that could only be practiced after such hard training. Kakashi sighed. Might Guy's training volume in just one day is terrifying, but Might Guy has persisted for several years. You know, Might Guy is only 12 years old now, which means that he has been training most of his short life. Obito did not continue to quarrel with Kakashi, but seriously refined chakra, and when the chakra was sufficient, he immediately began to practice the blue flame. When everyone was young and their bodies were not developed, Shisui dominated the disciples for a period of time with his superhuman talent. Kakashi also relied on his unique transparent world to defeat all the disciples in succession. And he occasionally had highlights in battle, but he never had the experience of dominating the team. Uchiha Obito didn't want to be the strongest disciple that Miyu was proud of, but it was a pity that the fire escape in the early and middle stages was too low. Blue flame is strong, but he learned it too late and has not yet fully learned it. At this time, Obito only wanted to become stronger and then reach his dominant version. If I can't dominate the disciples' civil war in my whole life, I will not be willing to fulfill my dream of becoming a Hokage in the future. After Kakashi's physical strength recovered, he quickly began to practice Wuxiang Udao and armament haki. He only had the hope of defeating Might Guy. Might Guy was still much stronger in terms of overall strength. Might Guy didn't know that his practice stimulated Obito and Kakashi. He was excited about the gratifying progress of his new physical skills. With such a degree of completion, it's already possible to give it a name. Might Guy began to think about the name of his new physical skills. He believed that the name of the physical skills was also very important, otherwise it would not have the momentum when it was shouted out. I thought of this physical skill in the morning, and it was inspired by Kuroba, so let's call it Morning Eagle. Might Guy didn't hesitate for too long and quickly determined the name of the new physical skills. Might Guy has his own ideas for naming. Sometimes he will name it according to the characteristics of the physical skills, such as XX Whirlwind. Sometimes he will combine it with a beast based on the training time of the physical skills or the time of the initial inspiration, such as the Noon Leopard. After the afternoon training, Miyu went home with Yamato again. I'll take care of the ninja school for you. You can go to school directly on Monday next week. Miyu said. Although he doesn't go to the ninja school very often now, he is indeed the vice principal of the ninja school, so it's a matter of course to arrange for Yamato. Go to school. After hearing what Miyu said, Yamato remembered that he still had to go to school. Well, thank you for your trouble. Yamato thanked Miyu. It's just a small matter. You should go to school at your age. Miyu said with a smile. After dinner, Miyu chatted with Yamato for a while before leaving. What kind of life will it be to go to school? Watching Miyu leave, Yamato began to think. Shimura Danzo only taught him ninjutsu and the responsibility of protecting Konoha. His understanding of the ninja school all came from Obito and others' occasional nostalgia for the past. The school mentioned by Obito is very strange. It is a strange place that you want to go when you can't go, and don't want to go when you want to go. Might Guy said that school is a place that changes one's life, and he made a lot of efforts to enter the ninja school. Yamato had not heard much about school from Kakashi. Would release, Flying Leaf Blade. Yamato stopped thinking and started practicing. When he really went to the school, he would naturally know what kind of place the school was. Before that, he still had to practice seriously. After all, the seniors are so strong, but they still practice diligently every day. He, the weakest one, can't slack off. P.S. There will be another chapter later, the time is unknown, it is recommended to go to bed early and read it tomorrow. Try to update more. Chapter 629 Trust Level Improvement. Gather the troops and move to the south. After clearing the nearby Konoha ninjas, Kyujo Yagura began to lead the ninja troops to move. Since entering the Land of Fire, they have not been hiding their whereabouts. Kyujo Yagura predicted that Konoha will gather ninja troops as quickly as possible to deal with them. After all, their position is next to the Konoha U Kingdom ninja troops. If they attack upward, the Konoha ninja troops that are fighting with Kyumagakure will be attacked from both sides. Of course, Kyujo Yagura will definitely not do this, because it will be too easy for Kyumagakure, and it is easy for accidents when the three major ninja village forces gather in a small country. On the march, Kyujo Yagura called his two deputy commanders over. Zinyu, when you get to this place, you will take the troops away and disperse the troops to operate in this area. Kyujo Yagura first pointed to a forest near the river flow in the sea on the map to Kizuki. Because the purpose is to entangle the Konoha ninja troops and consume their energy, Kyujo Yagura decided to divide them into 3 teams, and then each team will be divided into different areas to fight guerrilla warfare and play hide-and-seek with Konoha. Then Kyujo Yagura said to another deputy commander, Kawazawa, you and your team are here. Kizuki Zinyu and Momoko Kawazawa both nodded to show that they understood. This time, without Mizuno Tsuki-han, who is dragging his feet, we will definitely be able to avenge the previous shame smoothly. Kyujo Yagura raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and was quite satisfied with his teammates this time. Last time, he was really speechless. 7 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were reduced to 5 for no reason, and Mizuno Tsuki-han also sent himself out, which was equivalent to losing 2 high-end combat forces at once. Then, every time they arrived at a destination, 1/3 of the ninjas left. When Kyujo Yagura also arrived at his destination, the forced march of Kirigakure ended. After reorganizing the troops, Kyujo Yagura quickly disbanded the team as planned, and then he led an elite team to hunt the Konoha team. And the actions of Konoha were just as Kyujo Yagura expected. Not long after they left, a 1,000-man force arrived in the northeast of the Land of Fire. However, something unexpected happened to Kyujo Yagura. Before he could exert his strength, the Kirigakure Enbu exerted his strength first, repeatedly obtaining intelligence about the Konoha ninja force, as if they had pressed a camera on the Konoha ninja force. This surprised Kyujo Yagura. They were in the Land of Fire. Konoha had the advantage of fighting on the home ground. They could still win the intelligence war. When did the Kirigakure Enbu become so strong? This gave Kyujo Yagura the idea of changing tactics. With such a big lead in intelligence, guerrilla warfare was unnecessary. They could completely take advantage of the intelligence advantage to catch the Konoha ninja off guard. However, Yagura was already a mature commander. He did not act rashly, but asked the leaders of the Hidden Mist village who were far away in the Land of Water. The answer of the leaders of the Hidden Mist village was also very simple. Then fight. Seize the opportunity to give Konoha a hard blow. After receiving the order, Yagura began to use intelligence to make arrangements. Yagura did not move his own troops. He ordered the other 2 teams to leave some ninjas for camouflage, and then gathered the troops to set up an ambush in the area around Yagura. In addition, Yagura himself frequently took actions to attract hatred. He dared to be so rampant in the Land of Fire. He must have something to rely on. Midaman Yan learned that Yagura relied on his strength to look for Konoha ninjas everywhere to kill. He did not get angry but calmly thought about countermeasures. While he asked the intelligence ninjas to collect accurate intelligence, he planned a plan to eliminate the hidden mist army. If you want to fight a guerrilla war, then I will capture the thief first. After seeing the intention of the hidden mist army, Midaman Yan quickly formulated a battle plan. The Kirigakure force is currently mainly active in 3 areas. Then he divided the force into 2 teams. He led one team to encircle the area where Yagura was located, and the other team encircled the area closer to Yagura. In this way, even if an accident occurs, with the mobility of the ninjas, they will have time to take care of each other. This arrangement also makes it more difficult for Yagura to escape. Although the plan was made, Midaman Yan did not act rashly. The key point of this plan was to kill Yagura, so the location of Yagura was very important. If this was wrong, the Konoha ninja force would be treated like a dog. After the intelligence ninja got the exact information, Midaman Yan started the formal action. It is said that the task should be completed as soon as possible, but stability is more important than speed. Looking at Midaman Yan's actions in the intelligence, Yagura showed a trace of regret. Why didn't Hanyu Muyu or Orochimaru come? If it was Muyu and Orochimaru, then he would be truly avenged. On Monday, Yamato and Muyu went to the ninja school together. It was the first day of school, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen took time out to come to the ninja school to give a speech at the entrance ceremony. When entering the entrance ceremony venue, Muyu took out a small gift box and handed it to Yamato. This is your entrance gift. It's a kunao I forged myself. You can open it and see if you like it. Muyu smiled gently. There's no need to do that. You're so busy, and you still took the time to forge a kunao for me. Yamato was flattered. In fact, as long as Muyu bought a standard kunao from the store, Yamato would like it very much, because Muyu has been good enough to him. Of course, Yamato is happier with the more thoughtful homemade kunao, but he feels that he owes Muyu too much. You gave your disciple a kunao forged by hand, and because the disciple is very grateful, you reward him with a big critical hit and obtain the ninjutsu transcribing seal, mastery level. This ninjutsu is not bad, and it is very easy to operate. Looking at the rewards that burst out, Muyu nodded in his heart. Transcribing seal is a good ninjutsu, but Muyu doesn't know if the Sharingan he transformed from can be used. If it can be used, it may play an unexpected role at a critical moment. After giving the gift, Muyu and Yamato followed the flow of people into the venue of the entrance ceremony. The first person to give a speech was still Konoha's third Hokage, the principal of the ninja school, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Where Konoha dances, fire also continues. You are the future of Konoha, the new buds of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's emotional speech on the will of fire made the freshmen below excited. They felt that they were the pillars of Konoha and wanted to fight for Konoha immediately. After a round of fierce applause, the host continued, "Next, we invite Vice Principal Muyu to speak." As soon as Muyu stepped onto the stage, there was a huge applause. In the ninja school where Chunin is everywhere, Muyu has now become a living legend. Teachers who have had intersections with Muyu before often talk about this experience. For example, several teachers in the small office where Muyu used to be, Iki Yang often talked to other teachers about Muyu helping him with his classes, and then he invited Muyu to dinner or something. Because Muyu made many friends in the ninja school, most people could only talk about how strong his ability was and how good his personality was, which had some positive effects. Hello, teachers and students. This was not the first time Muyu attended the entrance ceremony, and she spoke the prepared script skillfully. After Muyu finished speaking, there was thunderous applause again. Why does it feel like Teacher Muyu is more popular than the Hokage? Yamato thought as he observed the expressions of the people in the venue. There were too many students for him to judge, but as for the teachers, Yamato felt that those teachers seemed to be more excited when Muyu spoke. Soon, the entrance ceremony ended quietly, and Yamato walked towards the class he was assigned to. It's finally over. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief on the way back to class. It's not that he disliked the entrance ceremony as boring, but Yamato is not used to such crowded occasions at the moment. Since he was picked up by Shimura Danzo, he has never been in the same place with so many people at the same time. Class 1, Grade 1. After confirming that it was correct, Yamato walked into the classroom and sat in the front row on the right closest to the door. Soon, the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1 was full of students. Then, as the bell rang, the Chunin teacher came in. Next, we have to introduce ourselves, that is, say our names and dreams. The Chunin teacher said on the podium. Is there anyone who volunteered to be the first one? The audience was silent, and the students looked at each other, but no one took the initiative to stand up. The Chunin teacher's expression did not change. Considering the age of these students, it takes a lot of courage to take the initiative to introduce themselves in an unfamiliar environment. I am Yamato. My ideal is to become a ninja like the first generation, and to be able to protect everything I want to protect. Yamato stood up and said. Papa. Well said. The Chunin teacher took the lead in applauding. Although he felt that this was an impossible ideal, it was ideal and suitable for the ideal of a child in a ninja school. The rest of the students followed suit. Some people looked at Yamato with pure white shining eyes and thought that Yamato was very courageous. Some people showed disdainful expressions and thought that Yamato was dreaming. Because even these 6-year-old children know that Hashirama Senju is the greatest ninja in Konoha and even in the ninja world, and there is no way he can be compared to him. With someone taking the lead, the next step will be much smoother, and students will take the initiative to introduce themselves. My name is Narita Kohei, and my dream is to become a Hokage to protect the village. My father is a teacher at the school, so my dream is to become a respected teacher like Miyu. My name is Hinata Oriko, and my dream is... With the cooperation of the students, the self-introduction session ended quickly, and then the formal class session began. In this class, we are going to talk about chakra, one of the most important things for ninjas. The Chunin teacher began to say. Yamato showed a look of that's it after listening for half a minute. This kind of knowledge, let alone Miyu, he had already learned it from Shimura Danzo. 10 minutes later, Yamato was already thinking about what to eat for dinner. It's not that he doesn't want to listen, but what the Chunin teacher said is too basic. It's like asking a student who has already learned the derivative of a function to do the most basic 1 + 1 + 5 + 4. Who can listen to it? Yamato-san, don't you want to become a ninja like the first generation? You can't not listen to the class carefully. A persuasive voice came from behind Yamato. Yamato turned his head slightly and saw a girl with pure white eyes. I have already learned these contents. Yamato explained. Although he didn't know him, he didn't want to be regarded as a bad student. After all, he was Miyu's disciple and couldn't ruin Miyu's reputation. Yamato, stand up and tell me what I just said. The Chunin teacher called him. Although Yamato did a good job when introducing himself, he was sitting in the first row and whispering so blatantly, which required a heavy blow. Yamato scratched his head and stood up and said, there are 7 attributes of chakra, namely fire, wind, water, earth, thunder, yin, and yang. Water attribute chakra controls fire attribute chakra. Since he didn't listen to the class, Yamato simply told what he knew, the characteristics of the nature changes of various chakras, the mutual generation and restraint between chakras, and the fusion of 2 attributes of chakra can form a special chakra of bloodline limit. Stop, that's enough. The Chunin teacher found that he was almost unable to understand, so he quickly stopped Yamato. Yamato is very hard-working. If you don't understand something, you can ask him. Because Yamato was too strong, the Chunin teacher silently exposed Yamato's behavior. There is no need to care about this kind of student, just wait for him to be carried away. The students around Yamato stared at Yamato in amazement. Others may not know, but they saw Yamato distracted and talking to the person behind him, which was not serious at all. Although the crisis was successfully resolved, Yamato did not continue to communicate with the person behind him, but pretended to listen carefully and distracted. After all, he had undergone professional training in the route, and he still knew how to control his expression. After class, many students took the initiative to walk to Yamato and communicate with him. "Yamato, you are amazing. How do you know so much? The teacher didn't say as much as you did. Yamato, you are so brave. You are the first to introduce yourself." Suddenly surrounded by 7 or 8 people, Yamato was stunned. He had never been surrounded by so many people. "I know this because I know a good teacher. Besides, I am not as brave as you say," Yamato answered seriously one by one. "Hey, is this the legendary modesty?" a child joked. Someone laughed out loud in an instant, and then the laughter spread one by one, and the children around Yamato laughed, and even Yamato couldn't help but smile. Although everyone laughed, Yamato could feel that it was not a mockery. In this way, in one morning, Yamato had 8 more classmates who could talk to him. The first class in the afternoon was physical education, and the Chunin teacher taught kunao throwing. When Yamato hit the bullseye continuously, the surrounding classmates exclaimed again. While waiting for free activities, many classmates who had talked to Yamato came to him to ask questions, and Yamato also answered them seriously. After a day, although Yamato didn't learn anything, he surprisingly felt that he had a good time today. This was a feeling he had never had before. When he was in the route, he was often imprisoned in a remote place to learn various ninja knowledge. After Miyu became his teacher, he was freer, but because of various restrictions, the only people he could contact were Miyu and Miyu's disciples. Yamato thought carefully and found that he had become the Kakashi senior of his classmates. This was a feeling he could not get from Kakashi and others because he was too far behind in training. "Teacher Miyu, is this the reason for staying for at least 1 year?" Yamato instantly understood Miyu's intention. Miyu asked him to come to the ninja school not to learn anything, but to play. At the same time, a message popped up on Miyu's panel. Disciple Yamato's trust level has been increased, and the current trust level is 4. PS, double update, a total of 8.2k, please vote for me. I barely finished writing it at 4:30. Fortunately, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Maybe it should be today, after all, it's 4:30. I will try to update twice the next day. Chapter 630 Yamato explodes gold coins, new perfect skills. Yamato's trust level is also full. Looking at the message that suddenly popped up, Miyu nodded slightly. The importance of trust level is beyond doubt. A higher trust level can not only get more chakra feedback, but also explode more advanced skills. I don't know what perfect level rewards will appear this time. Miyu is looking forward to it. Every disciple who reaches the 4th level of trust will have a chance to get a perfect level reward. Perfect level skills are too precious. Even Miyu now still has few, and each one is an important part of his strength. Miyu's ideal reward is a perfect level chakra nature change, preferably the one with the lowest proficiency. The strength of a ninja is inseparable from chakra. Even when performing physical skills, chakra is consumed. Chakra nature change, as one of the foundations of chakra, can drive the improvement of multiple abilities. Assuming that Miyu's thunder attribute chakra nature change reaches the perfect level, then he has no desire to the power of the sword will leap. The power of the lightning release in the lightning breathing chakra mode will also increase greatly, and his various lightning attribute chakra skills will also become stronger due to the powerful nature change. Suppressing all kinds of thoughts in his mind, Miyu continued to look at the wood release ninjutsu scroll left by Senju Hashirama. It's not just a pretense, but Miyu is really learning wood release. Apart from the blessing of Senju Hashirama's halo, the strength of wood release itself is also very good, with both offense and defense and special attacks against tailed beasts. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. When Yu was about to teach the squad leaders of the Anbu, the memory of the shadow clone flowed into his mind. Yamato's new training plan. I'll do it when I go back. By the way, you can also explode your skills. Yu did not pause and quickly walked to the training ground of the training team. After school, Yamato found his shadow clone in the South Forest and asked Yu how to balance school and training. Although the shadow clone did not know about Yamato's trust level, it did not give an answer immediately because it would take some time to make a suitable and reasonable training plan. This makes it convenient for Yu to explode Yamato's gold coins tomorrow. Today's apprenticeship return quota has been used up, and even if the trust level is broken through, it cannot be exploded immediately. The next afternoon, Yu went directly to Yamato's house after returning to school at the ninja school. Yu arrived a little earlier than Yamato, and Yu stood nearby for 3 minutes before seeing Yamato. Teacher Yu. Yamato was a little surprised to see Yu, and then he noticed what Yu was holding in his hand. Yamato immediately thought of his request yesterday, and was a little touched. Yu not only helped him complete the training plan as quickly as possible, but also sent it directly to his home. Teacher Yu, please come in. Yamato hurriedly invited Yu into the house. Yu nodded and walked into Yamato's house. Teacher Yu, please wait a moment, I'll pour you a glass of water. Yamato originally wanted to make tea for Yu, but remembered that there was no tea at home. First, Yamato himself does not drink tea, and second, there is no need to entertain guests. Yu put the secret medicine and training plan in his hand on the table, and did not talk about training directly, but asked Yamato about his feelings about going to school. How are you in school these 2 days, are you used to it? Except for the boring course on ninja knowledge, everything else is fine. Yamato answered honestly. Most students like ninja-related courses and hate pure courses such as history and Chinese. However, Yamato's feelings are opposite to those of ordinary students because of his experience. He likes history and culture. It seems that you don't dislike going to school. Yu said with a smile. Yamato nodded in agreement. More than not disliking it, he actually likes it a little. If going to school didn't delay his training, he might be willing to stay in the ninja school for a longer time. Experience school life well. If you graduate and go back to school, you won't be a student anymore. Yu reminded. As he said that, Yu picked up the things he brought and put them in front of Yamato. This is the new training plan I made for you, and this is a semester's worth of secret medicine for training. Thank you for your trouble. Yamato thanked. He was really glad that he met Yu. If he had stayed in the route, although there would be people teaching him how to practice, and he wouldn't starve to death, life would definitely not be so good. It is very likely that he would not be able to go to school, and it would be difficult to meet a senior like Kakashi, and he would miss a good teacher who takes care of him in every possible way. You gave the disciple a secret medicine for practice, and the disciple is very grateful for the super critical hit and gets the reward would release, perfect level. As the information popped up, a lot of would release practice memories emerged in Yu's mind. Some would release ninjutsu that he was still learning were instantly understood, and the would release ninjutsu that he had learned before also had a deeper understanding. Then practice well, this is the best reward for me. Yu smiled and touched Yamato's head. Although it is not the basic chakra nature change he imagined, it is better in a sense. Because it is much more difficult to improve the proficiency of bloodline limit than ordinary nature change. There are requirements for feedback on proficiency in class, and students have to learn it. In other words, if Yu teaches wood escape and ice escape, it will not have the same effect as ordinary nature change, because it is really difficult to learn it. Unless Yu is teaching a group of ninjas who already have wood escape and ice escape, it is possible, but there are not so many ninjas who have mastered bloodline limit in the ninja world. Explosion. After collecting the gold coins, Yu did not leave immediately but had dinner with Yamato, and then returned to the training team to prepare for the evening course. After the training team finished his work, Mu-Yu used Flying Thunder God to transfer outside Konoha, and then used Thunder Breathing to rush to the southwest of the Land of Fire. The location there is remote and the economy is underdeveloped, and it is far away from every battlefield. It is a good place to experiment with ninjutsu. Mu-Yu walked quickly to an uninhabited mountain, and then carefully explored the surroundings with the abilities of Byakugan, Transparent World, and Observation Haki. After confirming that there was no one, he began his practice. Wood release, the birth of the tree world. Accompanied by the rapid seals in Mu-Yu's hands, a large amount of chakra in his body quickly transformed into wood escape chakra, urging the growth of trees on the ground. Boom! A large number of trees broke out of the ground and grew rapidly, increasing the density of the forests in the mountains, which were already densely forested, to a strange degree. Looking at the large tracts of thick trees, Mu-Yu nodded slightly. Although he had not seen the tree world of Hashirama Senju, he had seen Shimura Danzo's panel and had seen Shimura Danzo perform the tree world. The tree world he casually performed was much stronger than Shimura Danzo in terms of range and the thickness of the trees, and it should not be considered a real estate level wood escape. Wood escape flower tree world descends. Mu-Yu condensed a large amount of wood escape chakra again. Bang! Onethic vines emerged from the ground, growing rapidly and then producing flower buds. The flower tree world advent is an enhanced version of the tree world advent. The vines created are not only longer and thicker than the trees of the tree world advent, but can also release pollen that can make people comatose. In order to prevent Shimura Danzo from mastering this ninjutsu, Mu-Yu also prepared corresponding medicines and breathing masks at that time. However, Shimura Danzo did not learn it at all, so Mu-Yu's preparations were not used. Since there were no enemies, Mu-Yu directly cancelled the ninjutsu and did not release pollen. Wood release, Woodman technique. Boom! With Mu-Yu investing a huge amount of chakra, the trees under Mu-Yu's feet expanded further, and then merged and changed to form a huge wooden man of about 40 meters. Mu-Yu stood on the tall wooden man and looked down at the surroundings, experiencing a different kind of joy. Let's not talk about whether it is powerful or not, it is indeed more handsome to drive a Gundam. Mu-Yu controlled the wooden man and waved his fist at a small mountain peak. Bang! The moment the fists touched, the mountain shattered, and rubble of varying sizes flew in all directions. The wood of wood release is different from ordinary trees. It has different hardnesses depending on the strength of the chakra. For example, the wooden man of Senju Hashirama can even pinch the tailed beast ball and throw it back. After the attack, Mu-Yu cancelled the wooden man and cleared some traces. It's still missing a sage mode. Mu-Yu thought as he refined chakra on the spot. To say that the most impressive wood release of Senju Hashirama is the true Thousand Hands in sage mode. The huge wooden man, sitting on the head of the true Thousand Hands, is as small as a toy, and grabbing the 9 tails with one hand is like grabbing a chicken. All the arms of the true Thousand Hands attack together, and they can directly break Uchihamadara's Susanoo. Even in the later version of Hanging on the Wall, this is an extremely powerful ninjutsu. Should I contact Jiraiya or Tsunade? Mu-Yu thought while hurrying on the road. In fact, it is not difficult for him to obtain the sage mode. The 3 holy places have their own immortal methods, and Mu-Yu has a good relationship with Tsunade and Jiraiya. He can go to Myaboka Mountain or Whetbone Forest to practice immortal arts through them. However, Mu-Yu has always had a concern, that is, the mysterious ancestors of the holy places. In the original work, except for the Great Toad Sage of Myaboka Mountain, there are few scenes of the ancestors of Ryokai Cave and Whetbone Forest. What Tsunade summoned was just the clone of the Slug Sage with independent consciousness. Although there is not much plot, these ancestors of the holy places should not be underestimated. For example, the Great Toad Sage has the power to predict the future and has lived from the 6-Path Sage period to the present. Its predictions run through the entire Naruto. As an immortal species that masters the power of immortal arts, Mu Yu does not believe that the great toad sage will be weak. What if it sees Mu Yu's future and is not satisfied with that future and wants to interfere? Then Mu Yu will take the initiative to deliver it to the door. As for the slug sage, Mu Yu knew too little about it, and the unknown itself was a risk. With such concerns, and the fact that Mu Yu was in the golden period of strength growth before, and studying other things that would also increase strength, it was not cost-effective to spend time practicing the high-risk sage mode, so he did not try to contact the Holy Land to practice the sage technique. After returning to Konoha, Mu Yu placed his Pokemon egg next to him and continued to study the breathing method. He always carried the Pokemon egg with him, and put it into the system space as soon as he went out. Mu Yu quickly got into the state after discarding distracting thoughts. He needed the sage mode, but it was not urgent, because even if he had the sage mode now, he could not learn the True Thousand Hands. The True Thousand Hands was a sage technique that was a little difficult for Hashirama Senju to use, and the consumption was imaginable. Mu Yu could not afford such an exaggerated chakra at present. An hour later, Mu Yu stopped his research and prepared to go to bed. Just after Mu Yu turned off the lights, a faint green light suddenly appeared from the Pokemon egg, and then quickly disappeared. At the same time, Mu Yu inexplicably felt a little more relaxed. Mu Yu curiously opened her white eyes and looked at the Pokemon egg, but unfortunately, she still couldn't see the creature inside through the light. It should be about to hatch. If it is a legendary beast, I can cultivate it for a while, and with my strength, maybe I can go to those holy places. Mu Yu thought. According to the localized Pokemon skills of the system, it can also be known that the localized legendary beast will be very powerful. With a legendary beast as a summoned beast, plus his strength, he can definitely run away. Chen, if you find anything abnormal, please fire a signal flare immediately, and I will send troops to support. Mizuta Manyan said to Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen is quite powerful and experienced, so Mizuta Manyan decided to let him lead another team to eliminate Kirigakure. I understand, and the same is true for you, Consultant Yan. Teacher Chen nodded. His strength and qualifications made him not need to call Mizuta Manyan sir. Let's go. Mizuta Manyan and Teacher Chen reorganized their troops and drove towards two different directions. Maitaman knew that Kirigakure had strong assassination capabilities, so he brought two Hyuga clan jonins and asked them to take turns to use their Byakugan to scout the situation while on the road. Master N, there is a large area of thick fog created by Kirigakure ninjas ahead, and it is impossible to predict the number of enemies. The Hyuga jonin reported when approaching the destination. The Byakugan can see chakra through ordinary smoke, and thus judge the number and strength of the enemy. But the Kirigakure jutsu is different. The fog itself is made of chakra, and the Byakugan looked at it and it was all chakra. Wind escape ninjas, step out, use wind escape to blow away the fog, slow down and keep moving forward. Mizuta Manyan thought for a while and ordered. After preparing for so long, he couldn't retreat just because of a fog. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight, there are so many mist escape ninjas who can use the mist hidden technique. In this way, Mizuta Manyan led the troops to move forward steadily. Water escape a water dragon bullet technique. Suddenly, a huge water dragon rushed out of the fog. Earth escape a earth flow wall. Mizuta Manyan reacted very quickly, and quickly formed a seal to create a huge earth wall to block the water dragon. You dare to attack actively. Mizuta Manyan's eyes were fixed on the short figure who walked out of the increasingly thin fog. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Kyuji Yayagura sneered. There are about 500 enemies. The mist hidden technique gradually became ineffective, and the upper ninja of Hyuga quickly observed. Mizuta Manyan looked calm, just like he imagined. It seemed that the battle would be easy. Because he brought 800 ninjas with him. No, there are a lot of mist ninjas coming from a distance. Another Hyuga ninja discovered a big fact. Mizuta Manyan's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 631, defeated, attacked from 3 sides. We've fallen into a trap, quickly release the signal flare. Mizuta Manyan ordered quickly. Although he fell into a trap, Mizuta Manyan was not too panicked. Panic can't solve the problem, calmly thinking about how to break the situation is what a qualified ninja should do. Swish! Bang! The Konoha ninja who received the order quickly fired the highest level signal flare. Approach the north. Mizuta Manyan ordered immediately. Teacher Chen's team was not far away from them. If they met with Teacher Chen's team in time, they could not only get rid of the crisis, but also reverse the situation and fight back. You can't come and go as you please here. Yagura Kyujira flew towards Mizuta Manyan with an iron rod in his hand. The elite soldiers of Kirigakure behind him also took action to clear obstacles for their boss. Let's see if you can stop him. Mizuta Manyan opened the large roll of paper hanging on his chest and quickly formed seals to condense chakra. Tol Shiden weapon attack. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of kunao flew towards Yagura Kyujira. But Yagura Kyujira didn't swing the iron rod to knock down the kunao, but concentrated chakra and stretched out his right hand. Water style mirror technique. A large amount of water flow appeared, and quickly formed a huge round mirror in front of Yagura Kyujira. Boom! The kunao shot at the water mirror, causing bursts of explosions, which made the water mirror fluctuate continuously. Although the detonating talisman on Mizuta Manyan's kunao was very hidden and clever, it was still captured by Yagura Kyujira. Swoosh! At the moment of blocking the explosion, Yagura withdrew his water escape technique and rushed to Mizuta Manyan, swinging his iron rod. At the critical moment, Mizuta Manyan summoned an iron rod and swung it with all his strength to block Yagura's iron rod. Dang! With a crisp and loud metal collision sound, the 2 iron rods collided violently. Since both sides used considerable strength, tiny sparks splashed at the intersection. Crack! Yagura's expression remained unchanged, pressing Mizuta Manyan's iron rod to slide. His iron rod was specially made with an iron hook on the top. Under Yagura's huge force, the iron hook quickly cut towards Mizuta Manyan's head. Mizuta Manyan burst out chakra to twist the iron rod, causing Yagura's attack to deflect. His stick technique was learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen before, and it was considered his most proficient long-handled weapon. Whoosh! Dang dang! The 2 men wielded their weapons with steady and powerful steps, and the iron rods and iron sticks drew silver arcs in the air. The strength and speed of both sides were almost the same, and it was difficult to tell who was better. Realizing that close combat could not produce results, Mizuta Kadoyan suddenly burst out to distance himself, threw the long stick in his hand like a spear towards Guju Yagura, and began to use the spiritual scroll again. A large bow and several arrows appeared in front of Mizuta Kadoyan. Mizuta Kadoyan quickly completed the bow and arrow, and shot 2 arrows with wind attribute chakra in succession. Guju Yagura raised his hand again to defend with water escape. The first arrow sank into the water, but failed to penetrate the water mirror, but only brought a lot of ripples to the water mirror. Swish! The second arrow shot through the constantly fluctuating mirror surface. The splash of water from the arrow breaking through the water mirror hit Guju Yagura's face, stimulating his nerves. At this critical moment, Guju Yagura turned his head sharply, and a blood mark appeared on his cheek. I underestimated this guy. Such a fast and accurate arrow. Feeling the wetness on his face, Guju Yagura's heart was beating wildly. At this moment, his heart, which had been floating because of his great advantage, stabilized. It is not without reason that Mizuta Manyan can sit in the position of Konoha's high level, and his strength should not be underestimated. What a pity! Mizuta Manyan exhaled slightly and put the bow back into the scroll. This move is specially used to trick people. If it fails, this battle will basically be useless. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Mizuta Manyan took out a giant from the scroll. The big shuriken was thrown towards Yagura Karitachi, and then he quickly formed a seal. Under the effect of chakra, the huge shuriken was split into 2, and then 2 into 4. Water mirror technique. Yagura Karatachi created a water mirror again, but this water mirror was not used for defense, but for attack. A ninja who looked exactly like Mizuto Kato-yan rushed out of the water mirror, and also used the shuriken shadow clone technique. Bang bang! The 4 huge shurikens offset each other, and the copied Mizuto Kato-yan still rushed towards Mizuto Kato-yan, and disappeared immediately after a fight. Water style, water cannon technique. Kazuki Shingetsu, who had pulled out his hand, seized the opportunity, and made a pistol shape with both palms to aim at Mizuto Kato-yan, shooting several liquids like bullets. Water style, water fang bullet. On the other side, Momogurawa also formed a seal quickly, forming a large number of water bullets in front of him and attacking Mizuto Kato-yan. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Yakura Karatagi used a lot of chakra to create an extremely thick water dragon. Suddenly surrounded by 3 powerful ninjas, even with Konoha ninjas blocking for Mizutoman, Mizutoman was still injured. Mizutoman used the impact of the water dragon to retreat continuously, and kept observing the situation of the entire battlefield. Not good, I'm afraid most of the Kirigakure who invaded this time are here. Mizutoman frowned. As the highest combat power, he is not inferior to Yakura Karatagi, but if you look at the entire battlefield, Konoha is almost at a disadvantage, and it is not realistic to want to fight and retreat at the same time. Can I only fight to break through? Mizutoman hesitated. If most people are sacrificed, he is sure to escape with some elites. But in this case, this mission can be declared a failure, because it may cost 600 or 700 ninjas. No, we have to hold on. Mizutoman Yan quickly formed a seal and summoned a large number of kunao to shoot at the surrounding mist ninjas. He didn't want to give up so many ninjas here. Not to mention that most of the 700 ninjas here are chunin. Even if there are 700 qualified genin, it will take a lot of energy to train them. Konoha is under attack from many sides and is already short of manpower. He can't give up so easily. Although Mizutoman Yan has a tenacious fighting will, it is still difficult to change the situation. He and Kyujo Yagura are only on par, and he is not inferior to Kyujo Yagura after being injured, and Kyujo Yagura's elite are much more than Mizutoman Yan's side. The number of Konoha ninjas on the battlefield is constantly decreasing, and Mizutoman Yan's heart is constantly wavering. It's not that he is afraid of death, but if he doesn't choose to sacrifice most of the people to break through, everyone may die here. Konoha Dragon God. Just when Mizutoman Yan was about to break out at all costs, a green dragon broke through the encirclement of Kirigakure, and the powerful storm swept up and tore Kirigakure ninjas into pieces. A large number of ninjas wearing Konoha ninja uniforms also came along. Mizutoman Yan showed a look of joy on his face, and hurriedly shouted, "Chen, let's break out together, don't fight to the end." The Kirigakure's offensive was more fierce than he had imagined. Now that he was seriously injured and the team suffered a lot of losses, it was not suitable for a decisive battle with Kirigakure. It would be better if he divided his troops into 3 groups. Kyujo Yagura showed a regretful expression. If the Konoha ninja troops that came were reduced by 1/3, he would eliminate them together with Teacher Chen's ninja team. Chase. Eliminate as many Konoha ninjas as possible. Kyujo Yagura ordered. It is unrealistic to leave them all behind, but it is still possible to eliminate some of the Konoha ninja forces. The 2 armies chased each other until the Konoha ninja army reached the central and northern regions, and then Yagura gave up the pursuit. If he continued to chase, he would easily get himself involved. After all, this was the land of fire, and Konoha was fighting on its home ground. Yagura couldn't wait to report the news of his great victory back to the Hidden Mist village. The 3rd Mizukage learned of Yagura's victory, and first held a meeting to commend him, and then sent 600 Hidden Mist ninjas to the Land of Waves. The situation was so good that the 3rd Mizukage wanted to see if such a good situation could be maintained. If it could be maintained, they could increase their investment and complete their war goals in one go. The Hidden Mist, which had won the battle, was full of joy, while Konoha, which had suffered a defeat, was not in a good mood. Konoha Hospital. In the senior ward, Mizuto Kato-en was lying on the bed with an apologetic look on his face. Koharu Yuditen sat on the bed next to Mizuto Kato-en, wanting to say something but stopping. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window and kept smoking. The whole ward was filled with a strange silence. Yan was defeated, and nearly 300 ninjas were killed and more than 500 ninjas were injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he recalled the information about the casualties. This was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that with Midaman Yan's ability, even if he couldn't quickly eliminate Kirigakuer, he would definitely be able to gain an advantage steadily, and then defeat Kirigakuer step by step. I didn't expect such bad news to come suddenly. This was a local battle. Has it been too long since I went to the battlefield? But it shouldn't be so serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Midaman Yan lying on the bed, wondering. If it was before, this level of casualties would not be a big deal. Only more than 300 ninjas were sacrificed, and the proportion of the 500 injured ninjas who were seriously injured was not large. But Konoha is currently in a critical period. Not only is it fighting fiercely with Kumigakuer, but there is also an Uegakuer next to it. Under such circumstances, a sudden defeat may cause a chain reaction. Sorry, let you, we are disappointed. Mizuto Kato-yan took the initiative to break the calm. If you lose, you have to admit that you have been beaten and stand at attention. He is not the kind of person who will use thousands of excuses to quibble about himself. Yan, is there any hidden strong man in the Kirigakuer ninja team this time? Yuditen Koharu couldn't help asking. No, it's just that my decision-making was wrong and eventually led to the defeat. In terms of comprehensive strength, my team should be stronger. Mizuto Kato-yan shook his head and replied. This. Yuditen Koharu couldn't say much. After all, Mizuto Kato-yan said so himself, and she didn't need to help him excuse it. Let Mu-yu go. At present, he is the most suitable person in the village. Mizuto Kato-yan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. Although there is Tsunade, the legendary 3 ninjas in Konoha, Tsunade's efficiency in killing enemies on the battlefield is far less than Mu-yu, and she is not a suitable choice. And now Tsunade herself is also more resistant to going to the battlefield. I think so too. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Although he wanted to give Mu-yu more time to practice, the plan could not keep up with the changes. If Mu-yu was not allowed to go, then Jiraiya could only be transferred back, or Sarutobi Hiruzen could go himself. Transferring Jiraiya back would be like robbing Peter to pay Paul, which would easily lead to trouble in Uegakuer. And as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not act rashly, so it could only be Mu-yu. After all, this mission was relatively safe, as it was a domestic battle, and the opponent was not too exaggeratedly strong. If it was an opponent of the level of the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Reikage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose to let Mu-yu stay in Konoha and go to the battlefield himself. Facing this level of master, the risk of accidents is not small, and he cannot let Mu-yu, who has the opportunity to reach the height of the Shadame, take risks. Land of the Earth, Uegakuer Village. Rejected again, it seems to be a fundamental problem. Looking at the information sent by Huangtu, Onoki showed a regretful expression. It is impossible to form a joint ninja force with the ninja clan to intimidate Konoha in the Rain Country, unless Onoki defeats the ninja power of the Rain Country first. But this is meaningless, and it will find an extra opponent for no reason. Just then, there was a rather urgent knock on the door. Come in. The Uegakuer Enbu walked into the office quickly and said quickly, Sir, there is important war intelligence about Konoha. Onoki instantly became alert, picked up the information sent by the Enbu and began to read it quickly. The Kirigakuer defeated the Konoha ninja force led by Mito Kato-en in the Fire Country. Onoki was slightly surprised. Defeating Konoha ninja troops in areas other than the Land of Fire, breaking through the defense line of the Land of Fire, and defeating Konoha ninja troops in the Land of Fire. The first two things are not so valuable, but the last one is definitely the most valuable. The Kirigakure did not defeat an ordinary ninja unit, but a ninja unit led by Mightaman N, a high-ranking member of Konoha. Maybe Konoha is not as strong as I thought. Onoki showed a thoughtful look. As a troublemaker, it would be a pity not to participate in the lively fire country now. Notify the high-ranking members to go to the meeting room. Onoki ordered the Iwagakure Enbu. He had the idea of sending troops, but this matter was not something he could decide alone, and he had to hold a meeting first. When the latest information about the Land of Fire was placed in front of the high-ranking members of the Iwagakure, they all showed expressions similar to Onoki's before. We have suffered a lot at the hands of Konoha since the war, and we can't just let it go. I think we can take the opportunity to send troops. Iwagakure Elder Chongjing suggested. I think we can give it a try. Onoki expressed his opinion directly. Then the squad leader of Iwagakure Jonin Hwei also expressed his approval. Finally, the high-level meeting unanimously passed the resolution to send ninja troops to Konoha. After a period of discussion, it was decided that the captain of the Iwagakure blasting team, Rishi, would be the commander of the ninja troops. The last defeat was mainly blamed on the dead Iwaku and the old purple who left the village. Rishi returned to the village early to recuperate because of his injury, but he was not affected. Of course, the main reason is that there are no other good candidates, some of whom are not qualified enough and some are not strong enough. P.S. I still updated 8K, please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 632 A necklace worth 3 mines. The situation is very unfavorable to us now, and we must solve the Kirigakure troops as quickly as possible. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking to Miyu about the situation of the war. Well, I will defeat Kirigakure as soon as conditions permit. Miyu nodded. Then I'll wait for your good news. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. If there were no suitable candidates, he really didn't want Miyu to go to the battlefield now. This is a combination of super genius and would escape. Regarding the troops, do you need anything, Miyu? As long as the people Miyu wants are not on a confidential mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen can give them to Miyu, so that Miyu can display her own ideas. Kakashi and the others, it just so happens that they haven't been on a mission for a while. Miyu replied. Although this looks like an ordinary defeat, Miyu thinks Uchiha Madara should intervene. After all, the current situation of Konoha is the result of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu secretly fueling the flames. Miyu could see that Uchiha Madara's purpose was nothing more than to make the situation more chaotic and have more opportunities to attack. However, Uchiha Madara was facing Miyu who knew the plot. He knew that Uchiha Madara wanted to find a successor, so Miyu would not give him a chance. Even if the situation was chaotic, with him taking his disciples to do the task, Uchiha Madara's conspiracy would be difficult to work. Okay, but Kakashi and the others are your disciples. Miyu, you can notify them yourself. The ninja troops have begun to assemble. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. Because of Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen basically did not take the initiative to arrange tasks for Kakashi and the others. It all depended on their own wishes. After saying goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Miyu split a shadow clone to go to the training team to notify Shisui, and then the main body went to the South Forest. In the original work, Uchiha Madara attacked Obito, but Miyu could not rule out the possibility that Uchiha Madara would take Shisui as a backup, so Shisui must be taken away together to prevent accidents. When Miyu arrived at the South Forest, the disciples were still practicing. Everyone, if you need anything, go home and pack up. We're about to start the mission. Miyu called to stop. Obito became interested, but before he could ask, Miyu continued. Although this mission will not leave the Land of Fire, it will still be in the country, but it will also be on the battlefield, fighting with the ninja troops of Kirigakure. It's a large-scale war mission. Obito's expression became more serious. He is not a newbie who has never been to the battlefield, and he knows the dangers of war. It's actually in the country, and it's a ninja from Kirigakure. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. Because he has been training all his heart recently, he hasn't paid much attention to the situation in the ninja world. Even so, Kakashi can still detect some problems from the overall atmosphere of Konoha. Teacher Miyu, will Shisui participate in this mission? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. Now that Konoha is in a bad situation, the possibility of Miyu getting into trouble on the battlefield is greater. At present, they are still far from being as strong as Miyu, but they are no longer comparable to ordinary Jonin, so Kakashi hopes that Miyu will also bring Shisui with him for more strength. They have agreed to change the future together. Well, I asked the shadow clone to inform him. Miyu replied. Teacher Miyu, after we are ready, will we go back to the South Forest, or where to gather? Nohara-rin asked. Let's go to the 11th training ground, the ninja troops will gather there. Teacher Miyu, and everyone, goodbye, I'll go back to get some things. Nohara-rin took the lead and waved goodbye with a smile. Then Kakashi and Obito also said goodbye and left. They had to replenish a wave of ninja tools. Might Guy did not need to replenish ninja tools, but going to the battlefield was not a trivial matter, and he had to notify his family, so he went home. Yamato was in class at this time, so Miyu did not disturb him, but he arranged for someone to notify. Then Miyu went to Tsunade's house. Tsunade was originally very happy, thinking that she could have another meal, but when she heard Miyu say that she was going to the battlefield, her face fell all of a sudden. Why are there so many bastards in this ninja world? Can't they live in peace for a few more years? Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. It doesn't matter if she misses a meal, Tsunade is worried that she won't be able to have one in the future. Did you come here to say this, or do you want me to go to the battlefield with you? That's not the case. After all, I still have to command the troops. Even if you go to the battlefield with me, Tsunade, I can't make you 3 meals a day. Miyu refused politely. Tsunade is quite capable, has a very high level of medical care, and has a strong healing ability, but Tsunade's problems have not been solved yet, and her strength cannot be exerted, so she can't provide much help to Miyu. It would be safer for Tsunade to stay in Konoha. 3 meals a day? My appearance fee should be at least 4 meals a day. Tsunade said with her arms folded across her chest, looking unhappy, not knowing whether she felt that she was underestimated by Miyu, or really felt that the reward was too little. Yes, after all, you are the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade-sama. Miyu read. This is a well-known fact. Tsunade said that greatness needs no further explanation. Then Tsunade thought of something, showed hesitation, and finally took off the necklace on her neck and said, Are you still learning wood release? If so, I will lend you this necklace for a while. This necklace is left by my grandfather and has his chakra. After that, Tsunade emphasized, it's a loan, not a gift. This necklace is very valuable. If you sell it, you can exchange it for 3 mines. You must return it to me after you have developed wood release. Miyu looked at the necklace in Tsunade's palm. This necklace is quite famous and is nicknamed the Death Necklace. In the original work, Tsunade gave it to 3 people in total, namely Nowaze, Kato Dan, and Naruto. Except Naruto, all 3 died on the battlefield. Although Naruto did not die, the necklace was broken. Although it sounds like a cursed item, Tsunade didn't lie. This necklace is really valuable. It can even be classified as a high-level ninja tool. Its effect is to suppress the chakra of the tailed beast. I was a little busy recently and forgot to tell you that I have mastered the wood release. Miyu smiled lightly, and with one hand, she formed a seal to condense the wood release chakra and let a big tree grow in Tsunade's yard. Hey! Tsunade's eyes widened, and she looked at Miyu and the rapidly growing tree in surprise. Tsunade was stunned. Someone could really develop wood release? Isn't this her grandfather's unique blood limit? At this moment, Tsunade even suspected that she was under a genjutsu. She silently formed a seal to dispel the genjutsu, but found that her chakra was very stable and there was no sign of genjutsu at all. How did you do it? Tsunade couldn't help asking. Look at the information. Miyu answered as a matter of course. Tsunade. She had also read those materials, why didn't she learn wood release? A strong sense of frustration surged in her heart. Who understands, she, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, didn't learn wood release, and someone who had nothing to do with Senju Hashirama learned it. Why are you so troublesome? You just developed wood release, and you still have a lot to learn. Just tell me if you want it or not. Tsunade stretched out her hand to Miyu. Seeing that Tsunade was a little broken, Miyu didn't mention the topic of wood release again, took the necklace and said thank you seriously. He didn't need a necklace to study wood release, but studying this necklace was indeed useful. If he could master similar techniques, he could make an ornament to give to Kushina. Although it's a loan, it's not for free. There's interest. Tsunade continued. If I lend it to you for 1 day, you owe me a meal. If I lend it to you for 2 days, you owe me 2 meals. And so on until you return the necklace to me. I hate people who don't pay their debts. If you don't pay them back, I'll beat your disciples to death, especially that rude kid with goggles. After saying that, Tsunade raised her white fist. Then I'll try to return to Konoha to pay my debt as soon as possible. Miyu waved goodbye. Tsunade is not a talkative person. Although she was threatening, Miyu could feel her concern. It's better this way. Tsunade responded with a casual wave of her hand. Teacher Miyu, I hope you can complete the task smoothly and safely. Shizun on the side said a farewell blessing. Miyu smiled at Shizun and turned to walk towards the training ground. Tsunade-sama is really not straightforward. She is obviously worried about teacher Miyu, but she didn't say a single good word. After entering the house, Jing-Ian complained. As a bystander, she saw it clearly from the side. Of course I am worried about him. If he doesn't come back, my necklace worth 3 mines will be gone. Tsunade grabbed Jing-Ian's fair face with both hands and said. Well, not this. Jing-Ian tried to speak. Although she is still young, she doesn't believe everything. I think you are too idle, Jing-Ian. Tsunade pulled Jing-Ian's little face and directly arranged a medical problem for Jing-Ian that could not be solved in a day. When Miyu arrived at the training ground, the ninja troops were about to complete the assembly. Command Miyu. Sir Miyu. The ninjas on the training ground greeted Miyu one after another. Because there were too many people, even if Miyu knew all of them and knew their names, she couldn't respond one by one, and could only nod to a group of people. Senior Chen, Mimura Jonan. When Miyu walked to the senior ninjas in important positions, he could respond to them one by one. Commander Miyu, the current troops. Mimura Yejuan and Miyu reported the troops' situation. This time, Mimura Yejuan and Teacher Chen were both deputy commanders. There are so many ninjas, much more than last time. Obito walked into the training ground and observed the ninja troops. The last time Miyu led a ninja army with only 500 people, and this time there will be many more. Obito roughly calculated that there may be more than 1,000. But last time we supported Uncle Toad, the situation is different. Kakashi, who was about to explain, looked sideways. Hey, Kakashi, what's the look in your eyes? I'm not just fighting and I don't know anything, okay? Obito looked at Kakashi's slightly surprised eyes and said dissatisfiedly. Oh, then Obito, you are really awesome. Kakashi praised with an emotionless voice. You are probably the only one who can say such irritating words of praise. Obito felt Kakashi's ridicule deeply. If he had known earlier, he would have taken a detour to come here, so he would not have met Kakashi on the road. You two are really close, did you come here together on purpose? Nohara-rin, who entered the training ground, smiled and greeted her when she saw the familiar scene. No way. 2. We just happened to meet on the road. Obito explained hurriedly. He didn't even make an appointment with Nohara-rin to come together, so how could he go to find Kakashi? I don't have the idea of being late. Waiting for Obito is a very troublesome thing. Kakashi said lightly. Obito couldn't help but stare at Kakashi. He hadn't been late for a long time, because he could use his shadow clone to help when he met an old man. Shisui, how is your work recently? Obito suddenly found that Shisui had also come, and immediately greeted him. Compared to arguing with Kakashi, it is better to care about his good friend and cousin. Since Shisui has been busy recently, they didn't talk much even when they met. It's okay, it went well. Shisui answered while greeting the others. After exchanging a few words, they walked towards Miyu together. Seeing that Miyu was talking to other senior ninjas about the ninja army, he didn't interrupt them and chose to stand aside. Ahem. After the ninja army arrived, Miyu coughed twice to signal everyone to be quiet, and then began to speak. Our opponent is the Kirigakure army wandering on the east coast. Without too much speech, Miyu simply described the mission and led the troops to the eastern part of the Land of Fire. Now Kirigakure has dispersed the troops again. The east there are many traces of the active Kirigakure team from the north to the southeast. During the break, the senior ninjas were holding a combat meeting. Splitting up teams to act separately. A Konoha Jonin suggested. Not very safe, the elder of Midaman fell into Kirigakure's trap like this. Maimura Yejuan shook his head. We can't fall into the same pit. But if we concentrate our efforts to clear a certain area, the efficiency will be very low. The Konoha ninja who spoke first asked the question. The mobility of ninjas is too high, and the ninja team has a large target. It is possible that the remaining half will run away before half of the area is cleared. For a while, the Jonins could not reach a consensus. On the other side, Kakashi and his disciples also sat together to chat. Their strength is not weak, but their experience is too shallow. Even Kakashi, who has the most experience, has not been assigned an important position. Be careful when fighting the enemy. I have inquired. Konoha just suffered a defeat. It was the Kirigakure team we are going to fight. Obito said the information he got from chatting with other ninjas. On the battlefield, ninjas from all villages must be careful. The recent situation in Konoha is not optimistic. It may be a life and death crisis for Miyu teacher. Kakashi whispered. Miyu's death is a mystery, but Kakashi has analyzed it countless times. Whether in terms of time or rationality, it should be related to the Ninja World War, but he doesn't know which war it is. All the disciples' expressions became serious. P.S. I have to go to work tomorrow, so I can't stay up late today. There is only one update. Chapter 633 would release on the battlefield. I think we should disperse the troops. Just when the Jonins were arguing, Miyu spoke up. In Miyu's opinion, it is not difficult to defeat Kyujiya and his Kirigakure troops. The difficulty lies in how to make Kyujiya willing to fight him head-on. Based on the current known intelligence, it is speculated that the current Kirigakure strategy is to consume Konoha's energy. Only when it is sure, will it fight a ninja battle with Konoha. If he takes a large force directly, Kyujiya will definitely avoid the battle. The originally balanced situation changed after Miyu spoke up. As the commander of the entire army, Miyu has absolute say in the army. Some Jonins who opposed the division of troops fell silent. But it is easy to disperse the troops. Miyukin Yejuan still thinks that the division of troops is unreliable. The last defeat was mainly due to the suppression of intelligence by the opponent. This time the village has sent more forces, and such a thing should not happen. The Jonin who agreed to divide the troops took the opportunity to refute. Although Myakan Yejuan was the deputy commander, Mu Yu, who shared the same opinion as him, was still the commander. Maimura Yejuan opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute. Questioning Konoha's intelligence capabilities? If the local battle still loses to Kirigakure in intelligence, it would be too much to underestimate Konoha's intelligence power, and if the intelligence is crushed, it would be difficult to fight even if the troops are not divided. Finally, Myakan Yejuan also fell silent, and the division plan was passed. Mu Yu chose a division strategy that was almost the same as Midaman Yan's, and let teacher Chen, who had outstanding strength and qualifications, lead half of the troops to clear Kirigakure separately. Mu Yu's idea was very simple. Since Goju Yagura dared to attack Midaman Yan's troops, then he and Midaman Yan adopted the same strategy, so Goju Yagura would naturally dare to attack him. After all, even if Mu Yu is the first of the younger generation of Konoha, he is still a ninja of the younger generation. Yagura, who is not afraid of even the three ninjas, certainly will not be afraid of Mu Yu. However, after the plan was made, Mu Yu did not execute it immediately. Instead, he sent a team to eliminate the Kirigakure team that was closer to the troops while waiting for the intelligence team's information. Even though Mu Yu knew that Konoha could not win Kirigakure with the help of Uchiha Madara in terms of intelligence, he still had to wait for intelligence before taking action. Because other Jonin would not let Mu Yu rush in directly with a strategy similar to Midaman Yan. From their perspective, this is purely giving up. After the intelligence team investigated the current situation of Kirigakure and the location of Yagura's team, Mu Yu led the troops to start the action. Although it is not appropriate for Mu Yu to command, I have a bad feeling. Myakan Yejuan said to Mu Yu on the march. Maybe we underestimated Kirigakure's intelligence capabilities. The more the plan progressed, the more Myakan Yejuan had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. He thought carefully, isn't this the same as Mito Kato-en's script, except that a group of ninjas have been changed? Trust our companions. Mu Yu smiled and replied. Mu Yu did not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of Kirigakure. After all, with the help of White Zetsu, it would be strange if they could not suppress Konoha in terms of intelligence. From the beginning to the end, Mu Yu wanted to use half of his troops to defeat the Kirigakure ninja troops. Kirigakure also needs manpower to set up the maze. It will not be a complete large force. There may be about 90% of the original Kirigakure troops. With Mu Yu's current strength, even if he does not use his full strength, it is enough to offset 70% to 80% of the Kirigakure troops. Then, the remaining 800 Konoha ninjas, can they not deal with the remaining 10% of the Kirigakure troops? Maimura Yejuan sighed slightly and said nothing. After all, Mu Yu said so, how could he refute it? Young people who succeed at a young age are still not stable enough. Myakan Yejuan sighed in his heart. He didn't have any bad feelings towards Mu Yu because of this, but he felt that it was not good for life to be too smooth. Like Mu Yu, who was famous in the ninja world at a young age and was valued by the Hokage, it was inevitable that he would have some pride. I hope my premonition is wrong. Myakan Yejuan was alert and continued to move forward. Maybe this world is too cruel. The more you don't want something to happen, the more it will happen. The Konoha ninja team successfully found the hiding place of the Kyuju Yagura team according to the intelligence. However, what was waiting for them was not a small mist-hidden team, but a ninja team that was enough to surround them. Hanyu Mu Yu, it seems that I really overestimated you. Don't you know how to learn from the lessons of the predecessors? Kyuju Yagura couldn't help but say with a smile. After learning that Mu Yu led the ninja team to attack, Kyuju Yagura immediately treated it as a formidable enemy and formulated many response plans. Unexpectedly, Mu Yu actually did the same operation as Mito Minion. At first, Yagura thought it was a trap. After all, even if Mu Yu was not good at tactics, there must be some ninjas who assisted him who knew how to do it. But the intelligence team gave the opposite of what he thought. Given that the intelligence team had made many achievements recently, Yagura believed their intelligence and overturned his own guess. And the intelligence team did not disappoint him, and they were about to win again. "We've been tricked, quickly release the signal flare." Miyakun Yejuan hurriedly shouted anxiously as he looked at the large area of fog around him. The signal flare was launched into the air, and the dazzling light bloomed in the sky. "Is it really this time?" Kakashi quickly took off the white fang short blade, revealing an unprecedented solemn expression. Following Mu Yu, they had encountered powerful enemies by accident, and defeated ninja troops that were much larger than them through strategies, but it was the first time that they stepped into the enemy's trap and were surrounded by a large number of ninja troops. "Don't be too far apart when fighting, take care of each other, and pay attention to the situation of teacher Mu Yu," Kakashi said quickly. Obito, Shisui, and the others nodded seriously. The danger they were about to face was visible to the naked eye. Neither the Kirigakure army nor the ridicule of Yagura Kyujira could change the expression on Mu Yu's face. "Have you ever heard a saying that good hunters often appear as prey?" Mu Yu looked around and identified the Kirigakure ninjas with stronger auras. Name: Yagura Kyujira. Chakra: 116,800. Skills: Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 5100/15,000, Yin Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 3000, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 2800, Water Mirror Technique, Mastery Level. Name: Kirigakure Shingetsu. Chakra: 62,000. Skills: Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 3700/15,000, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 2600, Water Transformation Technique, Mastery Level, Water Iron Cannon Technique, Mastery Level. Name: Momoko Kawaise. Chakra: 56,000. Skills: Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 3300/15,000, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 2600, Water Transformation Technique, Mastery Level, Water Iron Cannon Technique, Mastery Level. Although the observation haki can also sense the strength, it is still far inferior to the identification technique that can see most of the information. Humph, bluffing. Gaji Yagura clenched the iron rod and secretly condensed chakra to prepare for action. Mu Yu's ninja unit has only 800 people, while he has 1,400 Kirigakure ninjas. With such a huge gap in strength, let alone Mu Yu, even if Orochimaru is added, he can only run away in disgrace. "Commander Mu Yu, you take some of the elite troops to retreat, and I will command the remaining troops to cover you." Looking at the mist-hidden army, which was nearly twice as many, Miyakun Yejuan said with a firm face. Compared to him, an old jonin who has reached his limit, Konoha needs the young and talented Mu Yu more. Swish! Boom! Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Water style, Water Array Wall. Ninjas from both sides attacked one after another, and for a while, Kunao Shuriken flew everywhere on the field, and various ninjutsu emerged one after another. Mu Yu shook his head slightly and walked in front of Miyakun Yejuan. "Senior Yejuan, you can trust me a little more." After he used the identification technique, the battle was actually over. There was no ninja who could stop him on this battlefield. Swoosh! "I hope your strength is as hard as your mouth." Kyujuyagura raised the iron rod and burst chakra towards Mu Yu. He had never fought Mu Yu in person. He was busy dealing with Orochimaru on the battlefield last time and had no time to deal with Mu Yu. However, Kyujuyagura did not think that Mu Yu would be stronger than him. Orochimaru could not easily defeat him, let alone Mu Yu. In the eyes of ordinary ninjas, Kyujuyagura was so fast that his figure was almost invisible. But Kyujuyagura was facing Muyu, who had already opened his Byakugan and entered the transparent world. Before Kyujuyagura took a step, Muyu had already foreseen Kyujuyagura's next move. Muyu calmly put his hands together, crossed his fingers and overlapped his thumbs to form a seal. The moment he completed this action, a huge amount of wood release chakra in Muyu's body explosion. Wood release, tree world advent. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, as if countless lives were stirring underground. Then, one by one, green saplings broke through the ground and grew rapidly. Due to the rapid growth, even the ground was broken. The saplings grew into thick and lush trees at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was instantly covered by dense trees. Moreover, these trees seemed to be self-aware tree people, madly attacking the Kirigakure ninjas beside them with their branches and trunks, and Gajiyagura was also stopped by thick branches. At this moment, the atmosphere of the battlefield changed. Both Konoha ninjas and Kirigakure ninjas looked at Muyu in shock. This is... Miyakun Yejuan looked at the suddenly appeared forest and looked at Muyu standing in front of him in disbelief. His first reaction was that he was under an illusion. There was no way, it was not that Muyu was untrustworthy, but that this scene was too shocking. Even he had only heard of the Shodame's power to create a forest with a wave of his hand in stories. But Miyakun Yejuan was an experienced old jonin after all, and he quickly determined that he was not under an illusion, and everything in front of him was the truth. No wonder he said such a thing. Miyakun Yejuan looked at Muyu with a complicated expression, and instantly understood a lot. He thought Muyu was too arrogant because of his youth, but in fact, Muyu was extraordinary and wise. Muyu, who had mastered the powerful wood release, could not be defeated by the entire Kirigakure army even if he brought half of the troops. If the opponent chose to ambush Teacher Chen, Muyu could also rush over to support with his own high mobility. Teacher Muyu also mastered wood release. Kakashi also showed a surprised expression. Muyu had never shown wood release in front of them. Because of Shimura Danzo, he had only taught Yamato wood release in private before, and only taught other ninjutsu in public. So Kakashi didn't know that Muyu also had wood release Kekkei Genkai. Not this time. Looking at the situation that had turned around, Kakashi felt that he might have guessed wrong. However, Kakashi's mood did not improve. Muyu was proficient in 7 kinds of chakra nature changes, mastered countless ninjutsu, and developed many powerful S-level ninjutsu secrets on his own. He also had 2 bloodline limits, one of which was wood escape that only the god of ninja had. Kakashi really couldn't imagine what kind of difficult situation could cause Muyu to die. Besieged and killed by a ninja army of up to 10,000 people to cover his companions? It can't be that the legendary Uchiha Madara resurrected and fought with Muyu. But now Kakashi is very clear that it is really difficult for them to help Muyu, because the strength gap is too big. Every time he feels that he is getting closer to Muyu, Muyu can always show a new strength. It's wood escape. So cool, Teacher Muyu. Obito, who has been paying attention to Muyu, saw that Muyu turned the situation around with a ninjutsu, and couldn't help cheering for Muyu in his heart. If only I could learn wood release, Sharingan can't do it at all. Obito couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although Obito is a member of the Uchiha clan, he thinks Sharingan is not as good as wood release. First of all, the strongest Uchiha, Uchiha Madara, can't beat Senju Hashirama who has wood release. Secondly, wood release is very rare. Only Senju Hashirama and Muyu can do it. Generally, the rarer it is, the stronger it is. Then the Sharingan's ability is too ordinary. Comprehending the transparent world or mastering the observation haki is not worse than Sharingan. It's wood release. A large number of Konoha ninjas looked at the Kirigakure ninjas excitedly after being surprised, as if it was not them who were crushed in numbers, but the Kirigakure troops. And Kirigakure had the opposite reaction. Many Kirigakure looked at Muyu with horror. If it weren't for the strict rules of Kirigakuer, escaping from the battlefield would only lead to death. They already wanted to escape. The era of the ninja village has only developed for a few decades, and the ninjas in the ninja world have not forgotten the legend of the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and his invincible wood release. Yakura Kujutsu swung his iron rod to smash the branches that attacked him, and his face became very ugly. A ninja like him who is a little older can feel the pressure of wood release the most. At the beginning, Konoha even developed an illusion that could create tree phantoms. The purpose was to use illusions to make the opponent have an illusion that could the enemy be a wood release ninja to create fear and make the opponent reveal flaws. The deterrent power of wood release can be seen. Even with nearly twice the number of personnel suppression, Yakura Kujutsu couldn't help but have a thought of retreating in his heart at this moment. Chapter 634 The True Ninja God Number 2. He is not Hashirama Senju, not the god of ninja. It is impossible for everyone's wood release to be as powerful as Hashirama Senju. Yakura Kujutsu quickly recited this sentence to give himself confidence. Even if it was wood release, with nearly twice as many people suppressing him, it was impossible for Gojira Yagura to retreat right after the first contact. According to his speculation, Mu should not have mastered wood release for a long time, otherwise he would have used it in the last battle. If Mu's strongest wood release ninjutsu was the tree world advent just now, then there was still a fight. Everyone evacuate the battlefield. Mu ordered the Konoha ninja troops. Although Mu did not explain anything, it was Miyakan Yejuan who did not ask the reason, but immediately followed Mu's order to retreat with the troops. At this moment, he had 100% trust in Mu. As long as Mu did not order him to commit suicide, Miyakan Yejuan would think that there must be a reason. With the help of a large number of trees, the Konoha ninjas gradually withdrew from the battlefield. Kuratsuka Yagura felt something was wrong, and hurriedly asked the Kirigakuer ninjas to start retreating, away from Mu, the wood release ninja. Some Kirigakuer ninjas had long wanted to run away, waiting for this order from Kujiya Yagura. Retreat quickly. Although the Kirigakuer ninjas wanted to run, Mu dared to let his subordinates retreat openly, so he naturally had the means to keep them. Under the effect of the wood release chakra, new trees continued to grow rapidly, attacking the Kirigakuer ninjas with branches to prevent them from retreating. Only Kujiya Yagura and Kizuna Shingetsu, who were stronger ninjas, broke through the layers of obstacles and rushed out. Wood release, Flower Tree World Advent. After the Konoha ninjas completed their evacuation, Mu once again condensed a huge amount of chakra and performed the enhanced version of the wood release, Flower Tree World Advent. Boom! Very thick vines emerged from the ground and danced rapidly, as if a large number of green prehistoric pythons suddenly emerged from the ground. Mu simply controlled the huge vines and waved them lightly, and the attack on Mu was completely blocked. Boom! Several huge vines suddenly smashed down, and blood mist filled the air for a while. Dozens of mist-hidden ninjas who were hit instantly turned into flesh and blood without form. This is basically a monster, how can it win? The mist-hidden ninjas who were not hit looked at the pile of companions next to them, and then looked at the extremely thick vines, and their hearts instantly sank. Will they win against the wood release ninjas? They are guaranteed to die. I'll fight you. Some mist ninjas were aroused by this scene and no longer thought about retreating. They drew their weapons and rushed towards Mu. But at this moment, huge buds suddenly grew on the vines and bloomed at a very fast speed. The grey-yellow pollen instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The mist ninjas who rushed to the front absorbed the most pollen and fell to the ground first. Bang bang bang! Before the mist ninjas could react, the rest of the mist ninjas fell into a coma after absorbing the pollen and fell to the ground. In just a moment, thousands of mist ninjas fell on the battlefield, and only a few elites succeeded in breaking through and were not stunned. Hanyu Mu Yagura, who did not inhale the pollen, saw this scene and almost fell to the ground. These are thousands of ninjas, and they fell to this wood escape ninjutsu. Is there going to be a second ninja god in Konoha? No wonder they asked us to retreat first, it's worthy of being called wood release. Maimura Yejuan sighed in his heart as he looked at the Kirigakure troops lying on the battlefield. Such a large-scale attack is indeed easy to accidentally injure friendly forces. Many Konoha ninjas looked at the battlefield in shock, as if they wanted to remember this historic moment in their minds. The second wood-release ninja after Senju Hashirama appeared, and he defeated a 1,000-man ninja army alone. Hurry up, we can't let those Kirigakure run away. Kakashi noticed that Yagura Kyujira wanted to run away. Yagura Kyujira was the core figure of this unit. If Yagura Kyujira ran away, this victory would be a little less impressive. 8 Gates of the 8. Obito and Shisui also sprinted at full speed. Although Nohara Rin followed at the first time, she was a little slower because of the speed. All of a sudden, the entire Konoha ninja army started to move. You all stay and watch these Kirigakure. Most of them are just unconscious, not dead. Muyu turned to the Konoha ninja army and said. Now Kirigakure only has Yagura Kujutsu and a few strong jonin left. There is no need to let the entire army chase. Then Muyu switched to thunder breathing and instantly entered the thunder breathing chakra mode. Swoosh! Muyu turned into a yellow lightning and disappeared from everyone's sight. Clear the weapons and tie them up. Maimura Yejuan ordered. With so many captives, they can have a good talk with Kirigakure. Almost all of the troops were wiped out. How should I explain to the third generation when I go back this time? Yagura Kujutsu, who was running fast with the instant body technique, was in a very heavy mood. It's not that I'm worried about being blamed, I just feel that I have failed the third Mizukage. However, Yagura Kujutsu really feels that this time it's not his fault. Who would have thought that Hanyu Muyu is actually a powerful wood-style ninja? Even if other strong men from the Hidden Mist village came, the final result would be the same. Hey? He actually caught up. Yagura Kujutsu noticed the incoming yellow light and quickly formed a seal to condense chakra. Water style, iron cannon bomb. A huge water ball was spit out by Yagura Kujutsu and smashed towards the rushing Muyu. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Water style, water iron cannon technique. Hiroyuki Shingetsu and Momokura Kawasawa and other subordinates also took action one after another. Earth style, earth flow wall. Muyo quickly formed a seal and created a thick earth wall in front of him, blocked many water escape techniques that were coming. Tsitsaizi. Then Muyu took out Yan Emo from the system space and turned into a yellow light again. Shua. A sharp yellow knife light flashed by, and a mist-hidden ninja was instantly split into two. Seeing this, Gui Deng Xinu swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He knew that Gui Deng Kengyu died at the hands of Muyu. The secret technique of their Gui Deng clan was most afraid of Muyu, a thunder escape master. What are you afraid of? I'm still here. Seeing his subordinates showing such an attitude, Gojuya King couldn't help but scolded. Although he might not be able to beat Muyu, Gojuya King believed that ninjas should not lose their dignity. Even if they were to die, they would fight to death, rather than being killed instantly by the opponent with a cowardly attitude. Gui Deng Xinu stood there without saying a word. He thought to himself that you, Gojuya King, are one of the strongest in Mist-Hidden Ninja, so of course you are not afraid. They don't have the strength. It is not necessary for Gojuya to be faster than Muyu. As long as he is faster than them, there is a great chance that he can escape from Muyu. What's the point of you being here? You have already lost. Muyu did not give Gojuya any face. You. Gojuya stared at Muyu with a flushed face, holding the iron rod tightly in his right hand. Hanyu Muyu, don't think I'm easy to bully. Feeling insulted, Gojuya rushed up with a flash of body, waving the iron rod and smashing at Muyu. Dang! Muyu easily parried Gojuya attack by waving Yan Emo. Just when other Kirigakure wanted to take this opportunity to attack Muyu's disciples arrived. Konoha Dragon God. Might Guy burst out a large amount of chakra, his body turned rapidly, and a long green dragon quickly formed and rushed towards Momokuro Kawasawa. Facing the aggressive Might Guy, Momokuro Kawasawa did not dare to be careless. He retreated while using a sharp water escape technique to attack Might Guy. Flash! Kakashi arrived with Might Guy, and like Muyu, he turned into yellow lightning and attacked Kizuna Shingetsu. Although he failed to hit Kizuna Shingetsu, he also forced him back, disrupting Kizuna Shingetsu's attack rhythm. It's just in time, so I don't have to face Hanyu Muyu. Kizuna Shingetsu was secretly happy, and began to think about fighting Kakashi farther and then taking the opportunity to slip away. The Kizuna clan is very powerful in Kizuna, and even if he loses, there will not be too much punishment, so now Kizuna Shingetsu only wants to return to Kizuna village. But before Kizuna Shingetsu was happy for half a minute, he immediately stopped being happy. Something happened to Gaji Yagura. ZZ. Muyu's aura rose rapidly, and Yanmo's blade was covered by purple lightning. Yagura realized something was wrong and tried to dodge using the water instant body technique, but all his moves were seen through by Muyu. At the moment when Muyu dodged and rushed towards Yagura and waved Yanmo, this extremely bright and dazzling purple light attracted everyone's attention. They could all feel the terrifying power contained in it, and the purple lightning seemed to tear and destroy everything. Feeling that he could not dodge, Yagura clenched his teeth, used a large amount of chakra to strengthen his body, and then poured a lot of chakra into the iron rod, and rushed forward. Crack! A crisp and loud thunder sounded, accompanied by Muyu completely swinging the purple thunder knife, a dazzling purple slashing light flashed, and the iron rod that Yagura smashed was instantly cut off. Bang! Boom! Blood splashed, and Yagura's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The ground next to Yagura left a scorch mark of more than 20 meters. Watching this scene, Hojiki Shinjitsu's forehead was sweating profusely. Whether Yagura was dead or alive didn't matter to him, but since Muyu could kill Yagura like this, there was no chance for him to escape. Momoko Kawase was also sweating profusely when he saw this scene. Before the war, he thought Yagura and Muyu were ninjas of the same level, but he didn't expect that Muyu had made such a terrifying improvement after that war. And this scene was just seen by Obito and the others who came. Obito was not surprised at all. With Muyu, Yagura and the others couldn't escape. Summoning technique. Obito immediately used the summoning technique to summon Charizard. The battlefield was too chaotic before, and he was worried that Charizard would be injured, so he didn't summon it. Charizard habitually wanted to bite Obito, but after seeing the situation on the field, it quickly turned around and sprayed fierce flames at Hojiki Shingetsu who was fighting with Kakashi. Shisui also summoned Zoroark using the summoning technique. Zoroark also used illusion immediately after seeing this scene. From the perspective of Kizuna Shingetsu, Zoroark was like a fire demon, spitting out extremely terrifying blue flames, igniting everything around. Kizuna Shingetsu wanted to dodge these attacks, but was exposed. Yang Seal, release. Kakashi immediately released the Yang Seal and used the lightning-breathing chakra mode to the extreme. The purple electric light appeared again, but it was replaced by Kakashi. Swish! A narrow purple slash flew out and hit Kizuna Shingetsu. Kizuna Shingetsu tried her best to use the water transformation technique reduced the damage, but it was useless in front of the powerful Wuxiang sword, and he could only fall to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. He didn't expect that he didn't die at the hands of Muyu, but at the hands of a few little brats who hadn't grown up. Min Xiao, go help Kai. Nohara Lin, who arrived last, also immediately summoned Min Xiao and asked him to help Might Guy. Min Xiao's strength is much stronger than hers. Rock breathing chakra mode, on. Seeing his teammates coming to help, Might Guy couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and concentrated his breathing to the extreme. His momentum rose rapidly, reaching a point that even Doke Kawazawa was a little surprised. Water cannon. Min Shao opened his mouth, and a large amount of water attribute chakra condensed at his throat, spraying out a thick water column with extremely strong impact. Although Doke Kawazawa had a water escape that could offset the water cannon, it was difficult to use with Might Guy beside him, and he was beaten back repeatedly. Golden Skyline. Might Guy put his right hand behind his waist, extended his index and middle fingers, and then burst out chakra to sprint towards Momokuro Kawase at high speed. While charging, Might Guy waved his left hand, and with the action of drawing a sword, he drove his right hand forward to cut, drawing a golden thin line. Boom! A golden light flashed, and the huge force hit Momokuro Kawase, causing his pupils to dilate and his face to twist. Bang bang bang! The huge force made Momokuro Kawase unable to stop even after breaking 7 or 8 trees, and he barely stopped until he broke 15 trees. So far, the Kirigakure ninja army was completely defeated, some dead and some injured, and no Kirigakure escaped. Miyu nodded at the performance of his disciples. In addition to Might Guy who could explode with injuries, other disciples could also kill powerful jonin like Kizuna Shingetsu together. If his disciples were to experience the crisis of Obito in the original work, they would not need anyone's help, and they could solve the problem by their own ability. After all, they just encountered some Iwagakure teams, and did not encounter 2 strong ninjas. Of course, the original is the original, and reality is reality. As Obito becomes stronger, Uchiha Madara's methods will also change. Chapter 635, Hokage assists Miyu. Miyu treated Kyujuyagura a little and returned to the battlefield with his disciples. When he used the Wuxiang sword just now, he deliberately missed, so Kyujuyagura did not die, but was seriously injured. However, only Kyujuyagura did not die, and the other missed hidden ninjas who escaped with him died. Obito and his men had no room to hold back, and they all beat them to death, so it was naturally difficult to leave them alive. Commander Miyu, is this Kyujuyagura? Did you capture him alive? Miyakan Yejuan asked hurriedly while looking at Kyujuyagura in Miyu's hand. It is extremely difficult to capture a strong man like Kyujuyagura alive. When one reaches the strength and status of Yagura Kyuji, he usually knows many secrets of the hidden mist village. Most of the time, he would rather die in battle than be captured by the enemy village. Because once he is captured alive, what he will face may be 10 times more painful than death. The greater the difficulty, the greater the benefit. If he captures Yagura Kyuji, he can interrogate Yagura Kyuji to obtain the secrets of the hidden mist village, or he can use Yagura Kyuji to negotiate with the hidden mist village. Yet, Miyu nodded. Since he had seen Miyu defeat 1,000-man ninja army alone before, Miyakan Yejuan was not too surprised this time, but just felt that Miyu was careful and reliable. Even if he only brought 100 people, I'm afraid the outcome of this battle would not change. Miyakan Yejuan sighed in his heart. When he set out, he felt that Miyu did not understand tactics. After the battle, he found that he did not understand Miyu. Most of the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Ninja Army fell unconscious and could not get up. The commander of the army was also captured by Miyu. The tense mood of the Konoha ninja army was relieved at once. When they first saw the Kirigakure army, which was almost twice their number, some Konoha ninjas were almost playing a revolving lantern in their minds. What is the relationship between Lord Miyu and Lord Shadame? Are they distant relatives? Some Konoha ninjas couldn't help but sneak a glance at Miyu, trying to find similarities between Miyu and Senju Hashirama. Although Miyu's last name is not Senju, it cannot be ruled out that Miyu's mother or grandmother is related to the Senju clan. Also using wood release, Miyu has such a strong strength at this age, it is hard not to think of the god of ninjas Senju Hashirama. This is simply like the next Senju Hashirama, the next god of ninjas. Of course, they just thought about it, and no one really asked. After a while, Teacher Chen rushed over with the troops as if he was facing a great enemy. Teacher Chen took the lead and quickly moved forward with the instant body technique, and then saw Kirigakura lying on the ground and Konoha ninjas cleaning the battlefield. Teacher Chen was confused. What the hell was this? Wasn't it the highest level of crisis? What kind of crisis was it? He was ready to fight his way out with Might Guy, but he was shown this. Teacher Chen's troops were confused for a moment. Some of their ninjas had participated in the last battle and thought they were trapped again like the last time. Then Teacher Chen noticed something strange. There were many trees with strange shapes and long and thick vines that were not in line with common sense. This is the wood release ninjutsu of the first generation. Teacher Chen's mind gradually emerged with some memories of the founding of Konoha. He was much older than Mimura Yejoku and had seen the 1,000-hand pillars with his own eyes. Although it is not as shocking as the wood release in my memory, there is no doubt that this is wood release. Sorry, Deputy Commander Chen, I misjudged the strength of the enemy this time. We are not in danger. The Kirigakura ninja force has been defeated by us. Miyakun Yejuan explained awkwardly. At that time, he saw so many Kirigakura rushing out, and Miyu was silent, so he directly shouted to fire a signal flare. As a result, Miyu's strength was beyond his imagination. But you came at the right time. This time we captured a large number of Kirigakura ninjas. We need to integrate the troops to control them more safely. Strictly speaking, the signal flare still needs to be fired, but the wrong type is fired. Did someone use wood release ninjutsu? Teacher Chen looked around and finally set his eyes on Miyu, who was communicating with his disciples. Although Miyu had never demonstrated wood release ninjutsu before, among the Konoha ninjas currently present, only Miyu had the strength to release super large-scale ninjutsu. It was Commander Miyu. Miyakun Yejuan nodded. The victory of this battle is mostly due to Miyu's command. He defeated most of the Kirigakura ninjas by himself and captured the Kirigakura commander, Yagura Kujira. Teacher Chen looked at Miyu in surprise. Although he had some speculations, he was still surprised when he knew this fact. This is the blood limit of the ninja god. Did it just reappear without any sound? Since the intelligence had to be reported to Konoha and wait for further orders from the Konoha high level, the integrated troops were stationed nearby to rest. The Konoha ninjas who had seen Miyu perform the Flower Tree World Descent were crazy about Miyu's deeds of turning the tide of the battle, and called Miyu the next ninja god. Soon, the entire 1,600 Konoha ninjas knew about Miyu's heroic performance in the battle. Teacher Miyu, what do you think if someone can defeat you, what elements does he have to have? Kakashi thought about it and asked Miyu. He felt that it would be less likely to worry about it based on the information given by Miyu than to guess randomly. First, he must have a much larger amount of chakra than me, and then he must have extremely rich combat experience. Miyu replied. Miyu has too many powerful skills. With the same chakra, he has a huge advantage, but because of the time travel, combat experience is his weakness. He also needs to master some relatively powerful ninjutsu and relatively unique secret techniques, as well as means to restrict me from leaving without using Flying Thunder God. Miyu analyzed one by one. With his current strength, if he doesn't want to die and doesn't go to die, it will be really difficult for him to die. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. With the conditions given by Miyu, even the cage of the 5 major ninja villages can't fully meet all the conditions. After all, how can Flying Thunder God be restricted? Could it be that he encountered a ninja unit led by the cage, and didn't use Flying Thunder God to protect his companions, and finally sacrificed himself? Konoha Village. Hokage Building, Meeting Room. The expressions of the 3 Konoha high-level officials were not very good, and they fell into a brief silence after the discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, holding a pipe in his mouth, puffing out smoke. Now Konoha is really in a bad situation. Just after the defeat at Kirigakura, Iwagakure village also started to make trouble. A large number of Iwagakure troops poured into the land of grass, trying to break through the border of the land of fire. Although Jiraiya withstood the impact of the Iwagakure troops, he did not defeat the Iwagakure ninja troops. So now Konoha is fighting on 3 fronts. If the situation cannot be opened up quickly, Konoha will not be able to bear it. Now there is not much power in Konoha village. If we send ninja troops to support Jiraiya, Kirigakure may seize this opportunity to attack Konoha directly. Udaten Kohara broke the silence and said. Mito Kato-en nodded. As the base camp, Konoha is undoubtedly the most important. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and rubbed his brows. This is the truth, but it is not a solution to keep wasting time. Now we can only wait and see when Mu can produce results. Midaman Yan said. Dong dong. At this time, the door of the conference room was knocked. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Generally, high-level meetings are not allowed to be interrupted, so it must be a big deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen only hopes that it is not the news that Tsunagakure declares war on Konoha, otherwise Konoha will really be in a desperate situation. With a creak, the envoy quickly pushed open the wooden door and walked into the conference room to report. Sandame-sama, Advisor Yan, Advisor Koharu, urgent information from the East Coast front. Hearing that it was information from the East Coast battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly picked it up and read it. The battles in the grass country and the hot spring country were fierce, but the most important one must be the domestic battlefield. Just speaking of Mu has brought us excellent good news. Looking at the information from Mu, the worry on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually disappeared and turned into shock, and finally turned into a smile. It has not been half a month since Mu set out. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Mu might have won a small victory in some aspects. After watching it, I found that Mu had won a great victory, and even captured more than half of the ninja army of Kirigakure, and even Kyujitaki Yagura was captured. Mu was captured. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth, took a light puff, exhaled a puff of white mist, and felt relieved. Although he only won one battle, this battle of Mu was extremely crucial. Not only because Kirigakure invaded the country of fire, but also because Mu's victory was too great. With the more than 1,000 Kirigakure ninjas and Karatachi Yagura captured, Konoha could negotiate with Kirigakure, and even extort a sum of compensation. Then Konoha would not have to worry about Kirigakure's invasion for a long time to come, and would only have to face 2 opponents, Iwagakure and Kumigakure. What's the good news? Mizuto Kato-en was curious when he saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood had changed so much after reading the information. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and handed over the information. As Mizuto Kato-en watched, his expression became very wonderful, surprised, happy, and embarrassed. I was surprised that Mu won a great victory in a short period of time, and I was happy that there were a large number of captives. I was embarrassed that Mu adopted a similar strategy to him, but Mu won a great victory, while he was seriously injured and defeated. It is indeed good news. It is the best for Konoha. Mizuto Kato-yan exclaimed. Seeing Mizuto Kato-yan like this, Udaten Kohara became interested and asked Mizuto Kato-yan for information. After reading it, Udaten Kohara was shocked and couldn't help asking. Mu's wood release training speed is so fast that he can actually use wood release to solve most of the mist ninjas by himself. She remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had said before that Mu had just developed wood release and needed to settle and practice, so why did he kill indiscriminately on the battlefield? Mu is not an ordinary ninja after all. He has a profound understanding of other nature changes and ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly thought of a reason that could explain it. It is completely different for a ninja to practice the first nature change and to practice a new nature change after mastering several nature changes. The latter will progress very quickly. There are commonalities in the cultivation of chakra, and there are some experiences that can be learned even between changes of different natures, and this is even more true for the cultivation of ninjutsu. Since Muyu has always been a genius who breaks the rules, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think too much about it. He hoped that Muyu would be stronger, and it would be best if he could grow to the level of Senju Hashirama in 1 year, so that Konoha would return to the peak. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Senju Hashirama had not yet become the god of ninjas when Muyu was this age. Since Muyu has achieved such great results, we can contact Kirigakure for negotiations, and we can also transfer Muyu to the battlefield of Iwagakure to support Jiraiya, so the current dilemma will be resolved. Mizuto Kato Yan said quickly. Although such a trip is a bit tiring for Muyu, this is the best solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Udaten Kohara both agreed with Mizuto Kato Yan's idea. When Muyu comes back from Iwagakure, he will fill the vacancy of the Hokage's assistant. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said. If there is no big accident, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to pass the position of Hokage to Muyu. Let Muyu first train in the position of assistant to Hokage, so that it will be smoother when he takes over in the future, and there will be no mistakes. Utane Kohara subconsciously wanted to refuse. Muyu is so young, how can he take such an important position as assistant to Hokage? But thinking of the information just now, Utane Kohara finally shut his mouth and did not speak. Muyu is indeed okay, his achievements are enough to convince everyone. Mito Kato Yan nodded in approval. After all, Muyu has made many great and small military achievements, and this time he has made super great achievements. Only the 3 ninjas can rely on their seniority to suppress Muyu. But Muyu has the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 3 ninjas cannot compete with Muyu. Seeing that Mito Kato Yan also agreed, Utane Kohara simply nodded. In addition to the winner Konoha, Uchiha Madara, who sent White Zetsu to monitor the Konoha ninja troops, also quickly obtained the latest information about Muyu. Lord Madara, I'm afraid we have to change the plan. Hanyu Muyo loves his disciples too much and always takes them with him on the battlefield. Black Zetsu said helplessly. Their original plan was to muddy the waters of the ninja world and put Konoha under siege, so that Muyo would have no time to take care of Obito and the others. Unexpectedly, Hanyu Muyo had such a strong control desire that several disciples could kill the senior ninjas at will, and refused to let them lead the team alone, and even refused to accept the mission. This made it impossible for them to start. Because Muyo was strong and had mastered the convenient ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God, it was almost impossible to deal with Muyo with the existing layout alone. Catch that grass ninja and use the backup plan. Uchiha Madara said lightly, leaning on his crutches. But you know that plan. Black Zetsu looked worried. I don't have that much time, and there will be no problem this time. Uchiha Madara revealed extreme confidence in his words. Because, this time he was personally involved, how could there be any accidents? I know, Master Madara, I'll be there right away. Black Zetsu withdrew with a loyal look. The elderly Uchiha Madara sat alone in the dimly lit cave, looking like a helpless old man. But if someone saw his face, they would immediately overturn the previous idea, because that wrinkled face actually revealed a domineering aura. Hanyu Muyo, the second would release ninja after Hashirama, don't be too boring. Chapter 636 Muyo Pakman Hatching. The information after the message was sent back to Konoha, Muyu camped nearby with his troops, waiting for a response from the top leaders. How to deal with so many captives is a big problem. Mr. Muyu, are you free now? Obito walked to Muyu's tent and asked. If I am free, come in. Muyu's voice came from the tent. After getting the nod, Obito entered Muyu's tent. When he approached, Obito found that Muyu was holding a scroll and didn't know what he was looking at. Obito's eyesight was better, and he vaguely saw a few words, which seemed to be Izanagi. He didn't pay too much attention to the content of the scroll, scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said. So you are studying, Mr. Muyu, I should disturb you. Muyu put down the scroll of Izanagi's ninjutsu and said with a smile. Fortunately, I have almost understood this ninjutsu some time ago, but I just wanted to study it again recently. After Shimura Danzo died, Miyu not only got all the property of the root in public, but also got some items collected secretly by Shimura Danzo. The forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan is one of them. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Nothing, I just want to ask you some questions, Mr. Miyu. Obito answered honestly. At the beginning, why did you choose the strategy of dividing troops? The ambush of Kirigakure should not be expected, right? After the battle, Obito reviewed the situation based on the intelligence he knew, wanting to learn the advanced experience of Miyu's Ironran. As a result, after careful analysis, he found many things he didn't understand. It seems that it is not true that Miyu's Ironran can predict the future. He remembers that except Miyu, there is no ninja who is not surprised and nervous. Miyu should not hide such an important war decision from the deputy commander or the squad leaders of each department. Have you been learning how to fight recently? Miyu asked curiously. He knew that Obito would improve himself when he was free, but he did not expect Obito to learn this knowledge. Well, although I don't have to lead the team now, I can't always follow you, Mr. Miyu. Obito nodded. His dream is to become a Hokage. As a Hokage, when Konoha is in danger, he must stand up to protect Konoha, so maybe he needs to command the ninja troops to fight. It's a good thing that you have this idea, but this is not a good case. The victory of this battle mainly depends on my personal strength. Miyu began to explain. The reason why I divided the troops was mainly because the defeat of Advisor Yan made me aware of a piece of information. The intelligence ability of the Hidden Mist village may be better than ours, so From the perspective of an observer, there is probably only one feeling about this battle, that is, Miyu's strength is very strong. But in fact, only Miyu himself knows that he was fishing at the beginning, and he expected to meet Gaji Yagura. So that's it. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. There is an information gap between them. He doesn't know the intelligence of the battle between Mitam and Yan and the results of the game between the intelligence teams. But after knowing everything, it is still not easy to learn. The personal strength required is too strong. Obito estimates that he may barely be able to practice for another 10 years. Teacher Miyu, thank you, I won't bother you anymore. Just when Obito wanted to leave, a dazzling green light suddenly appeared in the tent. Obito looked curiously and found that it was a ninja beast egg glowing, just like when Charizard was hatched, but the color was green. It's about to hatch. Miyu looked at the Pokemon egg and thought to herself. When in Konoha, this Pokemon egg would occasionally emit green light with healing power. Which Pokemon could it be? Before the Pokemon egg showed its healing power, Miyu thought it might be Rayquaza. After showing its ability, Rayquaza can basically be ruled out, because Rayquaza can't heal with green light. But it's still impossible to lock on a specific Pokemon. There are more than one legendary beasts with healing abilities. If you count the Pokemon that are not legendary beasts but have special features, there will be even more. Soon the green light faded, revealing a petite and cute green figure. Its head is a bit like an onion, with big blue eyes, thick black eye circles around the eyes, and then there are slender green tentacles on the forehead, the ends of the tentacles are blue, and there are a pair of transparent small wings behind it. Its hands have only 3 fingers, and its feet have no toes. The whole beast looks like a fairy tale elf. It's Celebi, it's really a mythical beast. Miyu recognized what kind of Pokemon it was at once. I wonder if it still has the ability to travel through time and space after localization. Miyu thought. Celebi's combat ability is not outstanding among many mythical beasts, but it has an ability that is a bug-level ability in any world traveling through time and space. And not only can it travel through time and space itself, but it can also take others with it, both through the past and through the future. Miyu thinks it should be possible, after all, this is a major feature of Celebi, and system localization will not erase the characteristics. For example, the localization of the pirate's physical skills has a similar effect, but it adds the use of chakra. Teacher Muyu, is this your ninjutsu? It looks like it can only use medical ninjutsu. Obito asked casually. That is Muyu. If this is Kakashi's ninjutsu, then Obito will become weak. Bye. Celebi laughed happily. With a quick sound, it flapped its wings and flew to Muyu's side, rubbing its head against Muyu's face. Muyu touched Celebi's head and said to Obito. Don't look at this child's cuteness, it's actually quite strong. Celebi's combat ability is not outstanding, it's equivalent to other legendary beasts. If compared with ordinary Pokemon, Celebi's strength is naturally not weak. Bye. Celebi stood on Muyu's shoulder and raised his little head slightly, as if asking Obito not to underestimate it. Hey! Obito widened his eyes and looked at the little onion head carefully. Looking at Celebi's petite body with thin arms and legs, Obito was curious about where it was strong. Muyu said Celebi was strong, then it must be strong, there is no need to doubt it, after all, how could Muyu lie about such things? After really not being able to see anything, Obito scratched his head, said goodbye to Muyu again, and walked out of Muyu's tent. And Muyu looked at Celebi's panel. Name, Celebi. Chakra, 102,000. Skills, Wood Release, Proficient, Space-Time Power, Entry Level, Yang Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, Yin Chakra Nature Change, Proficient Level, Water Chakra Nature Change, Proficient Level, Earth Chakra Nature Change, Proficient Level, Telekinesis. Pokemon always have a lot of chakra, but Celebi has 100,000 chakras when it is just hatched, which makes Muyu a little emotional. At the beginning, he worked hard for a long time to brush up chakra to 100,000 points. Celebi was born with a chakra amount that most ninjas could not reach. Sure enough, the ability to travel through time and space is retained. Looking at the space-time power on Celebi's skills, Muyu showed a thoughtful expression. Traveling through time and space is too powerful. Not to mention anything else, if Muyu had Celebi when he just traveled through time, and directly traveled to the time when Naruto was in the upper ninja school and had a disciple, he would have developed faster. Naruto is not only talented, but also a Shitanla, which can bring a lot of feedback to Muyu. Although he has the opportunity to accept Hashirama as his apprentice by traveling back in time, Celebi's time travel can change history. If there is no great need, Muyu does not want to travel back in time to change history. If he gets himself killed, that would be too fucked up. Muyu first signed a contract with Celebi, then split a shadow clone and used Flying Thunder God to transfer to a remote place to familiarize himself with Celebi's abilities. The data on the panel is just data, and the actual display can make Muyu better understand Celebi's abilities. Muyu used the Byakugan to find a wild boar, stabbed the wild boar to death with a kunao, and then asked Celebi to treat it. Under the green healing light, the wounds on the wild boar healed rapidly, and in the end, there was no scar left. Healing is a strength. Muyu thought as he looked at the wild boar that ran away immediately. The newly born Celebi has surpassed Nohara Lin's Min Shao in healing ability. Then Muyu tested Celebi's wood release. Although his proficiency was not very high, with the blessing of 100,000 chakras, he was quite capable. Muyu felt that it was more than enough to deal with the Jonin. As for the power of time and space, Muyu did not let Celebi take him through time and space. Now Celebi has just hatched and is not familiar with the ability. It would be bad if he was brought to the battlefield where the two brothers of the Six-Path Sage fought against Kagaya Otsutsuki thousands of years ago. Although the probability is very low, it is not impossible. If we use the power of the dragon veins and Celebi's power of time and space, can we accurately travel to another parallel world? Muyu showed a thoughtful look. Compared to the past and the future, the parallel world is a better choice, and there will be no uncontrollable changes due to the butterfly effect of time travel. Finally, Mu Yu used the transformation to scan Celebi, and then used the transformation. But when Mu Yu looked at his panel, he did not see Celebi's power of time and space. It doesn't work. Mu Yu was not surprised. There is a limit to transformation. Transformation can copy the Sharingan and Ice Escape, but it cannot copy the Samsara Eye. Time travel is undoubtedly a very noble ability, and it was expected that it could not be copied. Finally, Mu Yu cancelled the transformation and returned to the camp with Celebi. The first thing Mu Yu did after returning was to cancel the shadow clone and receive the memory of the shadow clone. After a careful inspection, Mu Yu found that no one had come to him to ask about the green light during this period. This is normal. The light of hatching is dazzling, but not too exaggerated. There are tents blocking it, and not many people can notice it. Plus, this is Mu Yu Euro's tent, and no one will ask, because Mu Yu is too strong. After tidying up the tent, Mu Yu walked out and took Celebi to get familiar with his disciples. As his summoning beast, Celebi will spend a lot of time with Obito and others in the future. Teacher Mu Yu, what kind of ninja beast is this? So cute. Nohara Lin looked at the fairy tale elf like Celebi and her eyes lit up. She felt even cuter than Zoroark. Bye. Celebi heard Nohara Rin praising her, and she cried happily and circled around Nohara Rin. You can call it Celebi. Mu Yu replied. There must be only one Celebi in the Naruto world, so there is no need to worry about having the same name. Kakashi, shall we make a bet? Obito suddenly asked Kakashi. What bet? Kakashi looked away from Celebi and looked at Obito. Bet on Celebi's strength. I bet it's very powerful. No bet. Kakashi refused. Why? Obito looked at Kakashi in astonishment. Celebi looks so weak, but we don't bet on it. Because it's Mr. Mu Yu's summoning beast. Kakashi replied calmly. There was another reason, that is, he smelled Obito's intention to trick people. Obito opened his mouth, and Kakashi knew what he was thinking. Obito was speechless, because this answer was really correct. One day later, the reply from the top level reached Mu Yu, who took his disciples and 400 ninjas to the Land of Grass to support Jiraiya. The Land of Grass, the base of the Konoha ninja force. Jiraiya sat in the tent with a depressed look on his face, looking at the map, studying how to defend next. This time, the Iwagakure force showed the same unpredictable intelligence capabilities as last time, and Jiraiya thought it might be a spy. However, he checked it once and couldn't find it. It's really an incredible technology. It would be great if this effort could be used in other places. Jiraiya sighed. Although he knew there might be spies in the army, it was too extraordinary that even chakra could be disguised. Jiraiya couldn't tell even when he turned on the sage mode. Mu Yu, come quickly. Jiraiya thought silently in his heart. He had already applied to the Konoha high-level officials, asking Mu Yu to lead the team to support. Currently, only Mu Yu's perception ninjutsu can crack the hiding of Iwagakure spies, and Mu Yu himself is also a rare strong man. Jiraiya is not a warlike person, but he is a little annoyed by Iwagakure now. When something happens in Konoha, Iwagakure will seize the opportunity to add insult to injury, so he has to come to the battlefield from time to time, and he hasn't created for a long time. If you write a new book, it seems good to refer to Mu Yu. A top strong man respected by everyone also has extraordinary cooking skills, which is a good element. Jiraiya touched his chin and thought. In the second novel, he didn't want to write about the ninja growing up and becoming stronger, because he felt that the plot would be repetitive. As an author, Jiraiya didn't want to write repetitive content. Jiraiya thought about Mu Yu's experience, and a light bulb flashed in his mind. The strong man was disappointed with the village because of something, so he gave up his position and went to teach at the ninja school. At first, he didn't seriously perform his duties as a teacher, but just used it as a way to live and pass the time, but in getting along with students. Although Miyu gradually became a famous strong man after leaving the ninja school, he was not disappointed with the village. After all, he was not writing the Miyu biography, but just borrowing elements. No, now I'm thinking about how to defend. Jiraiya interrupted his thoughts forcibly. He is indeed very interested in writing novels, but it is more important to protect Konoha. Chapter 637 Uchiha Madara attacks. After Miyu and his team rushed to Jiraiya's troops, Jiraiya personally led the ninja to greet them. Miyu, you are finally here. Jiraiya said as he walked to Miyu with a big laugh. The moment he saw Miyu, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Although Miyu was very young, she had never failed in her mission and was a synonym for reliability. Miyu, please check my ninja troops first. We'll talk about other things later. Jiraiya continued. He gave an order in advance to assemble the ninja troops so that Miyu could check directly when he came. Well, let's check first. Miyu nodded and asked the team to deal with the chores first, while he took his disciples and Jiraiya to look for spies. Name, Shikano Masaru. Chakra, 5200. Name, Hinata Yang. Chakra, 7200. Miyu quickly used identification on the ninjas of the Konoha ninja troops of the grass country, but did not find a single white zetsu. No problematic ninjas were found. They may have escaped in advance, or they may have taken other ways to steal intelligence. Miyu turned to Jiraiya and said. This couldn't be a problem with the identification technique, because even if it was as strong as transformation, it couldn't be hidden from the identification technique, let alone white zetsu. Miyu tended to think that Uchiha Madara had the information that he was coming to the land of grass, and then directly withdrew white zetsu. After all, he was acting with the ninja troops, not alone, so it was easy for white zetsu to find out where he was. Is that so? Maybe we should have gathered the troops earlier, but it's not a big problem. Now the troops finally have no spies. Jiraiya said with a smile, not too entangled in the matter of spies running away. As long as there are no spies, it's a good thing, whether they are caught or scared away. Then Jiraiya took Miyu and others to the tent that served as a meeting room. The commander of the Iwagakure troops this time is still an old acquaintance, the captain of the Iwagakure blasting unit, Li Shi. Jiraiya began to tell the intelligence on the battlefield. In addition to Li Shi, the ninjas that need to be paid attention to are Han and Huangtu. Han, needless to say, is a Jinchuriki who can completely transform into a tailed beast. He has powerful strength and can release the tailed beast ball. Huangtu is the son of the third Tsuchikage and has a very powerful earth escape. Don't I have two Jinchuriki in the Hidden Rock village? The four-tails Jinchuriki named Lao Ziai didn't come this time. Obito asked curiously. He has participated in after several wars with Iwagakure, he knew a lot of information about Iwagakure. He didn't ask about Lao Ziai, mainly because Lao Ziai left a deep impression on him in the last war, with the tailed beast ball bombarding. She hasn't appeared yet, maybe she hasn't been on the battlefield, or maybe she's still hiding. Jiraiya shook his head and said. There are too few people who know Lao Zi's information at present, even Onoki doesn't know Lao Zi's specific location. Although Miyu knew the information, he couldn't tell it because there was no way to explain it. According to the intelligence personnel's detection, the Iwagakure ninja force this time is about 1,600 people, and we have about 1,100 people together. Jiraiya said, feeling a little strange. The number of support troops this time is really a bit small, only 400 ninjas. It's just 1,600 ninjas. Uncle Toad, you deal with that Jinchuriki, and Miyu teacher can beat all the rest by himself. Obito said with a smile, looking stable. The number of people in the mist-hidden mountain force that they just defeated not long ago is about the same as the Iwagakure force, but there is one less Jinchuriki. Does your teacher Miyu know that he is so powerful? Jiraiya couldn't help but pat Obito on the back. Of course he knew that Miyu was powerful. In the previous battle with the 2000 Iwagakure troops, most of the credit for winning was due to Miyu. But this credit was comprehensive, and a large part of it was because Miyu successfully used spies to lure the Iwagakure troops into a trap. However, the reactions of Miyu's other disciples made Jiraiya feel something was wrong. He found that Kakashi, who had always been very rational, did not refute Obito. Pa! Miyu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together. When did I fight 1,600 ninjas alone? Do you think Yawan and the others are air? To be honest, the Konoha ninja troops did play some role, such as preventing the Mist Village from withdrawing from Miyu's ninjutsu range and helping to involve them. If it weren't for them, Miyu would have to waste more chakra. Hehe, it's almost the same, and many people in the army also said that the victory was all thanks to you, Teacher Miyu. Obito scratched his head and said. Listening to the conversation between the two, Jiraiya roughly guessed one thing. Before coming to the land of grass, Miyu had just finished a battle. So Jiraiya immediately asked for the details. Mr. Miyu led half of the ninja troops and encountered an ambush in Kirigakure, and then Mr. Miyu used wood release. Obito excitedly described the battle scene with Jiraiya. Now he thinks it's very cool. One person suppresses a ninja army. Even if it is put into ninja novels, it is a big plot in the later period. Hearing Miyu use the tree world and flower tree world, Jiraiya showed a confused expression, feeling like he was dreaming. If it's not a dream, how can it be so absurd? How can Miyu become a wood release master? Jiraiya stretched out his hand and pinched Obito's face. Ah, it hurts, what are you doing? Obito knocked Jiraiya's hand away and looked at Jiraiya with indignation. You are so energetic, it seems that you are not dreaming. Jiraiya touched his chin and analyzed. Obito. Since Jiraiya is his teacher's teacher, I will spare him for the time being. After sorting out his thoughts in his mind, Jiraiya's face became serious, and he looked at Miyu and said. That is to say, Miyu now has a large-scale wood escape that can pose a great threat to the ninja troops. Well, if the opponent gathers together, I can use the flower tree world to spread pollen that can make people fall into a coma. Miyu nodded and said. In this case, Jiraiya fell into a thoughtful look. Before Miyu came, he had thought of a counterattack plan. That is to use his troops as bait to lure the Iwagakure troops to take the initiative to attack, and then Miyu led the troops to cut in from the side and launch an attack. But the spy's early escape made Jiraiya give up this plan, because it meant that the Iwagakure troops already knew about Miyu's arrival. Now that I think about it, the reason why Konoha didn't pass on Miyu's latest intelligence should be to guard against Iwagakure spies. However, with Miyu's current strength, it seems that there is no need for any plan. If you meet, just fight. If you don't meet, just look for it. Anyway, it is almost impossible to lose. In the face of absolute strength, everything is empty. Jiraiya looked at Miyu carefully. If he hadn't met Nagato, who had the eyes of the Six-Path Sage, he might have thought that Miyu was the son of prophecy. Minato Namikaze's ninja talent is already exaggerated enough, and Miyu can be said to be a super version of Minato Namikaze. If Miyu continues at this pace, he may be another ninja god. Miyu, how about you form an elite team to act freely? Jiraiya thought for a while and said. The battle with the 2000 Iwagakure proved Miyu's intelligence, and the suppression of the Mist Ninja Force proved Miyu's strength. Jiraiya felt that conventional tactics were too wasteful of Miyu's special talent, so he simply let Miyu lead a team to play freely. Well, I'll give it a try. Miyu agreed. This was exactly what he wanted. Just like the division of troops in the Wuyin battlefield, Miyu was not worried about whether he could defeat his opponent, he was only worried about not meeting an opponent. Now he has a perfect level wood release, even a Jinchuriki who can completely transform into a tailed beast, can hardly pose a big threat to him. Unless the tailed beast is called Kurama. After leaving the tent, Miyu called the disciples, Do you have the secret medicine for repair that I gave you before? Mu Yu gave each disciple a secret medicine for repair and told them to carry it with them. I have it. Teacher Mu Yu reminded me when we were in Konoha. Obito took out a black pill and said. It's good to have it. This secret medicine can instantly restore physical injuries. Even if it is half dead, it can be saved immediately. Mu Yu looked at all the disciples and nodded. On the first day in the land of grass, Mu Yu mainly dealt with various chores and did not take the team out to find the Iwagakure troops. Although he was not very tired, ordinary ninjas had just traveled a high-intensity journey and needed to rest to be in a good state to welcome the battle. The next day, Mu Yu and Jiraiya discussed the list of the elite team. There were a total of 100 people on the list, 60 of whom were elites of Mu Yu's support troops, and the remaining 40 ninjas were elites selected by Jiraiya from the troops. The entire team was either a jonin, a special jonin, or an experienced old chunin. In the afternoon, Mu Yu gathered the team and conducted a simple run-in. On the third day, Mu Yu left Jiraiya's troops with the elite team and began his battle plan. In the first few days, Mu Yu's elite team fought smoothly. Without casualties, they wiped out 8 teams of Iwagakure, and eliminated a total of 34 Iwagakure ninjas. But an accident happened soon. On this day, Mu Yu was leading the team to pursue a 200-man Iwagakure team, but was surrounded. During the pursuit, a large number of Iwagakure rushed out of the dense forest and blocked Mu Yu's team. As expected of the famous Liang Mu Yu, he dared to rush around in the war zone with 100 ninjas. A steady voice came from the Iwagakure troops, and an Iwagakure with a strong body walked out surrounded by many Iwagakure. Iwaken Huangtu. Kakashi immediately recognized that this was the son of the third Tsuchikage mentioned by Jiraiya before. After all, Teacher Mu Yu can fight 2,000 people. I think the ninjas here are not enough. Seeing that someone dared to mock his teacher, Obito immediately retorted. Huangtu was slightly stunned. He really thought that Mu Yu was very courageous, but the other party seemed to have misunderstood his words. Huangtu didn't care too much and silently gathered chakra. Although he was a little straightforward, it didn't prevent him from destroying the enemies blocking the Iwagakure. There are only 900 ninjas. It seems that we can save some chakra. Mu Yu said in his heart. With the range of his observation haki, it is impossible to be trapped. It's just fishing. Why are these Konoha ninjas so calm? There was an Iwagakure jonin who found that these Konoha ninjas surrounded by them were not afraid, but eager to test. Iwagakure jonin was very puzzled. He didn't understand where these Konoha ninjas got their confidence from. I wonder if they thought that Konoha surrounded Iwagakure. They actually noticed this team of 100 people the day after Mu Yu led the team out. The reason why they took action now was that they investigated and arranged, and only after confirming that it was not Konoha's conspiracy did they encircle it now. Mu Yu defeated Kirigakure too quickly, and did not let any Kirigakure escape, so this information was temporarily known by only a few people, and Iwagakure was obviously not among those few people. Earth Style, Rock Cannon Technique. A large number of Iwagakure condensed chakra tacitly and spit out stones like cannonballs. This is the army ninjutsu that Iwagakure is best at, with extremely fierce firepower. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Water Style, Water Array Wall. Many ninjas performed defensive ninjutsu one after another. Bang bang bang. Due to the difference in the number of people, the protective network formed by the Konoha ninjas was destroyed at a very fast speed. Just then, Mu Yu's chakra was condensed. Wood Style, Tree World Advent. A large amount of wood style chakra brought unimaginable vitality to this land. Bang bang. The soil seemed to be endowed with life, surging and churning wildly, with countless tiny roots rushing out of the soil at a rapid speed, spreading in all directions. These roots grew rapidly, interweaving into a network, and soon covered the entire battlefield. Then, thick tree trunks broke out from the ground one by one, growing upward at an astonishing speed, and quickly grew into thick and long trees. Since this area was originally a forest, coupled with the newly grown trees, the trees in the entire forest were so dense that it was a bit scary. The sun shone through the dense treetops, casting mottled light and shadows, but in this area ruled by the tree world, the Uegakuer ninjas could not feel the slightest warmth and peace, and all the Uegakuer ninjas looked incredulous and terrified. Would release. Huang Tu's eyes widened, revealing an extremely surprised expression. Everyone knew the legend of the god of ninjas, and now, he actually saw a ninja who could perform a large-scale wood release. How could he not be surprised? After controlling the trees to help his subordinates block the large number of rock cannons, Mu Yu immediately controlled the trees to attack the Uegakuer. The ninjas in the elite team also immediately cooperated with Mu Yu to counterattack. Most of them had seen Mu Yu's wood release and were a little accustomed to it. The situation on the field changed immediately. Some Uegakuer were tied up by branches before they could react, while some Uegakuer were unable to withstand the trees, and Konoha ninjas. Huang Tu condensed a large amount of chakra and wanted to perform a large-scale earth escape to destroy Mu Yu's tree world birth. However, Might Guy had been eyeing Huang Tu for a long time. Before Huang Tu could condense chakra, Might Guy rushed to Huang Tu. Mu Yu was about to cooperate with Might Guy to defeat Huang Tu first, but suddenly noticed something and looked towards the north. Swoosh! A ninja in a black robe came to the center of the battlefield with a flash body technique and looked at Mu Yu without concealing it. Chapter 638 Mu Yu and Uchiha Madara's panel. Let's start. In the dimly lit cave, Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the woman wearing a kusanagi forehead protector and half of her body covered with black matter. Okay, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu nodded and said respectfully. He invaded the Kusanaga's body, and now he is in control of this body. Dragon Life Reincarnation. Black Zetsu controlled the Kusagakuer ninja to make a seal, and then placed his hands, which were emitting life light, on Uchiha Madara's body, transferring all the Kusagakuer ninja's vitality to Uchiha Madara. Under the powerful infusion of vitality, Uchiha Madara's wrinkled pale old face showed a touch of redness, and the wrinkles gradually decreased. The Kusagakuer ninja's body was visibly aged, and finally became an old and frail appearance. After consuming the Kusagakuer ninja's vitality, Black Zetsu immediately came out of the Kusagakuer ninja's body and asked Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara, how do you feel now? Dragon Life Reincarnation is their backup plan, because ordinary vitality transfer cannot really make people return to youth, at most it can strengthen the body for a short time. The power is gradually coming back, not much, but enough. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and said lightly. The state at this time is naturally far from his peak period, but this time his opponent is not Senju Hashirama, but Hanyu Ryu, which is definitely enough. According to White Zetsu's intelligence, Hanyu Ryu's troops should soon collide with the Uegakuer troops. After absorbing the chakra of the outer path demon statue, Master Madara will get familiar with your current body, and you will just meet Hanyu Ryu, who has experienced a great battle. Black Zetsu said his plan. Although Uchiha Madara has always been only slightly inferior to Senju Hashirama, Black Zetsu thinks it is safer to consume Ryu's chakra first. Why do you need to do that? Uchiha Madara sneered, walked in front of the outer path demon statue, and quickly formed a seal. He is just a young man in his early 20s, how can he be so calculating, but he is ready to do it himself. As Uchiha Madara formed a seal, a ray of light flew out of the mouth of the outer path demon statue and hit Uchiha Madara. Then Uchiha Madara set his sights on the special White Zetsu with the body of Uzumaki. Afei is the most special White Zetsu, who can unfold his body to wrap up the ninja and enhance its comprehensive ability. He is too old now. To recover enough strength, he needs not only strong vitality and the chakra of the outer path demon statue, but also Afei's strengthening. Afei immediately understood Uchiha Madara's meaning and spread his body to cover Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and raised his mouth slightly. With the continuous aging, his strength gradually weakened. Now he finally regained some of his former feelings. Mata, what does it feel like to defecate? Afei couldn't help but ask curiously. Shut up and don't talk. Uchiha Madara said expressionlessly. If he suddenly said this when fighting Hanyumweu, wouldn't it ruin his reputation as Uchiha Madara? Where is Hanyumweu? Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu and asked. It should be in the area of Aoki Forest. Black Zetsu replied. But Master Madara, do you really not need to get familiar with your power? My body, I don't know it myself. Uchiha Madara replied calmly, and then burst out of the cave with chakra, and rushed straight to the Aoki Forest. He couldn't wait to test the weight of Uzurumweu, the second would-release ninja. Watching Uchiha Madara disappear quickly from sight, Black Zetsu's expression was not very good. How arrogant, he is obviously just a guy controlled by me. If you don't have the opportunity to pick up the leak, you have to fight Uzurumweu who is in good condition. What's the point except adding variables? But it's just Uzurumweu, there shouldn't be any problem. Black Zetsu recalled the information about Uzurumweu. Although Uzurumweu has many means, he is too young at present and has not exceeded the scope of ordinary ninjas. Even if Uchiha Madara is not at his peak, he should be able to deal with him. After approaching the Aoki Forest, Uchiha Madara immediately locked onto the golden-haired ninja with the strongest aura on the field, and looked at Miyu without concealing it. Miyu also returned Uchiha Madara's gaze, staring directly at the three Magatama Sharingan, looking at the mysterious man in black robe who suddenly broke into the battlefield. Name, Uchiha Madara. Chakra, 39630000. Potential, SS+, 6 paths bloodline and Hashirama cells and basic talent. Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, 13600/15000, Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, Wind Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, Thunder Attribute Sex, Yin Attribute, Yang Attribute, Wood Escape, Mastery Level, Euro. Without a doubt, it is the strongest panel Miyu has ever seen. It has surpassed the chakra amount of the tailed beasts, and has the top potential of SS+. Only the skills surprised Miyu, because Uchiha Madara's fire escape was not perfect. He thought carefully, although Uchiha Madara's fire escape was good, but he had no record, and Terumi Mei's water escape was enough to extinguish it, so it was reasonable that it was not perfect. And Uchiha Madara's strength is not in fire escape, but a combination of ninjutsu, Sharingan and chakra. Miyu estimated that if Sharingan is considered a skill, Uchiha Madara should have a perfect Sharingan. This is not his peak, it's really exaggerated. Miyu sighed inwardly. Although I don't know what means Uchiha Madara used, no matter what means, Uchiha Madara can't recover to the peak, at most temporarily recover part of his strength, otherwise Uchiha Madara would not need to train in air, and would directly go to grab the tailed beast himself. Name, Hanyumweu. Chakra, 896,000. Skills, Wood Release, Perfect, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Perfect, Water Chakra Nature Change, Perfect, Armament Haki, Perfect, Lightning Breathing, Perfect, Water Breathing, Perfect. Looking at his own panel, Miyu sighed. These 890,000 chakras were enough to crush most ninjas, but compared to Uchiha Madara's 39 million, it was a small witch compared to a big witch. There was still too little time left for him to develop. If his disciples were allowed to practice for another 10 years, Miyu's chakra would not be that much worse than Uchiha Madara's, even if it was not as good as Uchiha Madara's. In fact, it was mainly Nagato. The chakras of other disciples added up to less than half of Nagato's feedback. Miyu was glad that he took the risk to find Nagato to accept him as a disciple, otherwise the gap would be even greater at this moment. The two looked at each other, and they attacked together without warning for half a second when their eyes met. Swoosh! The two men flashed and kept approaching each other at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to observe. While running, Uchihamadara's palms each extended a black chakra stick. Muyu took out Yan-Mo from the system space. These chakra black sticks have the effect of confusing chakra and cannot be touched by the body. Swish! Muyu burst out chakra and grasped Yan-Mo and suddenly jumped up. The sharp sword cut through the air, bringing a sharp whistle, and went straight to Uchihamadara's throat. Uchihamadara still had a calm face. He tapped his feet lightly, and his body moved sideways at an incredible angle, easily avoiding this fatal blow. At the same time, the black stick in his hand stabbed out violently, bringing a sharp wind pressure, hitting Muyu's waist directly. Muyu had already opened the transparent world and the Byakugan, and predicted Uchihamadara's counterattack in advance. He adjusted his body shape at a high speed, and with a flick of his long sword, he drew a brilliant silver arc, which collided violently with the black stick in the air, making a loud clang sound and sparks flying. The powerful force shocked both of them and made them retreat several steps. Uchihamadara noticed the gap on the black stick, and his evaluation of Muyu was higher in his heart. At least in terms of physical skills, Muyu was not bad. Uchihamadara's sudden arrival attracted the attention of both sides' troops, because the person he attacked was Muyu, who had just used the Tree World descent. Who is this? Did Senior Laishi arrange a strong man to prevent accidents? Because Uchihamadara attacked Muyu as soon as he arrived, Huang Tu thought that Uchihamadara was a ninja from Iwagakure. He could only see the back and did not see Uchihamadara's Sharingan. After watching it with his peripheral vision for a while, Huang Tu felt that it was not the same. He knew all the strong men in Iwagakure, and there was no need to disguise himself in this occasion. What a strong chakra! And, is that the three Magadama Sharingan? Kakashi, who had opened the transparent world, became very serious after feeling Uchihamadara's chakra. This mysterious black-robed man with a white vortex mask actually had stronger chakra than Jinchuriki, and even had the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Snatch the Uchiha's Sharingan and then perform a transplant? Or is this attacker a ninja from the Uchiha clan? Does the Uchiha clan have such a powerful ninja? Why did the Uchiha clan ninja attack Muyu to help Iwagakure? Kakashi's mind was full of doubts now. Sharingan. Shisui and Obito were both stunned after seeing Uchihamadara's three Magadama Sharingan, and then showed extremely shocked expressions. Not only Muyu's disciples, but many Konoha ninjas showed surprised and puzzled expressions after seeing Uchihamadara's eyes. As we all know, the Sharingan is the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Since they were on the battlefield, some Konoha ninjas who were closer to Uchihamadara decisively attacked Uchihamadara. The commander of the attacking team, even if the black-robed man was really a Konoha ninja, should be killed. However, how could their attacks work on Uchihamadara? Uchihamadara flexibly dodged his body, and with a few waves, the Konoha ninjas who attacked him almost died. Fortunately, Muyu acted in time to save them. It seems that we have to clean up the weeds first. Uchihamadara glanced at the ninjas around him, and the chakra under his feet burst, and he suddenly jumped up. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Uchihamadara condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat, and then quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra and blew it out in one breath. Whoosh! A huge flame gushed out like a volcanic eruption, instantly igniting a large number of trees and engulfing the Iwagakure ninjas who were closer. Water style, water array wall. The Iwagakure ninja who had mastered water style wanted to use water style to resist the fire, but was instantly evaporated. The forest seemed to have become an accelerant for the sea fire, helping the sea fire to further expand the fire, making the fire style even more terrifying. Both the Konoha ninja and the Iwagakure ninja were retreating quickly, away from this terrifying fire style. Huang Tu and Might Guy were forced to stop, and both sides flashed towards their companions. What a terrifying fire style, who is this? Huang Tu was very curious about the identity of the black-robed man. Such a powerful strength, and he did not belong to either Konoha or Iwagakuer. Water style, great waterfall technique. Mu Yu, who used Flying Thunder God to rescue his subordinates, formed a seal to perform water style. Theoretically, he could also use fire style to offset Uchiha Madara's fire style, but that would waste more chakra. In the case of a huge disparity in chakra, Mu Yu had to use chakra carefully and use restraining ninjutsu as much as possible. A huge amount of water was spit out by Mu Yu, and the waves approaching 8 meters high seemed to turn the forest into a lake. Under such a large-scale water escape, the sea fire was extinguished at a very fast speed. Mu Yu's disciples gathered together. Shisui, Obito, do you know this person? Kakashi stared at Uchiha Madara and asked in a low voice. Obito and Shisui both shook their heads. There is no such a powerful ninja in the Uchiha clan now. Even the strongest Uchiha Fugaku is far inferior to this black-robed man. Maybe this time, everyone must be careful. Kakashi said in a deep voice. As Mu Yu showed more and more abilities, Kakashi once doubted that Mu Yu would not be in life and death crisis. But reality is always so sudden, and a powerful and unfamiliar strong man suddenly appeared on the battlefield. All the disciples nodded seriously. Teacher Mu Yu, I must save you. I won't recognize a world without Teacher Mu Yu. Obito locked his eyes on Mu Yu and Uchiha Madara, and swore in his heart. Before meeting Mu Yu, he was just an insignificant tale. It was Mu Yu who taught and helped him all the time, so he became the pride of the Uchiha clan and a genius who was promoted to Jonin at the age of 10. Mu Yu has always helped him, and this time he wants to help Mu Yu escape from a dead end. The enemy has Sharingan, the level of illusion is unknown, and the power of fire escape is higher than my flame-breathing chakra mode. Shisui made a battle plan based on the information shown by the black-robed man. But the more Shisui thought about it, the more a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. This black-robed man is not only extraordinary in strength, but also has a great overlap with his abilities. I'm afraid that he only has the blue flame that he has not yet fully mastered to play a role. The usual hard training is for this moment. Might Guy recalled Mu Yu's teachings in his mind. There is no doubt that Mu Yu is one of his very important people. Might Guy believes that protecting important things is something that must be protected to the end, no matter what the situation is, even if it means losing one's life. If he dies like this, he will die as a man. At this moment, Might Guy has made preparations to open the 8 gates of ninjutsu with all his strength, not just 5 or 6 gates. If necessary, he will open the gates to the limit of what he can open, even if it is the death gate. Water escape. Seeing Mu Yu use a wide range of water escape, Uchiha Madara's expression became a little bad. It's not that the restraint of ninjutsu made him lose confidence, but this water escape reminded him of someone he hated. You can use water to put out the fire, so how do you deal with this? Uchiha Madara ignored the gazes of others, and looked at Mu Yu with his blood-red 3 Magatama Sharingan. A huge amount of chakra burst out, and the blue chakra flames rose rapidly, quickly forming a blue little giant with only the upper body. The blue little giant is more than 8 meters tall, with 4 arms, and each arm has a blue long sword. P.S. There is one more chapter later. I will update twice today, but the time is not fixed. It may be late. Brothers can read it tomorrow. Also, I am asking for monthly votes. Zaiju is only 1,400 away from 20,000 average subscriptions. If I can maintain the monthly vote ranking, I may reach it next month. I am asking for monthly votes. I am asking for monthly votes. I will say it 3 times. Chapter 639 Susanoo vs Wooden Man. Although Susanoo is an ability that only the Mangeki Sharingan has, it is different from other abilities. Once Susanoo is mastered, let alone 3 Magatama, even if there is no Sharingan, it may be used. Swish! Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to swing the blue lightsaber, and 4 blue slashes instantly attacked Miyu at an extremely fast speed. Miyu wanted to dodge, but noticed the Konoha ninja troops behind him. Zzz! The dazzling yellow lightning covered the blade of Yan Mo, and Miyu slashed a lightning slash at an extremely fast speed. Boom! With a huge roar, the yellow and blue slashes collided suddenly in the air, erupting with a destructive force. The ground suffered an unprecedented impact at this moment. The ground cracked rapidly at the place where the slashes collided. Dust and gravel were lifted up by the powerful aftermath and shot towards the surroundings. The trees that survived the last fight broke under the impact of this force, and branches and wood chips flew everywhere. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Obito looked at the blue little giant with a puzzled look. He had seen ninjutsu that could enlarge, but this kind of ninjutsu that could create an energy body little giant was the first time he had seen it. It should be said that although it was an enemy, this ninjutsu was really cool. If I remember correctly, this jutsu is called Susanoo, and it is a power that only the Uchiha clan has. Shisui said with his fists clenched. He has read many books of the Uchiha clan and has a certain understanding of the Mangeki Sharingan. Once Susanoo came out, in the eyes of those who know the business, the identity of the Uchiha has been confirmed. Shisui doesn't know who the black-robed Uchiha is, but now Shisui hates him very much. No matter what the final result of the battle is, the Uchiha clan will definitely be investigated and suspected. Ah! The power that only the Uchiha clan has, why haven't I seen the Uchiha ninja use it? Obito was a little confused. He didn't expect that this cool ninjutsu was the exclusive ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, who was beside Obito, heard their conversation and showed a thoughtful expression. With such strength, he is still a member of the Uchiha clan. Could he be the successor secretly cultivated by Uchiha Madara when he left Konoha? Kakashi thought. It's not that Kakashi's imagination is not rich enough, but in the cognition of ninjas in Konoha and even the entire ninja world, Uchiha Madara had long been killed by Senju Hashirama himself. Compared to Uchiha Madara's resurrection, it is naturally more likely that he is the successor. Swoosh! Miyu flashed and rushed towards the direction of the Uegakure troops. Yasaka no Megatama. The lightsabers on Susanoo's 2 arms disappeared, and then a string of blue Megatama appeared between Susanoo's 2 hands. Swish! 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 Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and swung it casually, and the blue Megatama turned into a high-speed flying energy bomb and hit Miyu. Miyu, who had a 360-degree vision of the Byakugan, easily dodged the incoming light bomb without even turning his head, but the Uegakure didn't have Miyu's observation ability and speed. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Some Uegakure used Earth Escape to block the attack. Boom! The thick earth wall was smashed to pieces by the blue Megatama, and then it smashed into the unlucky Uegakure with undiminished momentum, directly hitting some of the Uegakure and causing them to burst into blood mist. Huang Tu's eyelids twitched fiercely a few times. He didn't expect that watching the battle would be so dangerous. Uchiha Madara's Yasaka Megatama didn't even touch the corner of Miyu's clothes, but he killed dozens of ninjas in one breath. Keep your distance and retreat. Huang Tu ordered hurriedly. He originally wanted to see if he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Miyu and his subordinates. After all, it was a task assigned by the village, even if the behavior was a bit shameful, it still had to be completed. But with the current situation, Huang Tu was afraid that Miyu and Uchiha Madara would fight for half an hour, and the two would not be injured, but nearly half of the Uegakure ninja troops would be killed or injured. Seeing Huang Tu retreating with his troops, Miyu did not stop him. He attracted Uchiha Madara's firepower, and I don't want to face too many enemies. Due to the extraordinary strength shown by Uchiha Madara, Miyu's subordinates did not act arbitrarily, fearing that they would hinder Miyu. Only Uchiha Madara, who activated the second stage of Susanoo, and Muyu were left fighting on the battlefield. Uchihamadara controlled Susanoo to throw out the Megatama. But just as Muyu dodged, Uchihamadara suddenly jumped out of Susanoo and attacked Muyu from above. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. A large amount of chakra burst out from Uchihamadara's body, and 4 fire dragons with sharp teeth gushed out of Uchihamadara's mouth, attacking Muyu from 4 directions. Wherever the fire dragons passed, the air seemed to be ignited, became hot, and distorted. This move of his was fast, and he could attack from 4 directions at the same time. Basically, he was never dodged. If he could withstand it, he would live, and if he couldn't withstand it, he would die. It's a pity that Uchihamadara met Muyu this time. Muyu's chakra is indeed not as good as Uchihamadara, but he has several perfect level skills and many mastery level skills. Facing this situation, he has too many coping plans. Muyu silently switched his breathing method to water breathing, and then instantly concentrated water breathing to the extreme and entered the water breathing chakra mode. Water Escapee Water Rush Wave. Muyu put his hands together, and a large amount of chakra in his body instantly transformed into water attribute chakra. Hwa. A large amount of water appeared out of thin air around Muyu, and then spun and rose at a high speed, instantly forming a large water tornado with a diameter of 15 meters, protecting Muyu in it. Hiss! Under the impact of a large amount of water, the fire dragon disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never appeared. But this is not the end. Muyu activated chakra again and changed his moves. Water Style, 10 Dragon Bite Explosion. Boom! The huge water tornado that was spinning and rising suddenly stopped spinning and rising, and turned into a wave and hit Uchihamadara. Facing the huge waves that were more than 60 meters high, Uchihamadara still had no expression on his face. If he used the complete form of Susanoo, this level of water escape would not even allow him to move a little. When the huge waves were about to hit, the water flow changed its shape again, and long and ferocious huge water dragons formed rapidly and shot towards Uchihamadara from all directions. Uchihamadara's expression changed a little. No wonder the intelligence said that this water escape is the Dragon Flame Song technique in water escape. Uchihamadara showed a look of approval. Paper information and witnessing with one's own eyes are 2 different things. Muyu's water escape is indeed very good. However, this level of attack can't break my defense. Susanoo. Uchihamadara condensed a huge amount of chakra, and a rich blue light suddenly burst out around Madara's body, like the dawn, but with endless chill. This time, it is no longer the second stage with only half of the body. The dazzling blue light dissipated, and a tall giant condensed by pure chakra appeared on the ground where Uchihamadara just stood. Hwa. Susanoo waved 4 blue lightsabers and instantly chopped off 4 water dragons, and the remaining water dragons fell on Susanoo's body. It was more than 20 meters tall, and its whole body was composed of materialized blue chakra. The thick water dragons looked slender in front of it. Boom boom! The power of the water dragon was stronger than Uchihamadara had imagined. Even the 3rd stage Susanoo was still swayed by the impact of the water dragon, and the body was slightly damaged, but it failed to hurt Uchihamadara, who was at the head of Susanoo. Wood Style, Wood Clone. Uchihamadara thought about it and did not use the fire style he was good at, but used the wood style obtained by transplanting Hashirama's cells. Muyu's water style was even better than Senju Tobirama, and it was difficult to use fire style to be effective. Although Uchihamadara had a lot of chakra, he didn't want to waste it meaninglessly. 4 wood clones separated from Uchihamadara. Susanoo. After the wood clones separated from the main body for a distance, they directly burst out chakra and used Susanoo. One by one, chakra giants over 20 meters long appeared on the battlefield. Hanyu Muyu, how are you going to deal with this move? Uchihamadara laughed and looked at Muyu. If Muyu had a hard time dealing with 1 3rd stage Susanoo, could he withstand 5 3rd stage Susanoos attacking together? Boom! 4 Susanos rushed towards Miyu at the same time, and their huge bodies caused a series of roars when they stepped on the ground. This is too much cheating. Obito was completely dumbfounded when he saw the 5 blue giants standing on the battlefield. His shadow clones couldn't even use the blue flame, but this black-robed Uchiha's shadow clones could use Susanoo. Is this still the same type of ninjutsu? So strong. It's not even in the same dimension as us. Shisui's pupils trembled, realizing the huge gap between them. Even the Uchiha clan's classics didn't record the shadow clones using Susanoo. With the combined efforts of the 5 of them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to defeat even one shadow clone of the black-robed Uchiha. All the Konoha ninjas were shocked. Some of them even pinched themselves, thinking they were dreaming. The enemy's shadow clone can also summon a chakra giant with a height of more than 20 meters. How could they have such a nightmare? But reality is reality after all. Whether it is the pain from the cheek or the roar of Susanoo stepping on the ground, they are announcing to them that this is reality. The worst-case scenario. Kakashi's hand holding White Fang continued to secrete sweat. Because Miyu's strength was too strong, Kakashi made 2 speculations. One was that their thinking was wrong and Miyu was not in life and death crisis, and the other was that Miyu's opponent was even stronger than common sense. Obviously, the real fact is the latter. Miyu is indeed strong, but the opponent is stronger. After thinking for a while, Kakashi made a bold decision. He used the thunder breath and ran wildly behind him, as if he was going to escape from the battlefield. Swish! 4 dazzling blue slashes slashed at Kakashi's escape path at a high speed, forcing Kakashi back. Kakashi's face was very bad. Although they did not participate in the battle, they had become a burden to Miyu on the battlefield. As long as Miyu dared to use Flying Thunder God to leave, then Miyu might be the only one who could leave alive, and maybe even bring a few disciples with him. Is this the reason why teacher Miyu, who has the Flying Thunder God technique, would die on the battlefield? Kakashi felt that he had understood everything. Kakashi was very tormented at this moment. Did he say to teacher Miyu that you will die if you continue to fight, and leave these Konoha ninjas behind and run away as fast as you can? Kakashi felt that even if he really said that, Miyu would not do so. But he also couldn't watch Miyu go to the end of death in battle. Then, it's my turn as the Konoha beast to appear next. Might Guy was ready to open the 8 gates to help Miyu at all costs. Even if he couldn't defeat the black-robed Uchiha's body, defeating a shadow clone could relieve some pressure on Miyu. There were blue chakra giants over 20 meters tall all around, and Miyu, who was only 1.8 meters tall, looked particularly small in comparison with the giants. Wooden Man technique. Facing the 4 attacking giants, Miyu silently used the strongest wood escape technique he could perform. At the moment when Miyu's chakra burst out, the ground began to tremble violently, and countless vines and branches rushed in from all directions. They intertwined and entangled in the air, and finally formed an extremely huge wooden arhut. The extremely tall wooden man stood on the battlefield like a mountain. Its body was so huge that the 3rd stage Susanoo standing next to it looked like a skinny child. With the appearance of the wooden man, a stronger sense of oppression than the 3rd stage Susanoo instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The air seemed to solidify, and even breathing became extremely difficult. The Konoha ninjas looked at the extremely tall wooden giant, first in disbelief, then in ecstasy. Compared to the wood escape that Miyu was performing now, the Susanoo of the black-robed Uchiha seemed to be just like that. This was indeed the case. Bang! The giant wooden man just threw a punch, and the blue chakra giant with a height of more than 20 meters was instantly shattered, turning into a light spot and dissipating in the air. Then a Susanoo went around the back of the wooden man and swung a sword, but he didn't know that all his actions had long been exposed to Miyu's perception. Crack! The wooden man caught the blue lightsaber with one hand, and crushed it directly with a strong squeeze. Bang! Another punch, the extremely powerful force once again blew up a Susanoo. Bang bang! Under the crushing of pure power, Miyu controlled the wooden man to smash 4 Susanos with ease. Only Uchihamadara's Susanoo was left on the field, and the situation was reversed. Is this still the Liang Miyu? Huang Tu, who had not walked too far, looked at the extremely conspicuous huge wooden man and stayed where he was. At this moment, he was glad that the black-robed Uchiha came to disrupt the situation, otherwise he and his subordinates would probably have to die here. Miyu Immortal is really invincible. Obito watched Miyu smash a Susanoo with one punch, and he was relieved. However, Obito, who had good eyesight, suddenly found a strange thing. Uchiha Madara, who was at a disadvantage, was actually laughing, and laughing wildly. P.S. Maybe I ate something bad in the afternoon, and I had a little diarrhea in the middle of typing, so I wasted a lot of time and finished it at almost 7 o'clock. Fortunately, it was the weekend, otherwise it would be a disaster. Brothers, for the sake of the 2 updates adding up to 8.3k, please give me some monthly votes. Please give me monthly votes. Chapter 640 The Death of Miyu. It's getting interesting, ha ha ha. Looking at the powerful wooden man, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. Although Miyu brought a lot of trouble to his plan, at this moment, Uchiha Madara surprisingly admired Miyu. He himself has wood release, and Shimura Danzo, who underwent a white Zetsu body tissue transplant, also has wood release, but Uchiha Madara does not recognize this kind of wood release. In his eyes, Miyu, who developed wood release on his own, is the real second wood release ninja. As the second wood release ninja, Miyu's performance was recognized by Uchiha Madara. Only this kind of wood release strongman can bring him a little fun in fighting. Although you are far inferior to Hashirama, you are also good and qualified to see the real Susanoo. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth, and an extremely terrifying chakra burst out of his body. A large amount of blue chakra exploded around Uchiha Madara and merged into Susanoo. Boom boom! Susanoo, which was only a little over 20 meters tall, suddenly rose rapidly, causing a roar on the ground. 30 meters, 35 meters, 40 meters. Susanoo surpassed Miyu's wooden man's height at a very fast speed, and finally exceeded an astonishing 80 meters. It was not just the size of Susanoo that changed. The dazzling blue chakra added a thick armor to Susanoo, further enhancing Susanoo's power. When Susanoo was completely formed and the restless chakra stabilized, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped the entire battlefield. The previous third stage Susanoo was like a powerless child in front of the wooden man, but at this moment, Miyu's wooden man looked short and weak in front of the tall and mighty Susanoo. All Konoha ninjas looked at the blue giant exuding terrifying power in a trance, as if they saw a god descending to the world. Pata! What kind of enemy are we fighting? A Konoha ninja dropped his kunao to the ground, looking at the extremely tall blue giant in front of him with a frustrated look. He felt that even if the black-robed man stood and let them hit him, they would not be able to break through the black-robed man's defense, and the black-robed man only needed to step on them a few times to wipe them out. He couldn't imagine that there were such terrifying ninjas in the world. The legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were probably no more than that. Can this kind of enemy really be defeated? A Konoha Jonin's hand holding the long sword trembled slightly. Looking directly at the Susanoo that was more than 80 meters tall, his legs almost lost control, and he tried his best to control his muscles to keep himself standing. There was no way, the gap was too big, the gap between them and the black-robed man was even greater than the gap between the Jonin and ordinary people. At this time, the tension in the hearts of Kakashi and Obito reached its peak. Did he never take it seriously in the previous battles? Obito looked at the terrifying huge Susanoo and had a terrible idea in his mind. The difference between this 80-meter Susanoo and the 20-meter Susanoo before is so huge that it doesn't look like the same ninjutsu. Obito quickly shook his head to shake this terrible idea out of his mind. Because this represents one thing, maybe Uchiha Madara has other powerful means that he hasn't used yet. Teacher Miyu. Shisui clenched his fists and looked at the battlefield nervously. He wanted to rush up to help Miyu, but he knew that would only cause trouble for Miyu. If Shisui could have hurt the black-robed Uchiha with a sneak attack of blue flames before, then in the black-robed Uchiha after using the 80-meter-high Susanoo, he tried his best but couldn't cause any trouble to the black-robed Uchiha. Damn, the gap is too big. Kakashi's forehead was covered with sweat, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't think of how to help Miyu. The gap between their strength and the black-robed Uchiha was so big that it was difficult to describe it in words. Even if Might Guy opened the 8 gates to his limit, it might not be of much use. After all, Might Guy can only open the 6th gate at most. The Uegakure ninja troops who were still circling nearby waiting for the opportunity were also dumbfounded when they saw the blue giant like a mountain. Lord Huangtu, why don't we retreat? A Uegakure ninja suggested to Huangtu. This black-robed ninja is too powerful. Hanyumweu and the others will definitely be killed. Moreover, this person is not friendly to Uegakure. It is very dangerous to stay here. He was very worried when he thought that the black-robed man could kill dozens of Uegakure in one attack. If such an exaggerated body size affects them again, it will not be a matter for dozens of ninjas. Retreat. Huangtu looked deeply at the blue giant and the wooden man, and finally evacuated with the troops. If the black-robed man attacked the Uegakure troops, Huangtu would have no way to stop him. He could not gamble with the lives of his subordinates. However, the Susanoo that shocked all the ninjas on the field made Uchiha Madara, the caster, look dissatisfied. It's only this level. It turns out that I still need to use the reincarnation resurrection. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly after feeling his own Susanoo. The Susanoo he cast now can't even be called a complete form because it has no wings. The size of his perfect Susanoo in its peak state is more than twice that of the current Susanoo, and it also has wings that can fly. But it's enough. Uchiha Madara thought as he looked at the wooden man rushing towards him. After dealing with the shadow clone Susanoo, Miyu immediately controlled the wooden man to rush towards the Susanoo where Uchiha Madara's body was, but Uchiha Madara performed the advanced Susanoo too quickly. Before Miyu rushed to Uchiha Madara had already completed the spell. Swish! Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to swing out a huge blue lightsaber. The terrifying force tore through the air, bringing up a strong wind, as if it was going to cut the ground apart. Boom! The wooden man stretched out his big hand to catch the lightsaber, and his palm exploded instantly, and half of his body was directly cut off. Uchiha Madara's attack did not stop there. His other arm also swung the lightsaber at high speed, slashing directly at the head of the wooden man, where Miyu was standing. The strong wind caused by Susanoo's swing hit Miyu's face, making his golden hair flutter in the wind. Wood release, Flower Tree World is coming. Miyu calmly condensed the wood release chakra and used the wood release. As Miyu put his hands together and the chakra burst, the ground began to shake, as if a huge force was surging underground. Then, countless thick tree roots broke out of the ground. They danced in the air like living snakes, growing rapidly, and quickly grew into huge vines that were extremely thick and long. 3 vines stretched out together, binding the lightsaber that was slashing at Miyu, preventing it from moving forward. Some of the remaining vines bound Susanoo's other arm, while others directly attacked Susanoo, slapping its body. Wooden Man Technique. Miyu also took this opportunity to activate the Wooden Man Technique again. Several thick tree roots broke out of the ground, grew rapidly, and merged into the Wooden Man's body, repairing the Wooden Man's body and making the Wooden Man's body larger. The Wooden Man is a powerful wood escape ninjutsu that can match the complete form of Susanoo, but Miyu's chakra is not enough now, and he can't reach the strength of Senju Hashirama. Of course, although he is not as strong as Senju Hashirama, the Wooden Man Miyu used before is not the limit of what he can perform. In the end, the height of the Wooden Man reached 60 meters. Although it is still not as tall as Susanoo, it is not the gap between a child and an adult. That's it, let me feel more fun. Uchiha Madara saw that Miyu still had some strength left, and laughed again. Crack! Suzanu's power exploded, tearing off all the thick vines on his body, and raised the huge lightsaber with both hands. At this moment, the air around seemed to solidify. As the sword rose, a murderous aura gradually spread. At the moment when the lightsaber slashed at the wooden man, the sword light pierced the sky like lightning, and the air seemed to be split in two wherever the sword pointed. For a moment, the sword wind whistled and rolled up a cloud of dust. And Miyu did not dare to be careless in the face of Suzanu's powerful attack. The powerful Byakugan locked the lightsaber, and the transparent world predicted Suzanu's movements. Accurately slapped the lightsaber with the huge palm of the wooden man. Boom! The huge force spread along the bodies of the two giants to the ground, blasting the ground into pieces. The aftermath of the airflow rushed to the distance, forcing some Konoha ninjas to use chakra to stabilize their bodies. Teacher Miyu, come on! Obito was excited when he saw Miyu also use a stronger wooden man. If eyes could kill, Obito would want to stare at the black-robed Uchiha to death. Teacher Miyu will definitely succeed in changing history. Yamato has become Teacher Miyu's disciple. The two worlds can be different. Nohara Lin clasped her hands together and prayed silently for Miyu. Yamato of Lulin, if he doesn't know Miyu, then he is definitely not Miyu's disciple. On their side, Miyu may have accepted Yamato from this world as his disciple because he met Yamato during the trip to Lulin. This shows that history is not unchangeable. Logically, traveling through time itself will have an impact on history. Roar! Just as the wooden man caught the lightsaber wielded by Suzanu, the wooden dragon on the wooden man's shoulder moved and rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara on Suzanu's head. At this time, two arms composed of pure chakra instantly extended from the arms of Uchiha Madara's Suzanu to pinch the wooden dragon, preventing it from moving forward. Uchiha Madara controlled Suzanu to burst out with force and pulled it violently, causing the wooden man to lose balance for a short time, and he was unable to continue to pinch the blue sword, but the distance with Suzanu was shortened a little. Swish! Suzanu wielded a huge lightsaber, leaving a deep slash mark on the wooden man's body, and a large amount of wood chips flew in the sky. Bang! Crack! Taking advantage of the opportunity to get close to Suzanu, the wooden man raised his big fist and punched Suzanu hard, and cracks appeared on Suzanu's blue armor. The two giants, one blue and one green, kept fighting. The forest was trampled by them like weeds, and the ground was full of holes, as if it had been bombed by meteorites. And the two giants were no longer intact. The wooden man's body was full of marks from the swords of the enemy, and Suzanu's armor also had cracks. Haha! It's a long-lost feeling. Uchiha Madara showed a nostalgic expression. The battle with Miyu reminded him of Hashirama Senju. In return, I will kill you cleanly and neatly. Uchiha Madara then burst out chakra again, and the cracks on Suzanu disappeared instantly, and even the momentum was faintly stronger. He could see that although Miyu was strong, his chakra was far inferior to his and Hashirama Senju. Miyu, who was standing on the wooden man's head, panted slightly and did not continue to use ninjutsu to repair the wooden man. Boom! Uchiha Madara controlled the tall Suzanu and clenched the blue sword, running towards Miyu. Every step he took was like some powerful ninjutsu hitting the ground. Miyu still controlled the wooden man to block with both hands. But this time, the result was completely different. Swish! Boom! The blue sword carrying the strongest power was swung down. Although the wooden man chose the right time, the incomplete wooden man could not withstand this force. The wooden man's big palms exploded directly, and the blue sword cut through the wooden man's body, splitting the wooden man in half from top to bottom. The wooden man's huge body fell to the ground, making a huge roar. It seemed that confidence also fell with the wooden man. The Konoha ninjas looked at the dazzling blue sword of Suzanu, as if they saw the sickle of the god of death, and showed desperate eyes. At this moment, they really understood what true strength was. No matter how strong they practiced fire and lightning, could they beat Susanoo, who was more than 80 meters tall. Dead, even such a powerful Lord Muyu can't defeat the enemy. Some Konoha ninjas fell into pessimism and believed that all of them would die. Lord Muyu hasn't given up yet, we have to believe in him. There were also Konoha ninjas who still believed in Muyu. Most of them were ninjas who followed Muyu in the battlefield of Kirigakure, and believed that Muyu was a ninja who could create miracles. Muyu, who was fighting, didn't know what his subordinates were thinking. At this moment, he was preparing to launch a super attack that he had never used before. At the moment when Uchiha Madara's Susanoo lightsaber chopped down, Muyu, who was standing on the wooden man's head, suddenly jumped towards Susanoo's head. Thunder breathing, full concentration. Muyu switched the breathing method to thunder breathing, entered the thunder breathing chakra mode, and then operated the perfect thunder breathing to the extreme, enhancing her own ability and thunder escape as much as possible. Muyu grasped the void, and Yan Mo in the system was taken out again by Muyu and appeared on Muyu's right palm. Tsitsaizi. The large amount of chakra that Muyu had condensed in advance was quickly transformed into thunder attribute chakra with the help of the thunder breathing chakra mode, and the dazzling purple lightning covered the Yan Mo blade. Muyu's body was also filled with lightning, and the speed became extremely fast, like real lightning. Almost instantly, Muyu rushed to the front of the tall Susanoo and saw Uchiha Madara inside. Uchiha Madara also saw Muyu, and he looked at Muyu with interest, as if he was curious about Muyu's next move. Although he was curious, Uchiha Madara was not idle. He controlled the arm of Susanoo and pinched Muyu. Muyu tightly grasped the long sword flashing with thunder in his hand, and used the breath of thunder and the change of the nature of thunder attribute chakra to the extreme. The lightning on the Yama blade became more and more terrifying. Boom! At this moment, as if the lightning power on Muyu was too strong, there was a burst of lightning and thunder in the sky for no reason. Muyu raised Yama, which was shining with a lot of purple lightning. The lightning in the sky was attracted by Yama, making the lightning power of Yama blade stronger again. Feeling the sense of crisis coming from Yama, Uchiha Madara's expression slightly changed. Speeding up, Susanoo's big hand rushed towards Muyu with overwhelming momentum. The sword of no thought. When Susanoo's arm was only 2 meters away from him, Muyu suddenly swung Yan Mo. Boom! Crack! The terrifying thunder force burst out, like the roar of thousands of thunders, a huge lightning flew out, and the Susanoo's arm stretched out to Muyu was instantly shattered, turning into a blue light spot and dissipating in the air. Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically in an instant, and burst out all his chakra to strengthen Susanoo's defense. But this is not the economical version of the sword of no thought that Muyu uses against ordinary ninjas, but the ultimate sword that Muyu consumes a lot of chakra. Muyu didn't dare to use such a great force when practicing, worried that he would be discovered because of the loud noise, thus exposing the information. Boom! The powerful thunder and lightning force instantly tore through Susanoo's defense, slashing Susanoo's body into pieces, and blue fragments splashed everywhere. As Susanoo was shattered, Uchiha Madara in Susanoo's body also burst into a lot of blood, and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Without Uchiha Madara's supply of chakra, Susanoo's body quickly dissipated, and a blue giant standing on the battlefield disappeared under the lightning. However, the destruction of this huge lightning strike was more than that. Boom! The moment the strike landed, the ground immediately cracked into a deep chasm, gravel flew, dust flew, and everything around was destroyed by this force. A black line of nearly 90 meters appeared on the battlefield. This. The Konoha ninja who thought he was dead was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He exhausted his own knowledge, but failed to successfully organize a sentence to describe the scene at the moment. Lord Muyu. The ninja who believed that Muyu could create miracles excitedly shouted Muyu's name. Although they believed in Muyu in their hearts, it was still difficult to suppress their excitement when they saw Mu Yu display such a terrifying move. Now Mu Yu has become a synonym for miracle in their hearts, and it can even be said that it is the embodiment of miracle itself. Haha, I said that the immortal Mu Yu is omnipotent. Obito clenched his fists and couldn't help laughing. When the wooden man was split just now, Obito had already condensed his chakra and was ready to rush towards Mu Yu. The reason he didn't join the battle was that he was worried about making things worse for Mu Yu. If Mu Yu fell into crisis, even if the gap in strength was huge, Obito would rush up without hesitation. The worst-case scenario was that he would die with Mu Yu. Huff! Shisui panted slightly. Just now, he was also nervous and worried about Mu Yu. For this reason, the Sharingan was running to the extreme, just to pay attention to Mu Yu's condition. Great, it's finally over. Nohara Lin's heart, which had been hanging, finally let go. Even the 80-meter-high Susanoo was chopped off directly. The black-robed Uchiha would definitely not survive. The ninja's body could not withstand such a terrifying move. I still have a lot to learn about Wuxiang's sword. Kakashi, who had been tense all the time, relaxed. As long as the black-robed Uchiha was still human, he would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack and survive. The only person who could withstand this move and not die was the ninja god Senju Hashirama. It is said that Senju Hashirama has a very terrifying recovery ability, and it is a seal-free healing. He can recover automatically and quickly during battle and will hardly get hurt. Mu Yu held Yan Mo in his hand and panted heavily. He slowly fell from the air and smiled at Obito and the others. Mu Yu's disciples and subordinates hurried towards Mu Yu. Obito and Shisui closed their Sharingan, and Kakashi exited the state of the transparent world, with a unique smile on his face. Obito's face was full of excitement, his mouth half open to reveal his upper teeth, and his inner joy could be seen from his expression. Might Guy showed 2 rows of shining white teeth and gave a thumbs up in the direction of Mu Yu. Nohara Rin's eyes were soft and her eyes slightly raised. Shisui's eyes flashed brightly and his cheeks naturally raised. Kakashi's mouth corners under the mask raised, and his eyes revealed a heartfelt joy. Lulin and his party let them know the future of Mu Yu's non-existence, and they have been trying to change the result. Even if Mu Yu showed a strength that was almost impossible to die in battle, Kakashi and his team were still working hard for this goal. If it doesn't happen, then everything will be fine, which is the best result. If it happens, they can use their strongest strength to help Mu Yu at that time. Although they still didn't help Mu Yu in terms of the result, it was not because they didn't work hard, but because they didn't have enough time to practice and the enemy was too strong. Just when everyone thought it was over, something strange happened. Wood style, cutting technique. Uchiha Madara, who should have died, suddenly appeared behind Mu Yu, and many thick wooden thorns shot out of his outstretched arms at a high speed. Although Mu Yu reacted quickly and used Yan Mo to cut off some of the wooden thorns, some of them still hit Mu Yu. Puff! The wooden thorns that hit Mu Yu continued to grow, and Mu Yu's body was pierced everywhere. For a moment, blood splattered, and even Yan Mo couldn't hold it anymore and fell directly to the ground. This sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. They didn't understand how Uchiha Madara could withstand the terrifying lightning strike and not die. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 5th gate, open. Even if they didn't understand what happened, but Might Guy still instantly opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates, and concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, kicking Uchiha Madara with an extremely fast whirlwind kick. Bang! Uchiha Madara reached out to catch Might Guy's right leg, bursting chakra, and threw Might Guy out like throwing a bottle, breaking the ground. Uchiha Madara ignored Might Guy, his eyes were still on Mu Yu, who was penetrated by wood release. Might Guy's current strength was not worthy of being looked at by him. The speed of the other disciples was not as fast as Might Guy, but they also attacked almost the next moment. Obito's 3 Magatama Sharingan had already opened automatically the moment Mu Yu was seriously injured. He entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and swung a fire fist carrying terrifying flames. Shisui was also in the 3 Magatama state, and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode to condense a wisp of high-temperature green flame. Kakashi pulled out the white fang at a high speed, opened the transparent world again and entered the thunder-breathing chakra mode. Nohara Lin condensed a large amount of chakra on her fist, preparing to perform the explosive fist. Some Konoha Jonin who reacted also rushed towards Uchiha Madara. "Do you want to dance too?" Boom! Uchiha Madara burst out chakra and instantly condensed a second stage Susanoo, and a blue little giant with only the upper body appeared on the battlefield again. Bang bang bang! Susanoo swung his fists with both hands and condensed energy Megatama with both hands, blocking all the incoming attacks and knocking all the attacking ninjas away. "You are proud of being able to force me to this point, even in this state, Hanyumweo, I should not forget you for a long time." Uchiha Madara stared at Muyo with the only remaining Sharingan and said. At the last moment, he used Izanagi and rewrote the ending of being killed by Wuxiang with a single sword. Muyo really gave Uchiha Madara a big surprise. He didn't expect that there were ninjas who could do this in this era. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and raised the blue long sword to the fallen Muyo. "Asshole, sneak attack is nothing. If you have the ability, fight with Muyo teacher openly." Obito wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to rush towards Uchiha unwillingly. He wanted to create conditions for Muyo to take the secret medicine. He had never taken this secret medicine, but Muyo said that this secret medicine was effective, so it must be effective. If Muyo recovered, there would be hope for everything. The 6th gate of the 8 gates, open. Might Guy climbed out of the pit and forcibly opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, and his body strength increased again. In fact, he wanted to open the higher 7th gate or even the 8th gate of death, but unfortunately he did not succeed. Muyu's disciples and subordinates who were still able to fight all wanted to stop Uchiha Madara. Wood style, wood clone. Uchiha Madara ignored them and directly created 5 wood clone, letting them deal with these ninjas, and then continued to attack Muyo. Fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. Wuxiang's sword. Golden skyline. Fire style, blue flame. Looking at Muyo, whose face was pale and visibly weak, Obito and the others burst out desperately. They threw all the saving of chakra and physical strength behind their heads and used whatever powerful moves they had. With the help of other Konoha ninjas, they defeated a wood clone, but what was despairing was that there were still 4 wood clone on the field. Under the attack of the wood clone, Obito and the others could not help Muyo, and even their own injuries continued to worsen. Obito, who was knocked to the ground, could only watch the blue long sword fall. Boom! The ground where Muyo was lying cracked, and the large amount of blood flowing from Muyu's body dyed the ground below him red. In the 3 Megatama eyes of Uchiha Madara, Obito and Shisui, Muyu's life, as weak as a flame, was completely extinguished. At this moment, the world in the eyes of Obito and Shisui fell into darkness. Chapter 641 Opening Eyes. The 12-year-old Uchiha Obito was already a ninja with some achievements. When he was in the ninja school, he won the first place in the grade in the ninja school practical examination many times. During the graduation internship, he ended with an amazing S-level mission, which shocked a lot of teachers and students. Less than a year after graduation, he participated in the Chunin exam and successfully promoted to Chunin, and because of his excellent performance, he became famous in Konoha village. During this period, he carried out various dangerous missions, some of which were even as exciting as ninja novels. The mission to protect the princess eventually turned into a battle with the rebels who wanted to rebel. The only pity was that the princess was not like a princess and had a bad temper. There was also an investigation of the Lulin minister, and it turned out that the other party had the intention of treason, and once again protected a country. That time, he even encountered such an incredible thing as time travel, which also let Obito know some bad information. Then he went to the battlefield on the east coast of the Land of Fire with Mu Yu, and fought against the hidden mist village that invaded the Land of Fire with Mu Yu. On the battlefield, Obito's strong strength further enhanced his fame. Not only was he slightly famous among the Konoha ninjas, but even many hidden mist ninjas knew him. Relying on his considerable contributions on the battlefield, Obito became for the sake of being a jonin. He was only 10 years old at that time. Obito also participated in a martial arts tournament that brought together a large number of ninja geniuses. Although he was not the first, but only the second, the first Nagato was several years older than him. Many Konoha ninjas and residents said that he was a super genius of Konoha, and some Uchiha elders said that he was the future of the Uchiha clan. Obito likes to be praised, but he never really takes these people to heart. Because these people appeared after he became strong, only one person appeared before he became strong, and it was that person who helped him and made him a genius in the eyes of everyone. Before the 4th grade, Obito's title in the ninja school was the Tale of the Uchiha Clan, a headache for the teacher, and a loser looked down upon by some people. Although some of Obito's grades were not ridiculously bad, he could not stand the good grades of other Uchiha clans. This comparison showed the gap. In the Uchiha clan, although no one specifically called Obito the last one, no one of his age interacted with Obito. He was like a marginal person living in the Uchiha clan. Obito actually didn't care much about these. His peers in the Uchiha clan didn't play with him, and he didn't want to play with those Uchiha. It's not like he didn't have friends to play with. However, Obito was actually unwilling to be the last one. He also had a dream in his heart. He wanted to become a Hokage. As the leader of the village, how could the Hokage be the last one? No matter how you think about it, he must be the best ninja. The turning point of the matter was in the first semester of the 4th grade. Obito still remembers all the details of that afternoon, because it was really an afternoon that changed his life and the beginning of a dreamlike life. He was very grateful to Ikegami Yang. If Ikegami Yang hadn't asked Mu Yu to help him take classes, he wouldn't have seen Mu Yu, wouldn't have had the opportunity to make up lessons, and wouldn't necessarily have become Mu Yu's disciple. Mu Yu's teaching seemed to have magic. Under Mu Yu's guidance, Obito not only improved rapidly in strength, but also in theory, from failing at the beginning to passing, and finally even reaching the middle level. In this way, Obito escaped from the ranks of the last and became a genius. However, Mu Yu's help to Obito was more than that. When Obito was discouraged, Mu Yu would notice and comfort him at the first time. When Obito wanted to compete for face in the junior ninjutsu competition, Mu Yu would customize a special training plan for him. On his birthday, Mu Yu not only forged a kunao for him, but also went to other countries to take pictures of the scenery he wanted to see. Obito had more than one teacher, but his master was only Mu Yu, the omnipotent Mu Yu sage in Obito's heart. Yes, in Obito's heart, Mu Yu was a figure like the Six Paths Sage, and there was nothing he couldn't do. Otherwise, how to explain that Mu Yu, who was obviously a Chunin teacher, had such strong strength that he could teach him from a loser to a genius? How to explain that Mu Yu developed so many powerful secret techniques at such a young age? But when Obito saw the blood splattered on Mu Yu's body after the blue long sword fell, the reality seemed to tell him mercilessly that there was no omnipotent ninja in the world, and the omnipotence of Mu Yu Zionran was false, and Mu Yu Zionran would also be killed. Impossible. Obito instantly denied this conclusion. Mu Yu Zionran is omnipotent and will not die. The real falseness is this world. Big drops of tears kept falling from Obito's blood-red 3 Megatama, like some mythical spring that would never dry up. Suddenly, Obito could not feel the people around him. Mu Yu disappeared, Kakashi Shisui and others disappeared, and the enemy disappeared. He could not feel anything, as if he was alone in a desolate land. At this time, Obito's eyes felt hot. Was it because of tears? Why was he crying? Mu Yu Zionran is not dead. Obito's chakras circulated uncontrollably in his eyes. His perception gradually recovered. Miyu's body appeared, Kakashi and the others also appeared, and the black-robed Uchiha also appeared. Obito looked up at the black-robed Uchiha, who happened to be looking at him. "It's worthy of my choice." Uchiha Madara watched the Megatama pattern in Obito's blood-red pupils turn into a dart pattern, and nodded in his heart. Not everyone can open the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if they are the same Mangekyou, there will be differences in pupil power. The reason why Uchiha Madara chose Obito was because he saw Obito's rich emotions. Once such strong emotions fall into darkness, they will gain powerful pupil power beyond ordinary people. At the moment when Obito opened the Mangekyou Sharingan and his momentum became strong, a strong momentum also rose in the other direction. Uchiha Madara turned his head slightly and saw that it was his backup target, Uchiha Shisui, whose Sharingan had also changed. In order to prevent accidents, Uchiha Madara had more than one target. In addition to Obito, who had rich emotions, Shisui, who had outstanding talents, was also in his plan. His original plan was to replace Shisui if Obito had problems and could not proceed. Unexpectedly, both of them became Miyu's disciples. "Teacher Miyu." Shisui looked at Miyu's lifeless body absent-mindedly, with blood and tears in his eyes, and could not accept this result. Shisui usually does not often use the word most, because it represents the absolute first place, which is too sharp and direct. But if Shisui is asked to describe Miyu's position in his heart, then Shisui has only one answer: Miyu is the most important person to him, no one else. Shisui is now 10 years old, but he has been with Miyu for 4 years. It can be said that he has spent nearly half of his life under Miyu's guidance. His parents died very early. Shisui only knew what they looked like by looking at photos, and didn't know what their voices sounded like. He could only learn about his parents' personalities and deeds through other people's mouths. For Shisui, his real relatives are only his uncle, who occasionally comes to take care of him. But his uncle has his own family and his mission as a ninja, so he can't take care of Shisui too much. Shisui can understand this, and he is only grateful to his uncle. Before meeting Miyu, Shisui was alone most of the time. Practicing alone, studying alone, and living alone. Everything was different after meeting Miyu. After school, it should have been rest time, but Miyu was willing to squeeze out some time to teach him. From then on, he had less time alone. Even when he didn't want to learn useless courses in the ninja school, Miyu would arrange shadow clones to guide him instead of assigning tasks and letting him practice alone. October 19, when he was 6 years old, was the most unforgettable day in Shisui's life. October 19 was Shisui's birthday. Because Miyu was very busy at that time, he had to work at the ninja school and was busy with their training. Shisui did not tell Miyu about his birthday. A birthday is just the day you are born. It's not too special and there is no need to celebrate. This is how Shisui comforted himself at that time. Of course, it was just comfort. In fact, Shisui wanted to celebrate his birthday with Miyu, a considerate teacher. But Shisui didn't like to cause trouble to others. Miyu was so good to him, and Shisui didn't want to cause trouble to Miyu. So Shisui could only swallow the bitter fruit and go home alone after training. At that time, he even envied Obito, because Obito would never think so much and would naturally tell Miyu about his birthday and invite Miyu to celebrate together. Just when Shisui was most frustrated, a miracle happened. Although he didn't tell Miyu the date of his birthday, Miyu knew his birthday through some means and arranged it in his house in advance, giving him a huge surprise. At that time, Shisui really felt that Miyu was the embodiment of his fantasy, otherwise how could he hit his inner desires so accurately and satisfy his needs? The surprises did not stop there. Miyu learned to make ninja tools not because of the special needs of the strong as he thought, but to prepare his gift, and even injured his palm for this. Shisui, who rarely cried, could almost be described as a burst of tears that time. Shisui often heard people say how great fatherly and motherly love is, but he had never felt it, so he had no real feeling. After he accepted Muyu's gift, Shisui suddenly understood what those people said. Muyu was not his father, but Muyu's love for him was not inferior to the fatherly love mentioned by others. Since then, Shisui actually regarded Muyu as a father-like role. No, teacher Muyu must be saved. That secret medicine, yes, secret medicine. Shisui thought of the secret medicine that Muyu gave them, and quickly took out a black pill from the ninja tool bag. Whoosh! Shisui stared at Uchiha Madara with his Manjiki Sharingan, bursting his chakra and using the body flickering technique to come to Muyu's side, quickly stuffing the black pill into Muyu's mouth, and then helped Muyu pull out the wood release branch. Uchiha Madara did not stop Shisui, but just watched coldly. His Sharingan saw clearly that Muyu was dead, completely dead. There was no secret medicine in the world that could bring the dead back to life. At most, it could restore a little physical strength or chakra. With the help of Shisui, the black medicine went down his throat into Muyu's body. The repair secret medicine took effect quickly, and Muyu's body recovered visibly. The wounds on his body healed very quickly, leaving no scars. After a while, it looked like he was not injured, but he did not wake up. It's a waste of effort. He's dead. Uchiha Madara shook his head and said lightly using the voice-changing technique. Shisui did this only to make Muyu's body look better, and there was no other use. Teacher Muyu is not dead. He is just tired and has not woken up yet. Shisui stared at the black-robed Uchiha with a blood-red Mangekyo, as if he wanted to engrave everything about him into his mind. He will definitely find a way to save Muyu. Since Uzumaki Naruto and the others can travel through time, there is no reason why he can't. Even if he may get lost in a certain timeline, he must save Muyu. Shisui not only wants to save Muyu, but also wants to take revenge on the black-robed Uchiha who killed Muyu. Instead of deceiving yourself, it is better to find a way to resurrect him. Uchiha Madara retracted his gaze, chakra burst, upgraded Susanoo to a 20-meter-high blue giant and walked towards Nohara-rin. In addition to killing Muyu who hindered the plan, the backup plan also has major changes in other steps. However, Nohara-rin is still a very key figure. As long as Nohara-rin is not dead, Obito will not be able to fall into darkness completely. Of course, Uchiha Madara didn't want to kill Nohara-rin here. This would only make Obito hate him more, the mysterious man in black robes. He just wanted to take Nohara-rin away. Nohara-rin's death must be twisted enough to make Obito realize that this world is cursed and irreparable. Only by creating a new world can everything be saved. Go to hell. Obito's hatred for the black-robed Uchiha reached its peak, and he subconsciously condensed a large amount of chakra into his Manjiki Sharingan. Just as Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and stretched out his big hand to the injured Nohara-rin, the position of Susanoo suddenly twisted. Hey! Uchiha Madara, who reacted very quickly, jumped away directly. The next moment, the range of the distortion became larger, and half of the tall and mighty blue giant disappeared out of thin air, as if it was directly eliminated. Is this his Manjiki ability? It looks good. Uchiha Madara looked at Susanoo, which had half of its body disappeared in an instant, and showed an interested expression. The Manjiki Sharingan has many abilities, some people will repeat, but most people are different, and the ability that Obito just showed is considered to be the strongest among the Manjiki abilities that Uchiha Madara has seen. Swoosh! Shisui put down Muyu's body and attacked Uchiha Madara. At this moment, he had accumulated enough chakra in his Sharingan. Chapter 642, A Turning Point in Desperate Situation. Uchiha Madara noticed Shisui's attack, and his hands and feet quickly gathered chakra to prepare to hit Shisui head-on. Shisui's movements were extremely fast, and the distance between them soon narrowed to within 5 meters. Just when Uchiha Madara was about to use physical skills, Shisui's left eye shed tears of blood. The next moment, the world in Uchiha Madara's eyes changed rapidly, from the battlefield full of mess to a void world with a blood-red sky, and the whole person was tied to a cross. And Shisui stood in front of Uchiha Madara. Although it was the first time to use Tsukuyomi, Shisui knew one thing the moment he entered the illusion world, that this was a world completely controlled by him. In a blink of an eye, countless Shisui appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, and they all held long swords. Ha 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 ha. The tied-up Uchiha Madara, instead of being nervous, laughed wildly. Shisui felt something was wrong, and without further ado, he instantly created countless attacks out of nothing and attacked Uchiha Madara. You are brave enough to use illusion on me. Uchiha Madara raised his lips. In the Sharingan illusion contest, the first mover can have a certain advantage, but it cannot be the advantage that determines the outcome. Only pupil power and mental power are the real conditions that determine the outcome. Crack! Crack! At the moment when Uchiha Madara finished laughing, huge cracks appeared one after another in the entire Tsukuyomi world, and it was destroyed at a very fast speed. Whew! Shisui gasped and his pupil shrank. The next moment, he covered his left eye that was in severe pain. The Mangeki Sharingan has side effects when using pupil techniques. Coupled with the backlash of being forcibly broken, it is really more uncomfortable than being stabbed. Am I so weak now? Feeling the stabbing pain in his head, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. If he had his own eyes, even if it was just the eternal Mangeki instead of the Samsara eye, it would be enough to easily break Shisui's Sharingan illusion without any injury. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara wanted to complete the plan quickly and revive in his prime. He was so weak in this state that he might not be able to beat the 5 kg. Konoha Goriki Whirlwind. Might Guy rushed out suddenly, stopping Uchiha Madara from attacking the injured Shisui. Swoosh! Kakashi clenched the white fang short blade and rushed out again, helping Might Guy to block Uchiha Madara. Shisui, are you okay? Obito also rushed to Shisui and asked. Although Uchiha Madara's target was Nohara Rin, it was Shisui who was really injured now. It's not a big deal. Shisui shook his head. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used, and it didn't matter how serious the injury was. It was a pity that this new power came a step too late. Go help Kai and the others, the enemy is too strong. Shisui said quickly. This black-robed Uchiha is truly the strongest ninja Shisui has ever seen. None of his ninjutsu, illusion, or physical skills are weak. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara opened Susanoo in almost a second, and swung his forearms with blue lightsabers, slashing 4 sword energies in the direction of Kakashi and Might Guy. Golden Skyline. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Might Guy used his rock breathing to the extreme, maxed out his defense and strength, and swung out a slash with a sword-swinging posture. Boom! The thick blue sword energy exploded and dissipated, and Might Guy was also blown away, and the fingers that used the golden skyline became bloody. Sizzle! Faced with this powerful slash, Kakashi had to quickly burst out his strength to pour chakra into the white fang short blade, and also slash to counter it. Boom! Crack! Kakashi retreated 10 meters and fell to the ground, and the white fang short blade in his hand broke into several pieces the moment it flew out. Kakashi, who fell to the ground, stared at the broken white fang dagger in his hand. For Kakashi, the white fang dagger was not just a useful chakra dagger, but also a relic left by his father. The teacher he respected the most died, even though they knew the result in advance. The relic left by his father was broken, even though he had the secret technique of strengthening weapons such as the armament color secret technique. Is everything destined? No matter how hard I try, I can't change it. Kakashi's heart surged with an endless feeling of powerlessness. In order to prevent Miyu from dying, each of their disciples set strict goals for themselves and hardly stopped practicing for a single day. Every time they went on a mission, they were extremely careful, worried that this would be Miyu's impending death crisis. In the end, they could only watch Miyu being killed by the black-robed Uchiha. Kakashi hated himself for not keeping the transparent world for a little longer. Maybe he could detect the enemy's sneak attack. But he also knew that if he traveled through the past without retaining his memory, he would still make the same move. Because in his cognition, it was impossible for anyone to withstand Muyu's full-strength sword head-on. The 80-meter-high blue giant was chopped to pieces. How could the mortal body of the ninja withstand it? The enemy's death was unexpected by all Konoha ninjas. Kakashi wanted to stand up. Thanks to the Yang seal, he still had chakra to fight. Although he was in pain, he wanted to lie on the ground and do nothing, but he couldn't do that. Obito and the others were still fighting. Due to the serious injury, Kakashi half knelt on the ground after he stood up. Kakashi remembered the secret medicine in the ninja tool bag, but when he reached out, he found that his ninja tool bag was destroyed in the attack just now. He had to continue trying to stand up, but failed. At this time, Kakashi seemed to have a voice in his heart. That's it. No matter how hard you try, you will be the only one left in the end. History cannot be changed. No matter how hard you try, Obito, Xylan and Shisui will eventually leave like teacher Muyu. Kakashi's body trembled slightly. Is it because of the serious injury that he lost his sense of security? He couldn't help but think of what he was most worried about. Kakashi was not afraid of dying in battle, but he was afraid that he would become the senior Kakashi in the mouth of the adult Yamato. Awoo! At this time, the injured main rock wolf walked in front of Kakashi and sat down, as if he was determined to protect Kakashi. Not long after the battle began, Kakashi and his team summoned their own summoned beasts. However, Uchiha Madara was too strong, and the siege of so many elite Konoha ninjas did not work. Their summoned beasts could not turn the tide and were soon injured. Breeze Rock. Kakashi had a complicated expression. Having been with the Wolfman for a long time, he naturally understood the Wolfman's cry. At this moment, he felt that he was not as good as the Wolfman who was born only a few years ago. Also seriously injured, Wolfman did not hesitate to implement his idea. Kakashi believed that if there was an attack now, Wolfman would use his body to help him block the attack. And he, when his teammates needed him the most, actually had such an idea in his heart. Breeze Rock, help me! Kakashi said to Wolfman. No matter what the result is, he must fight to the end. In this way, even if he still becomes the senior Kakashi, he will not have regretful thoughts like what would have happened if I had tried my best without any hesitation at that time. The Wolfman understood what Kakashi meant. It held Kakashi's clothes and helped Kakashi stand up again. Life drops. Min Shao condensed a water ball with vitality and shot the water drops at the injured Konoha ninjas. Kakashi was hit by the water drop, and his condition improved a lot, at least his movements were no longer a problem. He walked quickly to Muyu's body, said sorry, and picked up Yan-mo next to Muyu's body. Based on Kakashi's understanding of knives, Yan-mo is definitely a good knife, and it is more suitable for performing Wuxiang Yudao than Bai Fang. Half of Kakashi's strength is in the Thunder Blade technique. Now that Bai Fang is broken, he can only use a new knife. After picking up Yan-mo, Kakashi's expression suddenly changed. As soon as he picked up Yan-mo, the chakra in his body could not be controlled and poured into the sword, as if to drain all his chakra. Stop! Kakashi tried his best to control the chakra to resist Yan-mo's suction. If a ninja's chakra was completely gone, it would be fatal. Give it back! Kakashi not only resisted Yan-mo's suction, but also tried to snatch the chakra sucked in by Yan-mo. He was not going to pretend to fight, but to fight to the best of his ability, trying to change the damn shitty ending. With Kakashi's efforts, chakra from Yan-mo continued to flow into Kakashi's body. Kakashi was surprised to find that what he snatched from Yan-mo was actually more than what he had just lost. It's teacher Muyu. Kakashi thought of the reason. Muyu just used Yan-mo to fight with the black-robed Uchiha Madara. Maybe there was still some of Muyu's chakra in Yan Mo. Thinking of this, Kakashi held Yan Mo tighter. Even at this point, Muyu was still helping them. Yang Seal, release. Thunder breathing chakra mode. Kakashi did not hesitate and immediately released the Yang Seal, used the chakra in the Yang Seal, and entered the thunder breathing chakra mode again, opening up the transparent world. Kakashi stared at the black-robed Uchiha, holding Yan Mo tightly, and his chakra kept surging. The sword that performed Wuxiang should be as calm as water without thoughts, but at this moment Kakashi's mind was full of all of them want to protect their companions and change the future. However, Kakashi surprisingly did not fail. Sizzle! A large amount of thunder elements condensed on the blade of Yan Mo, and a terrifying breath rose from the blade. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly realized that the selfless sword that abandoned all distractions was indeed powerful, but he could not do it. He, Hatake Kakashi, did not want to be alone. He wanted to protect his companions and the people he cared about, even if it meant breaking the rules and changing history. I will never let you continue. Boom! At the moment when Kakashi exploded most of his chakra and raised Yan Mo, lightning flashed in the sky, and a lightning bolt poured into Yan Mo, and the dazzling electric light attracted the attention of the whole audience. Uchiha Madara, who had just severely injured Might Guy, showed a trace of fear. If it weren't for Izanagi, Muyu's slash would really kill him. Kakashi has broken through again, Obito, let's help him together. Shisui said hurriedly. At this time, Might Guy was already seriously injured and could not continue. Obito had Kamui and was the least injured. Shisui also had a trump card that could restore his state, so there was no problem fighting again. Obito did not speak, but just nodded. The two of them moved quickly and attacked Susanoo from two directions, trying to create the best attack opportunity for Kakashi. The black-robed Uchiha was not a puppet, and would stand for Kakashi to chop. The reason why Muyu's Wuxiang sword could hit the black-robed Uchiha was because he was using a wooden man to fight Susanoo at the time, and the timing was particularly good. You can live until now only because you are still useful, don't think too much. Uchiha Madara looked at the three people rushing over, feeling very unhappy. If he hadn't deliberately held back, Obito and the others would have died countless times. But he was still not satisfied and wanted to stop him from taking Nohara-rin away. Feel the gap between us. Uchiha Madara burst out chakra again, rich blue chakra rose rapidly, and Susanoo's height and size changed rapidly. Originally, he didn't want to use this level of Susanoo again. First, it was not worth it to use a cannon to kill a mosquito, and second, it was a bit of a burden for him now. But seeing Kakashi and the others, Uchiha Madara thought it would be easier to use Susanoo at full power again. Boom! The ground was broken, and the 80-meter-high blue giant appeared on the battlefield again. He didn't dodge or evade Kakashi's attack. Now the only thing Uchiha Madara had to guard against was Obito's Manjiki Sharingan ability. As for other people, they were no threat to him. Crack! Kakashi suddenly jumped up and swung Yanma to cut Susanoo's abdomen, but only cut a few cracks. Hey! Susanoo's two extremely huge fists smashed towards Kakashi. Kamui! Obito originally wanted to use Kamui on Uchiha Madara, who was at the head of Susanoo, but seeing that Kakashi was about to be attacked, he chose to use Kamui to help Kakashi. Shisui used the instant body technique to come to Kakashi's side to support him. The range of Tsukuyomi is within 5 meters. Uchiha Madara was too far away from him, so he couldn't use Tsukuyomi to attack. Then Uchiha Madara ignored Obito and the others and directly extended his chakra arm to Nohara-rin. Obito had just opened his Manjiki and used his ability so many times. Now he couldn't bear it anymore, and the remaining people were no threat to him. That is to say, he could ignore everyone and take Nohara-rin away. Xiaolin. Obito's Sharingan was still bleeding, and he wanted to destroy the big hand that was reaching out to Nohara-rin, but his condition was not enough for him to use Kamui again. Dense mist formed in Obito's eyes, constantly turning into tears mixed with the blood in his eyes and turning into blood and tears. Could it be that Xiaolin was also going to leave him? This world is really fake. Give me some more chakra. Kakashi desperately wanted to get enough chakra from Yan Mo to use Wuxiang Udao, but Yan Mo did not produce chakra, but was just a chakra carrier. No matter how much Kakashi wanted, he could not give him chakra. Shisui desperately used the instant body technique to rush forward. If he could catch up, he could use the pupil technique on Nohara Rin. Not to say that he would definitely save her, but at least he could save Nohara Rin's life. Ah! Min Xiao made a deterrent cry, and a large amount of water attribute chakra condensed in his mouth. Although Min Xiao's strength is good, it can only be said that it is a mantis trying to stop a chariot when it wants to fight against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Just when Min Xiao was unwilling to do so, it, which is sensitive to temperature, suddenly felt a heat. Chapter 643 Return. Just when everyone was attracted by the 80-meter-tall blue giant that appeared again, a light green figure appeared next to Mu Yu's body. Celebi tapped Mu Yu with her finger, and the earth attribute chakra changed its nature, taking Mu Yu underground. At the moment when Celebi's finger touched Mu Yu's body became illusory, like a non-existent phantom. The next moment, Mu Yu opened her eyes underground. Disciple Uchiha Obito's emotions were too intense, and the 6 bloodlines were stimulated to open the Mangeki Sharingan, and his strength was greatly improved. He received a reward. The purity of the Byakugan was greatly improved. Improvement. Disciple Uchiha Obito's chakra plus 20,000, and the apprentice returned to the master to obtain chakra plus 80,000. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's emotions were too intense, and the 6 bloodlines were stimulated to open the Mangeki Sharingan, and his strength was greatly improved. He received a reward. The purity of the Byakugan was greatly improved. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's chakra plus 17,000, and the apprentice returned to the master to obtain chakra plus 68,000. Your Byakugan has reached the evolution requirements and will be evolved in the near future. The moment Mu Yu opened his eyes, several system messages came into view. 148,000 chakras, the Byakugan is about to evolve. Mu Yu showed a satisfied look. Everything that happened so far was within his plan. After using the Wuxiang sword to chop off Susanoo, although Mu Yu had little chakra left, he was not unable to maintain the Byakugan, and he still had the chakra of the Yang seal that he had not used. In Mu Yu's plan, if necessary, he had to die once in front of his disciples. Nothing else, in order to help his disciples open their eyes and improve their strength, and at the same time, it was easier to defeat Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara would never have thought that there was a Sharingan hidden under Mu Yu's glasses. That was one of the inheritances that Mu Yu received from the root, and it was the Sharingan that Shimura Danzo used for experiments. Mu Yu quickly took off his glasses and took out a Byakugan from the system space. Items rewarded by the system can be stored in the system space, so Mu Yu's eyes in the Byakugan state can also be directly placed in the system space. Mu Yu dug out his right eye without hesitation, and then put the Byakugan on it and activated the medical ninjutsu. Izanagi, it's really a useful ninjutsu. Mu Yu sighed. If it weren't for Izanagi, it would be really difficult for Mu Yu to pretend to be dead to stimulate Obito and others to open the Sharingan. After all, Obito and others were watching the battle, and they also had the ability of Sharingan and Transparent World, so it was easy to find problems. Izanagi is different. In a sense, Mu Yu has indeed died once, but he used the transcription seal to set Izanagi to be used automatically in his Sharingan, changing the reality of his death. It's time to end it. Mu Yu used his Byakugan to observe the situation on the battlefield and decided to end Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara now only has one chance to use Izanagi, and his condition is not as good as when the battle started. And now he has been fed with secret medicine, all his injuries have recovered, his Byakugan has been strengthened, and the Yang Seal Chakra has not been used. The winner of the battle has already been born. Yang Seal release. The flame on Miyu's forehead glowed red, and a large amount of chakra poured out from the seal, automatically entering the state of flame-breathing chakra mode. Swoosh! Celebi held the kunao in both hands and flew back to the ground, throwing kunao at Uchihamadara according to Miyu's request. Uchihamadara, who was about to catch Nohara Rin, noticed the sound of breaking through the air, glanced at it lightly and ignored it. Not to mention a kunao, even if it was a large-scale ninjutsu, he was too lazy to move, unless it was a large-scale ninjutsu performed by Miyu. But Hanyu Miyu was already dead, and no one on the entire battlefield could threaten him. Swoosh! Miyu used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in the air behind Susanoo. Fire style Ebla Flame Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Miyu's flame-breathing chakra mode was brought to its fullest, greatly improving Miyu's fire style and physical abilities. With the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, Miyu put his hands together and instantly completed many detailed operations of the changes in the nature of the fire attribute chakra. Whoosh! A large area of bright blue flames was spit out by Miyu. The blue flames danced and tumbled in the air, emitting a suffocating high temperature. Hey! Feeling the ninjutsu that was enough to threaten his life, Uchihamadara immediately turned around and saw Miyu who had released the blue flame. Even Uchihamadara, who had experienced many battles and seen countless big scenes, showed a puzzled expression at this moment. Miyu lost her life under his Sharingan, which was a fact witnessed by Uchihamadara's Sharingan. Miyu did not have Sharingan, and no ninja present had Samsara Eye to use Samsara to Miyu. How did Miyu survive? Uchihamadara was very puzzled. However, Uchihamadara was an experienced Uchihamadara. He did not dwell on Miyu's resurrection. He immediately gave up Nohara Rin who was about to be in his hands and wanted to deal with Miyu with all his strength. No matter how Miyu did it, it was a fact that Miyu did not die. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow. Uchihamadara condensed a large amount of chakra and transformed it into fire attribute chakra, spitting out a huge orange-red flame, trying to block fire style with fire style. He who was paying attention to Obito knew a little about the information about the blue flame. The blue flame had a burning ability and power far exceeding that of ordinary fire style, but it had to be compressed, and Miyu created so many blue flames at once, the power would definitely be affected. Boom! The blue and red flames collided in front of Susanoo, and the terrifying hot wind that erupted affected Uchihamadara and Susanoo a little. Although he reacted quickly because of his previous experience, it was Miyu who took the initiative after all. Uchihamadara used fire style when the blue flame was about to burn Susanoo. Something happened that was beyond Uchihamadara's expectation. The blue flame, which seemed to have a smaller range and a weaker fire, almost swallowed up Uchihamadara's orange-red flame with an overwhelming advantage. If Miyu was a regular fire style for a ninja, Uchihamadara's idea of using fire to block fire is not wrong. Ninjutsu of the same attribute can be offset with chakra according to the level of nature change. Unfortunately, Miyu is not like that. He has a perfect fire attribute chakra nature change, and is blessed by the flame-breathing chakra mode. He just used the S and master level blue flame with all his strength. How can Uchihamadara block such a fire escape? Strictly speaking, the real power of this fire escape is even greater than the Sword of No Thought, but the power of the Sword of No Thought is more concentrated and more straightforward. Woo! The bright blue flame quickly broke through Uchihamadara's fire escape and hit Susanoo. The powerful Susanoo that Kakashi's Sword of No Thought could not shake seemed to become a flammable candle in Miyu's blue flame hand that was fully exerted. The blue flame spread over the upper body of Susanoo at a very fast speed. Under the illumination of the flames, everything around became dim, only the blue flames were like bright stars, illuminating the entire battlefield. Teacher Miyu. Obito, who was about to rush to Nohara Rin, stopped and looked at the golden-haired figure with ecstasy. There is no doubt that it was his master, the omnipotent Miyu Immortal. Miyu Immortal is indeed omnipotent, and brought me back to the real world. Obito instantly felt that this world was extremely real, not false at all. Shisui's eyes widened, and his face was also an expression of uncontrollable joy. Knowing the Flying Thunder God technique, this terrifying blue flame, familiar chakra, isn't this the teacher Miyu who just lay on the ground to rest? Sure enough, teacher Miyu is just tired and taking a short rest. Shisui relaxed and felt comfortable all over, and his eyes, which had been aching slightly, seemed to have recovered. Hey! Kakashi sat down on the ground holding Yan-mo and gasped. The previous blow had almost consumed his chakra, and he was still standing only by perseverance. Kakashi relaxed instantly when he saw the familiar and reliable teacher appear again. He didn't know what method Miyu used, but it didn't matter. Miyu was still alive, which was the best result. Lord Miyu. The seriously injured Konoha ninja fell to the ground and was already desperate when Uchiha Madara used Susanoo with a height of more than 80 meters again, thinking that he would die this time. Unexpectedly, Miyu, who they thought was dead, appeared again and showed his powerful ninjutsu again. If we elect Hokage again one day, we must support Lord Miyu. This is the thought of all the Konoha ninjas present. Miyu has a powerful wood escape and saved their lives on the battlefield. Who else can we choose if not Miyu? Under the attack of the terrifying blue flame, Susanoo was burned into nothingness. Unlike the last time, Obito and Shisui did not immediately close the Manjiki Sharingan, but carefully observed the surroundings. It stands to reason that being hit by such a powerful fire escape is absolutely impossible to survive. But the last time the black-robed Uchiha survived after taking a blow from Wuxiang, Obito and the others were worried that the black-robed Uchiha had similar means. There! Teacher Miyu, be careful! Obito found Uchiha Madara who appeared not far behind Miyu and shouted. If Obito could find it, how could the cautious Miyu not know? He raised his hand and a terrifying high-temperature flame engulfed Uchiha Madara who wanted to attack again. However, because Uchiha Madara had just used Izanagi, Miyu's fire escape had no effect on Uchiha Madara. Although he was not injured, the rapidly deteriorating situation made Uchiha Madara look a little ugly. Z's intelligence actually has so many omissions and errors. The strength of this Hanyu Miyu is completely different from the intelligence. Uchiha Madara looked gloomy. It's okay if Miyu has abilities other than intelligence. After all, for a ninja of this level, it is understandable that he has a trump card that has not been shown, but the errors in the known intelligence are fatal. For example, Wuxiang Udao and Kinjian, Uchiha Madara knew these two abilities of Miyu, but the power Miyu showed today was completely different from the intelligence. Uchiha Madara was speechless. If he had known that Miyu was so strong, he would have waited until Iwagakure consumed Miyu's chakra and he was familiar with his body before coming. Uchiha Madara took advantage of Izanagi's advantage and attacked frantically while thinking of ways to remedy the situation. The plan must have failed, but he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to do something. Uchiha Madara wanted to attack Nohara-rin and use Nohara-rin's death to stimulate Obito again. Of course, this idea could not be realized because Miyu, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, was there, and he couldn't kill Nohara-rin at all. My lord, I brought you ice. At this time, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground with two Sharingan in his hands. Uchiha Madara's mind immediately moved, and his chakra burst out to instantly create a half-body Susanoo. Susanoo swung the blue lightsaber and slashed at Miyu, while Uchiha Madara reached for the Sharingan. If he could have another pair of Sharingans, Miyu would definitely not be his opponent. Telekinesis. Celebi on the side silently used telekinesis to control the Sharingan to the sky, leaving Uchiha Madara empty-handed. Fire style, blue flame, great dragon fire. Miyu seized this flaw and condensed a large amount of chakra spewed out a blue fire dragon, directly attacking Uchiha Madara and Susanoo. What a waste! I don't know where the self-confidence and arrogance come from. Black Zetsu in the dark couldn't help but look darker. He watched Uchiha Madara play a good hand of cards step by step. Originally, Miyu was in the light and they were in the dark, and they held the initiative. As a result, Uchiha Madara felt that Miyu was definitely not his opponent, and went to find Miyu with full confidence. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was about to lose, Black Zetsu left without hesitation and without looking back. He didn't have the strength of the Six Paths brothers, and he couldn't beat Miyu in a head-on battle. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui, when your pupil power becomes stronger, go and see the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. There is a secret that can bring world peace. When Uchiha Madara realized that he couldn't win, he didn't show a panic expression, but left a message to Obito and Shisui. Konoha does not have the technology to transplant Hashirama's cells, so Obito and Shisui definitely cannot solve the side effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Then it is very likely that one of the two will choose to sacrifice himself to help the other. If that person can successfully open the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he can interpret the message of the Six Paths Sage and may become the next him. Obito was immediately unhappy. He thought he was stupid, right? Can you believe what the enemy says? Before Obito could confront Uchiha Madara, Miyu's fire dragon composed of blue flames melted the defense of Susanoo and hit Uchiha Madara. Boom! The fire dragon passed through Uchiha Madara's body, leaving a big hole in Uchiha Madara. Bang! Susanoo dissipated, Uchiha Madara fell to the ground, and the legendary ninja fell. Miyu controlled the remaining blue flames to dissipate to prevent Uchiha Madara's body from being burned to ashes. Teacher Miyu. The disciples surrounded him. P.S. I took a long ride yesterday and didn't get a break when I got home. I was so tired when I was typing that I thought I'd lie down and rest, but I passed out as soon as I touched the bed. When I opened my eyes again and picked up my phone, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. My eyes went dark and I was almost scared to death. I got up and continued writing. I can only say that it's lucky that it's not 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So this is yesterday's update, but it's a little late, just treat it as a hell than usual. If you have any questions, please leave a message. Zyuju has to go back to sleep and will make changes when I wake up. Chapter 644 Kakashi explodes gold coins. Teacher Miyu, are you okay? Obito asked with concern. The other disciples also looked at Miyu with concern. After all, Miyu died in front of them. I'm fine, but you need treatment now. Miyu shook his head and said. Shisui fed his body a secret medicine for repair, and now his body is not injured at all. Celebi stretched out her hand, and a green healing light appeared, and the wounds on Kakashi and others began to heal. Min Shao also condensed water drops containing healing power again to treat the injured ninjas on the battlefield. Teacher Miyu, your weapon. Kakashi handed Yan Emo to Miyu. He planned to collect the broken pieces of White Fang, add some money to buy some good materials, and forge a katana. Miyu took Yan Emo, took out a scroll, pretended to take out Yan Mo's scabbard from the scroll, but actually took out Yan Mo's scabbard from the system space. Miyu sheathed Yan Emo and finally brought it to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Miyu with a little doubt. The short blade is not suitable for the swordsmanship you are good at now. This sword was prepared for you from the beginning, but this sword is a bit weird. I was worried that you couldn't control it before, so I didn't give it to you. Miyu explained. He really didn't plan to use Yan Emo himself. He had many tricks, and losing Yan Emo wouldn't have much impact, but Kakashi had Yan Emo, so his upper limit would be greatly improved. Anyway, he was going to give it away, so he might as well pick a good time. Miyu felt that now was a good time, and maybe he could make a small explosion. Hearing Miyu say that Yan Emo was a monster, Kakashi nodded subconsciously. If it was an ordinary ninja, he would probably be squeezed dry by Yan Emo. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a monster sword. Then you don't have any weapons, Mr. Miyu. Kakashi didn't agree immediately. Yan-mo was good, but too good. He felt that using Yan-mo was a bit of a waste, and Mu would maximize the benefits. And after experiencing the attack by the black-robed Uchiha, Kakashi felt that the ninja world was too complicated. For Mu's safety, he still had to let Mu maintain peak combat effectiveness. "Don't worry about me. I have other weapons, no worse than this one," Mu replied with a smile. "This?" Kakashi was a little moved. He doesn't care about the money to buy and forge a new sword, but a sword like Yan-mo with special chakra ability may not be bought with money. Mu directly stuffed Yan-mo into Kakashi's arms, patted Kakashi's shoulder and said, "Don't think too much, teacher, I am very strong. Except for Uchiha Madara, now there are almost no ninjas in the ninja world who can beat Mu one-on-one except for those mysterious Holy Land ancestors. If it's one-on-many, Mu will run away when his chakra is almost exhausted. However, this situation is also difficult to occur. If you want to surround and kill Mu, it will be possible for multiple ninja villages to send out masters together." "Thank you, Teacher Mu." Kakashi held Yan-mo tightly with both hands and thanked Mu solemnly. At this moment, he felt that he was holding not only a knife as Mu's love and trust for him, and also represents the inheritance of Mu's Thunder Blade technique. "You gifted your disciple the great blade 21 works of Yan-mo. Because of your great gratitude, you are rewarded with a super critical hit and a lightning attribute chakra nature change, perfect level." Mu was a little surprised when he looked at the system reward information. He thought that a mastery level would be enough, but he didn't expect that this time he actually got a perfect level reward, and it was a perfect level chakra nature change. This is already a big explosion. The lightning attribute chakra nature change has reached the perfect level, and he has 3 perfect level chakra nature changes. It seems that my death has indeed had a great impact on them, Mu thought. If he hadn't been resurrected, these disciples would have changed their temperaments. Name, Hanyum. Chakra, 1044000. Mu glanced at the panel, and now his total chakra limit has finally broken through 7 digits. Although there is still a long way to go before he can use chakra freely, it is already a pretty good level in the current ninja world. Mu estimated that he could increase a lot in the near future, because opening the Manjiki not only increases the chakra sharply at the moment of opening, but also has a period of rapid growth afterwards. Then Mu walked to the body of Uchiha Madara. Obito and others also followed Mu curiously. "Teacher Mu, wait a moment," Obito suddenly said. "Shadow clone technique." Then Obito formed a seal to create a shadow clone, and asked the shadow clone to remove the vortex mask on the face of the black-robed Uchiha. Obito usually wouldn't be so cautious with corpses, but the means displayed by the black-robed Uchiha were really incredible, and Obito had to be on guard. After the shadow clone Obito got it, he found that it was not a mask at all, as if some kind of creature was attached to the black-robed Uchiha. When the shadow clone Obito uncovered the vortex on the head of the black-robed Uchiha, everyone who saw the black-robed Uchiha showed a surprised expression. "What age is this?" Obito looked at the wrinkled old face with surprise. He felt that even his grandmother might not be as old as this black-robed Uchiha. Who is this guy? He is so old and still has such fighting power. Kakashi thought with a serious face. There is no such thing as a ninja getting stronger as he gets older. Generally, a ninja will go downhill when he reaches the age of 55. Some well-trained ninjas may be 60 or 65 years old. As for 70 years old, that is another node. The fighting power of ninjas at this age will generally drop off a cliff. Basically, every year, the strength will decline significantly. But this black-robed Uchiha does not look like he is 50 or 60 years old. He is so old and still so powerful. Kakashi can hardly imagine how terrifying the other party's strength was when he was young. Wait, Uchiha, powerful. Kakashi thought of something and his face changed. If the age of the black-robed Uchiha is pushed forward, there is just an Uchiha ninja who meets the requirements. Shisui and Kakashi thought of the same thing. If it can be confirmed that it is Uchiha Madara, then there will be no problem with the family. After guessing the identity of the black-robed Uchiha, Shisui thought of a key point. The Uchiha ninja with the Sharingan attacked Miyu and attacked the Konoha troops, which would cause the Uchiha clan to be suspected. But if that person is Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan will be fine. Because Uchiha Madara even attacked Konoha, attacking the Konoha troops is nothing to him. Miyu put Uchiha Madara's body into the scroll, and then led the team back to the main camp. On the way, Obito couldn't help but talk to Miyu about his new ability. Teacher Miyu, no wonder our Uchiha is the first rich family in Konoha, this Sharingan is amazing. Obito exclaimed. He is very satisfied with the ability of his awakened Manjiki Sharingan. This ability is a panacea. The right eye can perfectly dodge attacks by teleporting the body into the Kamui space, and no longer be afraid of high-burst moves such as Wuxiang Udeo Golden Skyline. The left eye can distort space, which is a killer move that cannot be defended. Shisui, what is your new ability? Obito looked at Shisui curiously. Shisui did not show any special performance during the battle, so Obito was a little unsure of Shisui's kaleidoscope ability. The left eye is a genjutsu called Tsukuyomi, which can pull the opponent into an genjutsu world controlled by me. No matter how long it has been in it, only a moment has passed in the real world. Shisui thought for a while and said. With their relationship, there is naturally no need to hide information. The right eye is called Shenhuangchen Lingzun. After using it, a mark that lasts for 1 hour is generated. When it is fatally injured, the mark disappears and the body will return to the state 1 hour ago. Shisui, your second ability is a bit too strong. Obito widened his eyes when he heard it. He thought his Kamui was strong enough, but he didn't expect there was a master. Lasts for 1 hour, and then if he dies, he can be resurrected and return to the state 1 hour ago. Then he releases the God Emperor's soul once during the battle, and then kills himself every hour to refresh the state and release the God Emperor's soul again. Wouldn't he be invincible? I know what you are thinking, but that is unlikely. Shisui replied. When he wanted to use the God Emperor's soul, he had a premonition that this eye technique could not be used at will like Tsukuyomi, which could have chakra and could be used at will. It may take some time before it can be used again. And Shisui didn't know the real effect of this ninjutsu in detail. You can only understand the Manjiki eye technique more clearly after using it. For example, before using Tsukuyomi, Shisui didn't know a lot about Tsukuyomi, but he knew a lot after using it once. Now Shisui doesn't know whether the recovery state can only recover physical injuries, or can recover injuries and chakra. Or as Obito said, turn back personal time and everything goes back to 1 hour ago. Even if it's just to restore the physical state to 1 hour ago, it's very useful, such as Kai's 8 Gates of Dungia. Kakashi thought about it and said. If Shisui had this ability during the mist-hidden battlefield, Might Guy wouldn't have to rest for more than a month. After the overdraft opening, he directly stabbed himself in the heart and instantly became full of energy. Indeed, this ability can be combined with Kai's 8 Gates of Dungia. Obito thought about it carefully and found that it was true. Shisui also nodded. If the situation is critical and Might Guy is forced to open the dangerous gates of the 8 gates, then using the God Emperor Spirit Master on Might Guy is indeed a good choice. Are there any other ways to use my ability? Seeing that Kakashi casually helped Shisui think of an idea for using his ability, Obito wanted to dig deeper into his Kamui. In addition to sucking myself in, my Kamui can also suck other people in. Then if I suck someone in and keep him in there, won't he starve to death? There is not even a blade of grass in there. Obito said excitedly with a flash of inspiration. He would like to call this the Kamui starving people to death technique. If you only have one enemy and you don't plan to use Kamui to teleport yourself before starving him to death, then it is feasible. Kakashi commented. This idea cannot be said to be useless, but it is useless in most cases. He may not be able to suck in those who are stronger than Obito. Those who are weaker than Obito can be killed faster and more conveniently by using Kamui power outside rather than starving to death. Although the Manjiki Sharingan is useful, you should not use it too much at this stage. Excessive consumption of pupil power will lead to blindness. Muyu reminded. This is why Muyu finally controlled the power of the blue flame. Muyu's main purpose was not for Uchiha Madara's body, but for a Fi in Uchiha Madara's body and Hashirama's cells in Uchiha Madara's body. According to Muyu's understanding of chakra, practicing yang release yang breathing may solve the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. But it is only possible, not absolute. Hashirama cells are considered as a preparatory means for Muyu to Obito and others. If normal practice does not work, he will transplant Hashirama cells for the two. As for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Muyu has not considered it for the time being. In the original work, there are only 2 pairs of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, both transplanted by brothers, and both are reincarnations of Indra. Although it is not said that brothers must be brothers to evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, these 2 successful cases are too special and unreliable. Muyu can think of the only chance for the 2 to evolve the eternal Manjiki is in the parallel world. They each get their own Manjiki Sharingan in the parallel world, maybe they can succeed. Ah! Is the side effects so serious? I thought it would just hurt for a while. Obito was shocked. If he lost his eyes, he would lose a lot. He would never see Nohara-rin's cute little face again, and he would never see the beautiful natural scenery. Obito instantly killed the idea of fusing the power of God to abuse Kakashi. It would be great to beat Kakashi, but the precious opportunity to use it should be left to the real enemy. Mr. Muyu is right. Just use it as 3 Megatama in normal times and only use basic abilities. Shisui also said. He knows more about the Sharingan than Obito and knows the dangers of the Manjiki Sharingan. The side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan meant that the Manjiki pupil technique could only be used as a trump card. After learning that Muyu and the others had returned, Jiraiya wanted to exchange information with Muyu. After seeing the state of Muyu and the others, Jiraiya asked with a serious face. Does Iwagakure have other arrangements in the land of grass? Muyu's entire team, including Muyu himself, looked like they had experienced a life and death battle. This was very rare, and Jiraiya had never seen Muyu so embarrassed. Even if he suppressed the 4 tails alone, Muyu did not let anyone touch the corner of his clothes. But at this moment, Muyu's ninja uniform was torn, and there were still a lot of blood stains on his clothes. If Muyu had not had obvious wounds, Jiraiya would have to immediately ask the best medical ninja in the army to treat Muyu. Without Muyu's wood release, this battle would not be easy to fight. It's not Iwagakure, it's a ninja who looks like Uchiha Madara. Muyu explained. Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya was stunned. P.S. I should be free tomorrow, see if I can write more. However, I won't post 2 chapters, because Zaiju is trying to get an average subscription, so I will try to combine chapters. Chapter 645 The Influence of the Second Ninja God. We were originally fighting with the Iwagakure troops led by Huang Tu, but suddenly a mysterious man in a black robe with a 3 Magatama Sharingan rushed out. Muyu picked up the heavy. Jiraiya briefly described their encounter today. Muyu did not go into detail about the battle process, but just said that the ninja who looked like Uchiha Madara was very good at fire escape, and then briefly described the size of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, could it really be this guy? Although the person who reported was Muyu, Jiraiya's first reaction was still doubt. Because this news is really unreasonable. The person who brought the news of Uchiha Madara's death was the first generation of Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. It was Senju Hashirama who said that he killed Uchiha Madara. Would Senju Hashirama lie? As a Konoha ninja, Jiraiya felt that Senju Hashirama had no need to lie. Senju Hashirama did not need to use lies to increase his fame and achievements, he was already at the top. So did Senju Hashirama deliberately let Uchiha Madara go, and did not want Uchiha Madara to be hunted down by Konoha, so he said that he killed Uchiha Madara? It is unlikely. Uchiha Madara threatened to destroy Konoha. For Hashirama Senju, who was the Hokage, this was an unforgivable crime. Take Jiraiya himself for example. Even if Tsunade said she wanted to destroy Konoha and stood against Konoha, he would kill Tsunade with great pain when the task was handed to him. This is not because Tsunade is not important to him, but Konoha is more important to him than himself and anything else. Jiraiya does not believe that Hashirama Senju, who founded Konoha, would be inferior to him in his love for Konoha. But Jiraiya thought carefully. If this Uchiha is not Uchiha Madara, there seems to be no one else. Even if Miyu did not talk about the battle process, Jiraiya could judge that the opponent was not simple from Miyu's somewhat embarrassed look. There is absolutely no such strong man in the Uchiha clan of Konoha now. Miyu, let me take a look at the body. Jiraiya thought for a while and said. He has not seen Uchiha Madara himself, but he has seen the portrait. Miyu nodded, took out the scroll and released Uchiha Madara's body. Ah-Fei's body had been peeled off in advance. Looking at the face full of wrinkles and sagging skin, Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. This is too old. He can't tell that this is the Uchiha Madara who can compete with the god of ninja. However, Jiraiya did not immediately deny the identity of the corpse. He was so old and could beat Miyu so badly, which further proved his strength. I'll report to the top management. Miyu, you don't need to lead the team to go out recently. Jiraiya turned his eyes from the corpse to Miyu and said. No matter who this corpse is, one thing can be confirmed now, there are still forces in the dark watching Konoha. Miyu nodded. This time, he and his disciples have gained a lot. It will be better to rest more, sort out the gains and adjust the state. 10 minutes after Miyu and his team withdrew, several Uegakuer quietly came to this battlefield that was destroyed beyond recognition. They were the team left by Huangtu to investigate the situation. After watching the blue giant disappear from a distance, they thought the battle might be over, so they came to investigate the situation. When the Uegakuer saw the situation on the battlefield, they all took a breath. The ground was covered with pits of varying depths and sizes, some of which were even more than 100 meters wide, like footprints left by a giant beast. The Uegakuer walked on this shocking battlefield, where stones and soil were mixed, forming a series of rugged obstacles. Vegetation torn apart by powerful forces was scattered everywhere, and a thick layer of ash covered the dead branches and leaves, recording the ruthless raging of the flames. Then they saw the charred narrow gullies and the blue flames that were still burning on the ground. Is this the damage that humans can cause? Those two guys are too exaggerated. The Uegakuer couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the traces of battle on the battlefield. Although I didn't witness the battle between Miyu and Uchiha Madara, just looking at the traces of the battle, I can tell that strong is not enough to describe them, they are simply monsters. It's impossible to judge which side will win based on these. The Uegakuer senior ninja frowned slightly. Miyu and Uchiha Madara are too strong. It is not clear whether Uchiha Madara is an enemy or a friend, but Miyu of Konoha Ninja is definitely an enemy of Uegakuer. If Miyu wins, then Uegakuer will either retreat and wait for support, or go back to the land of earth directly. With the few people they have in the land of grass, it is impossible to deal with the Konoha Ninja army. Miyu alone can surround 1,000-man ninja army, and Jiraiya is not easy to deal with. If Uchiha Madara wins, then this may be a great opportunity for Uegakuer to take action. Captain, there seems to be no corpse of Konoha Ninja here, but there are corpses of our Uegakuer Ninja. An Uegakuer Ninja searched and reported his findings to the Uegakuer Senior Ninja. The Uegakuer Jonin frowned even more deeply. This was not good news. It was basically certain that Konoha had won. Because if Uchiha Madara had won, there was no reason for him to deal with the bodies of Konoha ninjas alone and ignore Iwagakure. Continue the search. Iwagakure Jonin ordered. Konoha's victory did not mean that Miyu would definitely win. It was also possible that they would perish together, or that they would retreat together after both sides were injured. Then they found some traces of Konoha's team's evacuation, proving that many Konoha ninjas survived. Half an hour later, after finding no clues, the Iwagakure Jonin led the team back to the Iwagakure camp and reported the situation to Huangtu and Liashi. Did Hanya Miyu win? Or was it that mysterious man in black robe? Huangtu asked hurriedly. There are already the intelligence cannot determine which side will win, but it is likely that Hanya Miyu will win. The Iwagakure Jonin told what he saw and heard on the battlefield. Huangtu and Liashi each asked the Iwagakure Jonin a few questions, and after answering, the Iwagakure Jonin left the tent tactfully. Senior Liashi, I think we need to retreat to the western border. Huangtu expressed his thoughts. The Susanoo with a height of more than 80 meters left him with an extremely deep impression. Even such a terrifying enemy can be defeated, and he also masters a super large-scale wood escape ninjutsu. Huangtu can't imagine how much role the current Miyu can play in a large-scale war. Indeed. Liashi nodded. Before, Liashi wanted to make further achievements and become a senior member of Iwagakure. Since he was seriously injured and nearly died by Jiraiya last time, he has been less interested in making progress. Now Liashi feels that it is more important to stay alive. After all, even if he does not become a senior member, he can still be considered successful. After confirming the retreat, Liashi contacted Iwagakure village to ask the Tsuchikage for instructions. Whether to retreat to the western border of the Land of Grass is something they can decide on their own, but whether to withdraw from the Land of Grass or continue to attack the border of the Land of Fire is something that only the Tsuchikage and the senior members of Iwagakure can decide. After receiving the intelligence from the front line, Onoki in the Land of Earth quickly began to check the content. Halfway through, Onoki put down the intelligence, and after checking it again and again, he confirmed that it was urgent important intelligence sent from the front line, not a draft of a ninja novel. Hanya Miyu has mastered wood release, which can release wood release to create a forest in an instant. The mysterious black-robed man broke into the battlefield to attack the Konoha troops, and was able to release Susanoo with a height of more than 80 meters. Onoki crossed his fingers and put his elbows on the desk, showing expressions of surprise, confusion, and worry. Due to a special experience, he was familiar with the ability of Susanoo, and knew that it was the ability of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Susanoo attacked Konoha's troops, which meant that the Uchiha ninja attacked Konoha. Is this another coup in the Uchiha clan? A coup should not be launched against the outside troops, nor should it be launched against the top leaders. Onoki analyzed for a long time but still couldn't figure out what was going on in Konoha. But what is the situation with Hanya Miyu? He actually mastered wood release and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Onoki didn't dwell on why the black-robed Uchiha attacked Miyu for too long. Now he wanted to know what Miyu was all about. Although Miyu was also outstanding beyond ordinary people before, he was still within common sense. Onoki could regard him as another Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time it was different. Miyu not only became stronger, but also showed an extremely powerful wood release. Even the mysterious black-robed man who Huangtu believed could easily destroy a 1,000-man ninja unit might be defeated by Miyu. Is Konoha going to produce another Senju Hashirama? Onoki's face turned very ugly. He would rather Konoha produce 2 more Sarutobi Hiruzen than another Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very strong, but Onoki felt that he could definitely kill Sarutobi Hiruzen with a team of elite soldiers. If the opponent was replaced by Senju Hashirama, then Onoki could only say that someone would die, but it would definitely not be Senju Hashirama. Onoki had never fought with Senju Hashirama head-on, but he had fought with Uchiha Madara, the defeated general of Senju Hashirama. At that time, Onoki was still very young, and he was not as good as him. Onaki went to Konoha with his teacher, the second-generation Tsuchikage, to discuss the alliance, but was beaten up by Uchiha Madara. That battle is unforgettable to this day. He and his teacher are no match for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara kept a contemptuous expression throughout the whole process and didn't even look at them straight in the eye. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have become qualitatively stronger. In front of such a strong man, the number of people has lost its meaning. Destroying a 1,000-man ninja unit is just a matter of a few ninjutsu with full strength for them. Reply to the stone split and let them temporarily station at the western border. After a while of thinking, Onoki called the Iwagakure Enbu and ordered. Also, let him send a team to conduct reconnaissance to determine the status of Hanyumweu, whether he is dead or alive, in good condition or seriously injured. If Hanyumweu is seriously injured, then Onoki is willing to exchange the Iwagakure troops of the Land of Grass for Mweu's life. If Konoha produces another Senju Hashirama, the harm to Iwagakure will not be comparable to the 2,000 ninja troops. The reason why the ninja world has been peaceful for a long time without war during the period when Senju Hashirama served as Hokage is because Senju Hashirama wanted peace. If there is a choice, Onoki does not want to gamble on Mweu's character. Ninjas like Senju Hashirama are too rare. In addition, I need the latest situation of Konoha's war and the situation in Konoha village to mobilize the spies of the Land of Fire. Onoki continued. He still wanted to know if there was any problem with the Uchiha clan. If Konoha was in civil strife at this time, he might be able to use Mweu's intelligence to unite other ninja villages to besiege Konoha. There is a big difference between an attack on its own and a real joint attack. Now they are also attacking Konoha, but this does not mean that they are allies. On the contrary, Kumigakure and Iwagakure are also at war. If there is a chance, Onoki will not hesitate to give Kumigakure a ruthless blow. It's different for the alliance to attack together. There's no need to worry about being ambushed when revealing flaws during the attack. Onoki thinks that other big ninja villages should not want another Senju Hashirama to appear in Konoha. Without Senju Hashirama, they can still be considered as forces of the same level. With Senju Hashirama, the actual strength of Konoha is a super big ninja village, not a big ninja village. Fire Country, Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Sandaime-sama, this is the information just received from the battlefield of Grass Country. The Enbu reported. Hearing that it was the battlefield of Grass Country, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. He thought it was probably good news, because Mweu went to the battlefield of Grass Country not long ago to support Jiraiya. When he saw the specific content of the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became shocked and finally turned serious. Strictly speaking, this is indeed good news, but it is not the kind of good news he imagined. Dong dong. Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his fingers tapped the wooden desk rhythmically. The last words and clues left by Shimura Danzo made him think that Uchiha Madara might have left behind an heir. However, according to the information from the Land of Grass, the Uchiha ninja killed by Mweu was not the heir, but was suspected to be Uchiha Madara himself. Then could the Uchiha Madara who caused trouble in the death of Shimura Danzo be the same person as the Uchiha Madara killed by Mweu? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it was very likely that they were the same person. Since Uchiha Madara would attack Shimura Danzo, it would be normal for him to attack Mweu. The current Mweu can really be called the future of Konoha. If Mweu sacrifices, it will be a huge loss for the entire Konoha. As for whether the ninja killed by Mweu is the real Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no way to judge. Unlike Jiraiya, who only heard about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen even saw the tragic scene of the Valley of the End not long after the battle. In theory, Uchiha Madara should not be alive. But the reality is like this, and coupled with the former strength of Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen now feels more and more that Senju Hashirama may have missed and did not really kill Uchiha Madara. It would be great if we were at the battle scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Uchiha Madara's chakra. If he was at the scene, he would definitely be able to recognize the other party's identity. Tell Jiraiya not to act rashly for the time being, and send a reconnaissance team to observe the reaction of the Iwagakure troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen called the Anbu and ordered. He really wanted to see Uchiha Madara's body with his own eyes, but now is not a good time. It is not safe to let other ninjas send the body back to Konoha, and Jiraiya and Miyu are temporarily unable to get away. If Jiraiya is transferred away, Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried that Miyu will be in trouble. If Miyu is transferred away, the border defense line may be in trouble. Due to Uchiha Madara's surprise attack, Iwagakure is likely to have known the information about Miyu's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to know what choice Iwagakure would make. If Iwagakure retreated, he would transfer Miyu back. If Iwagakure increased its troops to continue the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen would personally lead the troops to support Miyu and strive to defeat Iwagakure in one go. Now they have a large number of Kirigakure prisoners, and Kirigakure will most likely agree to sign a peace treaty. If Konoha only faces Iwagakure and Kumigakure at the same time, it is not very weak now. As time goes by, the atmosphere in the ninja world suddenly becomes a little weird. The Kirigakure in the southeast battlefield of the Land of Fire was defeated and captured, and the Iwagakure troops in the battlefield of the Land of Grass retreated to the border of the Land of Earth. Konoha, which was originally raging with war, suddenly became idle. Only the Kumigakure in the Land of Hot Springs was still fighting a big battle with the ninja troops led by Orochimaru. This made the Sand Village, which was eager to eat melons, a little confused. Why did they suddenly stop fighting? The southeast battlefield was resolved too quickly by Miyu. Not only did other ninja villages not know, but the Hidden Mist village did not know that Yagura had been defeated and captured until Konoha came to negotiate. The third Mizukage was extremely speechless. He originally wanted to use the Land of Waves as a hub to prepare 1,000 ninja troops for Yagura, but Yagura disappeared without a sound before the reinforcements were fully in place. The third Mizukage did not even know why Yagura was defeated, even though he had defeated the ninja troops led by the Konoha high-level officials before. Even though the third Mizukage regarded Yagura as his successor, he was very dissatisfied with Yagura this time. Although Yagura was defeated last time, the loss was not particularly large. In addition to the few ninja swordsmen 7, there was only one Jinchuriki who could not control the tailed beasts well. This time, most of the ninja troops, including Yagura himself, were captured. It is not an exaggeration to say that the whole army was annihilated. What do you think of the peace talks proposed by Konoha? The third Mizukage asked the Kirigakure leaders. The Kirigakure leaders looked at each other, and no one dared to speak for a while. Even the master was in deep thought. There was no way. This peace treaty was really a hot potato. If they agreed, Kirigakure would not only be unable to take revenge, but also have to pay Konoha money, which was very embarrassing. If they refused, Konoha had thousands of Kirigakure prisoners. These thousands of ninjas basically covered the entire Kirigakure village's network of relationships. If they refused the peace talks and Konoha was desperate to kill all the prisoners, Kirigakure would be in chaos for a while even if there was no major civil strife. Even if they didn't say anything else, these 1,000 ninjas were a strong force. The third Mizukage was a little dissatisfied. Just when he wanted to say something, the door of the conference room was knocked. "Come in." "They." Third Mizukage said calmly. The Kirigakure Enbu walked into the meeting room, walked quickly to the third Mizukage, and whispered in his ear, "Sandame-sama, the Iwagakure sent by Onoki has arrived in our village." Iwagakure. The third Mizukage felt a little strange. Although Kirigakure and Iwagakure are not fighting now, the relationship between the two villages is not good. Chapter 646 Meeting of the Four Great Ninja Villages. He is at the gate of the village now, saying that Onoki has something important to discuss with you. Tell him I'm in a meeting, and then take him into the village to find out what it is. Although the third Mizukage was curious about what medicine Onoki sold in his gourd, he was not prepared to communicate with Iwagakure in person, even if he was not in a meeting. It would be better if Onoki came in person. The Kirigakure Enbu nodded and walked out of the meeting room. When the door was closed again, the meeting room fell into a strange silence again. The master simply closed his eyes and rested, looking like an old man with poor spirits. He is already this old, and he really doesn't want his reputation to be affected by such things. The squad leader of the Jonin class pretended to think, but he kept his mouth shut and didn't dare to make a sound. There are also gaps between the top leaders. As the squad leader of the Jonin class, he is nominally the leader of all the Jonin in Kirigakure, but he is the last one in the list of top leaders. In other words, he is the most likely to be pushed out to sign the peace treaty and take the blame. The consultant looked serious and stern, as if he was dissatisfied with the current situation, but he didn't say anything. The assistant Mizukage held his head high and looked straight ahead, and had no intention of breaking the peace. The assistant Mizukage is also a low-ranking one in the list of top leaders, but this position is very special and is tied to the Mizukage. Generally, as long as the Mizukage has no ideas, the assistant Mizukage will be fine. Shui Yu, tell me what you think. Seeing that no one was talking, the third-generation Mizukage looked at the squad leader of the Kirigakure Jonin class and said. Shui Yu sighed in his heart. What is coming will come. Who makes him the lowest position? Shui Yu's mind was spinning fast, thinking of the most perfect answer. Just talk about peace? Impossible, then he must be sent to sign the treaty. Refusing peace talks is not an option either, it's too easy to offend people. Everyone knows that Yagura is the successor that the third Mizukage values. If he really refuses to talk about peace, Yagura will be killed by Konoha, and he, the first person to propose it, will definitely be hated by the third Mizukage. What good will that be? The military strength of Konoha in this incident cannot be underestimated. We must investigate why Yagura was defeated so quickly and why most of the troops were captured. Shui Yu analyzed with a serious face. Reject or agree? He chose or. The third Mizukage showed a slightly dissatisfied look, but did not say much, looking at the Mizukage assistant. The Mizukage assistant was instantly under great pressure, but he had to speak. After all, without the support of the Mizukage, his position would not be as powerful as Shui Yu's Jonin squad leader. The peace talks are a big deal. There are many things to pay attention to, such as the opinions of the ninjas in the village, Konoha's purpose, and the impact of the peace talks. The Mizukage assistant said a lot, but he didn't say whether he supported the peace talks or was not optimistic about the peace talks. There was no way. Now he was a little unsure of the third Mizukage's thoughts. After such a defeat, would the third Mizukage still attach importance to Yagura as before? The third Mizukage then looked at the consultant. Everyone else had said it, and the consultant couldn't be special, so he had to follow and say some specious words. After the consultant finished speaking, the third Mizukage did not let the master speak in order, but narrowed his eyes and thought. Thousands of captives are really not a small number. You must know that there are only more than 7,000 ninjas in Kirigakure at present. If Konoha kills all the captives, their total number of ninjas will be lost by 1/7 at once, and the impact is simply too great. The key is that this is not a death on the battlefield, but an accident caused by the breakdown of negotiations, which will make the families of the captives emotional. However, the third Mizukage was a little unwilling to sign the peace treaty. During his term, Kirigakure took the initiative twice, but both failed. How will future generations evaluate him? Ambition but lack of talent? High expectations but low skills? Today's meeting ends here. The third Mizukage rubbed his brows and said. He is now worried that something will go wrong if he does not negotiate, and he does not want the defeat to affect his reputation after his death. After the third Mizukage returned to the Mizukage's office, the Anbu who was responsible for communicating with Iwagakure came to the Mizukage's office not long after. Sir, this is a secret letter from Onoki to you. It has been checked and there is no problem. Kirigakure Enbu handed a scroll to the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage nodded and opened the scroll, and the Kirigakure Enbu tactfully retreated to the door of the office. At first, the third Mizukage looked indifferent, but after looking at it for 5 minutes, his face gradually became solemn. Wood release ninja reappears, Hanyum is expected to become the second ninja god. After reading it, the third Mizukage rolled up the scroll and fell into thought. Do Kirigakure and Iwagakure have a grudge? Of course, the second generations of both sides died on the battlefield. But that is an old grudge. Looking at the entire ninja world, if you count it, the 5 major ninja villages have old grudges against each other. The third Mizukage thought that the information given to him by Onoki was too much. The probability is true, at least part of it is true. Because ninjutsu can't deceive people, and Muyu can't keep silent all the time. Whether he has wood release or not, and what his strength is, will be exposed sooner or later. Could it be that the capture of Yagura was the work of Hanyum Muyu? The third Mizukage suddenly had an idea in his mind. If Hanyum Muyu really has a powerful wood release as Onoki said, he may become the second Senju Hashirama if he continues to grow. Then the defeat of Kyujo Yagura is very reasonable. The powerful wood release ninja Hanyum Muyu led the ninja troops to attack, and it was normal for Kyujo Yagura to be captured. It's not that the Kirigakure troops are not strong, but that Konoha is too strong. Then the third Mizukage shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this. Do you want to accept Onoki's invitation? The third Mizukage began to weigh the pros and cons. Onoki did not directly say that the alliance would deal with Konoha's assassination of Muyu together, but only invited Kirigakure to send representatives to the land of Earth for a meeting. The third Mizukage thought that he could send a reliable jonin to test Onoki's thoughts. Anyway, the peace talks would take more than a day or 2. As long as Kirigakure didn't make any big moves, there shouldn't be any danger to Kyujitaki Yagura. The land of wind, Sand Village. Onoki also sent ninjas to Sand Village. Is this old man trying to trick me into it? After reading the scroll, Luo Sha subconsciously thought it was false information. Hanyum Muyu is recognized by the ninja world as the strongest ninja of the younger generation of Konoha, but it's not as exaggerated as the information says. And if Hanyum Muyu has mastered such a strong wood release, why didn't he use it on the battlefield before? Wood release is very strong. It not only has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but can also suppress Jinchuriki. But Luo Sha thought about it and felt that Onoki was not that stupid. After all, Onoki didn't ask him to send troops to Konoha directly, but just invited him to attend the meeting. He shouldn't use such false information to deceive him. When thinking about the recent strange situation in the ninja world, Luo Sha's expression became serious. Could it be that Yuzuru Muyu has been hiding and dormant before, and has recently shown his strength because of the results of his wood release training? After careful thinking, Luo Sha found that this information did not seem to be so false, but it was too beyond ordinary people's imagination. Suddenly, a second wood release ninja appeared, and showed the potential to become the second Senju Hashirama. If the Iwagakure who delivered the letter was not well known in the ninja world, Luo Sha would have suspected that someone was pretending to be Iwagakure to mess things up. What is so special about this wood release? Is it destined that a ninja with wood release will become as powerful as Senju Hashirama? Luo Sha couldn't help thinking. It should not be like this. The strength of a ninja is comprehensive. Generally speaking, it is the level of ninja body genjutsu, the amount of chakra, and physical fitness. It should not become extremely powerful because of mastering some kind of blood limit or secret technique. But Senju Hashirama is strong, and the second wood release ninja Yuzuru Muyu is also strong. The first one can be said to be a coincidence, so what about the second one? Luo Sha called his confidants to discuss. They thought they could go, but whether to take action against Konoha or not would depend on the situation at that time. After all, if Konoha really had a second ninja god, it would not have a particularly big impact on Sand Village. Because the current Sand Village is relatively weak among the 5 major ninja villages, even if there is no Konoha blocking it, there are still Rock Village and Kumo Village in front of Sand Village. How is Yekang's investigation going? Luo Xia asked, remembering something. Luo Xia has never forgotten Yekang, the ninja who almost affected his position as Kazekage. There is no evidence that can get Yekang imprisoned. The Sand Village ninja shook his head. But I found that Yekang seems to be very interested in the ninja sect of the Rain Country. He has twice been invited to participate in the lectures of the ninja force of the Rain Country. As a hero of Sand Village, he did not do his mission well, but actually went to attend the lectures of the ninja force of the Rain Country. If the village chooses the best ninja, I will definitely vote for Yekang. Hearing his subordinates mocking Yekang for not doing his job, Luo Xia couldn't help but smile. Since she likes to deal with other forces, send her to the Iwagakure village. Luo Xia thought for a while and said. He found that this was a good opportunity to suppress it. If the Iwagakure thing didn't work out, then Yekang was not good at doing things. If the Iwagakure thing was promising, then he would use other reasons to transfer Yekang away in the middle. Rain Country, Ninja Sect. Huang Tu led a team of Iwagakure into the Six-Path City. It seems that there are more people and more ninjas. After entering the Six-Path City, Huang Tu found that the Six-Path City seemed to be more prosperous. The war in the ninja world did not affect the development of the Six-Path City, but promoted the prosperity of the Six-Path City to a certain extent. Huang Tu did not care about this. Even if Iwagakure valued the ninja sect, it valued the ninja sect, not the Six-Path City or those ordinary ninja sect. Relying on the cooperative relationship, Huang Tu arrived at the ninja sect's office without any obstacles. Iwagakure needs a favor from the ninja sect. Huang Tu said straight to the point. Mu Yu nodded and motioned Huang Tu to continue. We have a need to cooperate with Kumagakure in the near future. I hope you can convey some of our wishes to Kumagakure. Since Iwagakure and Kumagakure are in a relationship of mutual declaration of war, and there have been many battles since the war began, Onoki is worried that going directly to Kumagakure will have a counterproductive effect, so he wants the ninja sect to be a middleman. Although the ninja sect has some cooperation with Iwagakure, it is always generally speaking, the ninja clan is a neutral force in the public's perception. The first major reason is that the ninja clan has a strong military power. 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 The ninja clan is a well-known neutral force and is the most suitable middleman in the current ninja world. I need to know some specific content before I can make a judgment. Mu Yu said after drinking a cup of tea. It is impossible for him to help others without knowing anything, otherwise he will have to help them count the money after being sold. The main content is some information about Hanya Mu Yu and Konoha's ambitions. Huang Tu explained. Before Huang Tu came, Onoki had already considered this point and asked Huang Tu to directly tell the information. First of all, it is impossible to ask the ninja clan to do something without knowing why. Secondly, Onoki felt that the Kamikaze clan was naturally standing on the opposite side of Konoha, and of course he would step on Konoha if he had the chance to step on Konoha. This is not a deep cooperation. Iwagakure will not station ninja troops in the Rain Country, which will not harm the ninja clan at all. On the contrary, if Konoha has a second ninja god, can the ninja clan have a good life? I am afraid that the ninja clan will be dealt with after the war. Sorry, I refuse. Mu Yu replied with a faint smile. What kind of international joke is this? He asked his shadow clone to help others deal with the original body. He didn't have the mind to play the undercover game. But looking at this information, the original body may have solved Uchiha Madara, otherwise there would not be such a big commotion. Muyu's shadow clone thought. He was a shadow clone that Muyu had created before he dealt with Uchiha Madara, so he didn't have the memory of his original body during this period. In this way, the ninja clan will have fewer concerns and can be more relaxed. Huang Tu was stunned. This was different from what he had predicted before coming here. Did he say it so straightforwardly? The ninja clan has no intention of participating in the game between the 5 major ninja villages, whether it is against Konoha or other major ninja villages. Muyu explained. Muyu's words completely blocked the way, and Huang Tu and the think tank beside him were speechless. You are too naive. Huang Tu complained in his heart. Although he is always said to be straightforward, he feels that he is more idealistic. Is this a case of not participating if you want to? In the ninja world, you still want to avoid the influence of the 5 major ninja villages? However, because of his tough attitude, Huang Tu and the others had no choice. In the end, Iwagakure sent an envoy to make a truce with Kumagakure, and gave Kumagakure the information about Muyu. Perhaps because Kumagakure and Konoha were fighting fiercely and didn't want to have conflicts with Iwagakure, things went surprisingly smoothly. In the end, Kumagakure also agreed to attend the meeting held by Iwagakure in the Land of Earth. When the agreed date came, each ninja village sent ninjas to the Land of Earth as promised. Chapter 647 4 Shadows Surrounded. The Land of Earth. A small town on the border. As soon as Tutai, who led a team of elite Kumagakure senior ninjas into the town, was greeted by ninjas in Iwagakure uniforms. Please follow me. The Iwagakure ninja said calmly. Iwagakure and Kumagakure had a lot of friction in the past few years. He had a clear conscience to treat the ninjas of Kumagakure in a normal way. As for maintaining respect throughout the whole process, it was really impossible. Tutai nodded slightly and followed, and had no opinion on the attitude of the Iwagakure ninja. The Iwagakure ninjas were not interested in him, and he was not interested in the Iwagakure ninjas either. If the information provided by Iwagakure was not of great concern, Kumagakure would not have attended a meeting hosted by Iwagakure. The group followed the Iwagakure ninjas and soon arrived at a building guarded by many ninjas. Dode noticed that there were not only Iwagakure ninjas, but also Sandagakure ninjas and Mistagakure ninjas, which meant that the 3 major ninja villages had arrived, except for Kumagakure. For the order of the meeting, only 2 guards can be brought in. The Iwagakure ninja who led the way reminded. You follow me, and the others stay where they are. Dode looked at the 2 strongest people in the team and said. It stands to reason that Iwagakure should not dare to do things to the 3 major ninja villages at the same time, but it is always better to have stronger guards. Then Dode walked into the room and was taken to the meeting room in the building. When he entered the meeting room, the first thing Dode saw was Huang Tu sitting in the main seat. Originally, Huang Tu's qualifications made it difficult for him to preside over this meeting. However, Huang Tu was the one who discovered the intelligence, so Onoki helped him fight for it. Although he was quite straightforward, he still couldn't treat his own child unfairly. Tuchai moved his eyes to the right and saw a pretty female ninja with a Tsunagakure forehead protector. He recognized at a glance that this was Yekang, the Tsunagakure hero in the Tsunagakure village, who was a famous scorch-release ninja in the ninja world. Noticing Tutai's gaze, Yekang returned a cold look. The sudden attack of Kumagakure caused a lot of trouble to the Tsunagakure village, and it cost a lot to drive Kumagakure out of the Wind Country. Tuchai didn't care. The 3rd Kazekage of Sand Village disappeared and fell into civil war without a leader. Why didn't Kumagakure take action with such a good opportunity? Then Tuchai moved his eyes to the right. There was a serious-looking Kirigakure ninja. Tuchai quickly searched for information in his mind and soon found his information, Shui Yu, the leader of the senior ninja squad of Kirigakure village. It seems that both Kirigakure and Sand Village attach great importance to this information. Tuchai thought to himself. Yakura and Shui Yu are both ninjas with good status in their respective villages. Coming to attend the meeting itself is a statement. Seeing the arrival of Kumagakure village, Huang Tu looked around, recalled the manuscript in his mind, looked at the information in front of him, and said, "Since everyone can come here, they must be interested in cooperating to get rid of Hanyum Wyu and crush Konoha's ambition to dominate." After speaking, the two Iwagakure behind Huang Tu began to distribute some information to the representatives of each village. Regarding Yuzurum Wyu's strength, I can say responsibly that there is absolutely no exaggeration. Here are photos of the battlefield after his battle. You can take a look. Huang Tu continued. Getting rid of Yuzurum Wyu is a major point of this plan and the core goal. It is unrealistic to cooperate to destroy Konoha. Although the 4 major ninja villages that cooperate sincerely have this strength, the problem is that the 4 major ninja villages cannot really cooperate sincerely. Each of the 5 major ninja villages has a very deep foundation, including some powerful but not very humane ninjutsu. For example, Konoha's impure world reincarnation not only requires the sacrifice of living people, but is also an insult to the controlled dead. After Senju Hashirama knew about this ninjutsu, he ordered it to be sealed and banned. However, this ban is not an absolute ban. When it comes to a real life and death moment, who cares about humanity or inhumanity? Protecting Konoha will definitely be the priority. If Konoha really fights hard, who will be willing to go up and fight Konoha? At that time, the alliance will naturally collapse. So from the beginning, Onoki's goal was just to kill Muyu and suppress Konoha. Tuchai took out the photos distributed by Iwagakure and his pupils shrank instantly. In order to let other ninja villages know the seriousness of the matter, Iwagakure took photos very seriously, including close-up and bird's-eye views. In order to better show the extent of the damage, many photos showed an Iwagakure ninja standing in many photos, and the damage on the battlefield was compared with the height of the person. Looking at the scene that seemed to have been bombed by a meteorite, Tuchai's expression became solemn. From the establishment of the first ninja village, Konoha, to the present, the ninja village era has only been a few decades, and most ninjas still remember that there was an invincible strongman named Senju Hashirama. With Senju Hashirama as a unique example, it is really hard to feel at ease when the 2 words would release and young super genius are combined together. Sand Village may not care, but for Cloud Village, which wants to replace Konoha, the emergence of a second Senju Hashirama is absolutely impossible. They have been dormant in the Cloud Village for decades. If another second-generation ninja god Hanyum Wyu comes, won't they be frustrated for decades more? Tell us how to cooperate quickly. We in the Cloud Village will never sit idly by and watch the evil deeds of Konoha," said Dode in a deep voice. "Hanyum Wyu must be killed, even if it costs a little more, otherwise it will have a bad impact on the strategy of the Cloud Village for the next few decades." Evil deeds? Do you have the nerve to use this word in the Cloud Village? Yekeng couldn't help but retort. Besides, Yekeng had dealt with Muyo once and knew that the other party was an open-minded person. If she knew that this meeting was to discuss the assassination of Muyo, she would not come. Muyo once gave her a chance to live. Although Yekeng would not sell out the village for Muyo, he was unwilling to join forces with other ninja villages to attack Muyo. The Sand Village can attack Muyo, but that person cannot be her. Sir, don't be blinded by past hatred. Remember why we came to the meeting today. Tutai said calmly without retorting. The most important task at present is to get rid of Muyu. Other things can be put aside for now. Haha, I'm not doing it out of hatred. I just think your words are funny. Yekeng mocked unceremoniously. It sounds good. It's Kumagakure invading Tsunagakure, not Tsunagakure invading Kumagakure. Tutai can certainly persuade her to let go of hatred with a calm face. Huang Tu had a headache. Just when he was about to mediate, a Tsunagakure ninja behind Yekeng spoke. Yekeng, don't forget the mission of the village. Yashimaru said with a smile. He was sent by Luo Sha to monitor Yekeng. On the one hand, he prevented Yekeng from making trouble, and on the other hand, he was ready to cooperate on behalf of Yekeng at any time. Yekeng glanced at Yashimaru lightly and said nothing. She hated Luo Sha, but she had a good impression of Luo Sha's brother-in-law and was willing to give him face. "You Sand Village are really interesting. Shui Yu didn't expect that there would be such fun in the meeting." The guards of the ninja village representatives gave opinions to the ninja representatives. Yakura didn't respond. Yashimaru smiled and didn't say anything. "Don't hit a smiling person." Shui Yu didn't continue to talk about this topic. "It seems that Sand Village has not recovered from the internal strife. It really chose the wrong opponent at the beginning. If we had attacked Sand Village, maybe the result would not be like this now." Shui Yu thought in his heart. Shui Yu naturally felt a little sorry for the current situation of Kirigakure. Thousands of ninjas were captured by Konoha, including Mizukage candidates like Yagura, which made Kirigakure very passive. Cooperation is actually very simple. Now our Iwagakure, the ninja troops of the Hidden Leaf Ninja Army, are still confronting the Hidden Leaf Ninja Army in the Land of Grass, and Hanyum Wyu is in the Hidden Leaf Ninja Army in the Land of Grass. Huang Tu began to talk about the cooperation plan of Iwagakure. "We, the Hidden Leaf Village, acted as bait and vanguard to fight against the Hidden Leaf Ninja Army. The Hidden Leaf Ninja Army is weak. Without the help of Hanyum Wyu, it would definitely not be the opponent of our Hidden Leaf Ninja Army, so Hanyum Wyu will definitely take action. Your villages only need to send some elite teams to lurk in the Land of Grass, and you can take this opportunity to surround and kill Hanyum Wyu and keep him in the Land of Grass forever." In fact, Iwagakure has already formulated a detailed plan for the union of the four villages, but that must first confirm the cooperation before the division of labor can be carried out, so Huang Tu will talk about the core first. "We, the Hidden Leaf Ninja Army, are willing to cooperate." Dode immediately expressed his opinion. Kumagakure held a high-level meeting on this meeting, and the result of the discussion was that Hanyum Wyu must be killed and no more opportunities for growth should be given. "Cooperation is a big deal, we need to ask Lord Kazekage for his opinion." Yashimaru did not agree immediately. Luosha did not give him the right to participate in the war, but only asked him to analyze the feasibility and then report. "I also need to report to Lord Mizukage." Shui Yu also said. "The situation of Kirigakure is too embarrassing. Not to mention that the third Mizukage did not give him the power. Even if he gave him the power, Shui Yu would not dare to make a decision on his own. Then let me add some more information here." Huang Tu thought for a while and said. In Onoki's expectation, these big ninja villages would not agree to cooperate easily. Huang Tu's task is to make Muyu's danger clear as much as possible, so that the big ninja villages will have a sense of crisis. After the meeting, the representatives used their own means to contact the village to report the meeting situation. Yekeng told Luo Sha very straightforwardly that she would not do this task. Learning from Yashimaru that this mission was highly feasible, Luo Sha readily agreed to Yekeng's request. There are many dangerous missions, so there is no need to give Yekeng a dangerous mission with a good chance of making great achievements. If Yekeng is lucky enough to kill Muyu, his reputation will definitely go up another level, which is very unfavorable for him. Union has agreed, and Kirigakure is also likely to agree. There should be no problem with the four villages joining forces this time. Luo Sha nodded in his heart. 2 years ago, Kirigakure had a human sacrificed by Konoha, and lost 5 precious ninja swords. Recently, it seems that Kirigakure has suffered another defeat. Luo Sha does not believe that Kirigakure does not want revenge. As for Sand Village, Luo Sha will not let go of the opportunity to take advantage of its neighbor. Konoha has to take this big loss. Luo Sha could not help but smile. This is the first time since the ninja village era that the 4 major ninja villages have united to target a ninja village. No matter how strong Konoha is, it is impossible to withstand it. In terms of strength, they are the union of 4 villages, and both the strong and ordinary ninjas are far superior to Konoha. In terms of intelligence, they are secretly united. Konoha is unaware of it, they are in the dark and Konoha is in the light. Luo Sha can't think of the possibility that Konoha will not lose. In this situation, probably only the resurrection of Hashirama Senju can solve it. A true 1,000 hands will make all the ninjas of the big ninja villages honest. On the other hand, the third Mizukage was unable to make a decision for a while after receiving the information from Mizuyu. On one side are the juniors and thousands of Kirigakure ninjas that he is very optimistic about, and on the other side is to wash away the previous shame and give Konoha a great defeat. The third Mizukage is not a naive optimist. He thinks that he can strike Konoha and rescue his own prisoners at the same time. It is possible to do so, but the possibility of the plan being realized is very low. Because the prisoners are likely to have been taken back to Konoha. When they get rid of Hanyumweo, Kyujuyagura, and the 1,000 Kirigakure will either be killed by the angry Konoha ninjas, or they will be exchanged for bargaining chips. It is too difficult to rescue so many ninjas from Konoha. If I can't beat you, it's not easy for me to kill a prisoner. No, I have another choice. The third Mizukage had an idea. Why did he resist the peace talks with Konoha? Was he determined to destroy Konoha? No, it was because Konoha was blackmailing them with a large number of hostages. Signing a peace agreement would cause Kirigakure to lose a lot of property and leave the third Mizukage penniless. If he did not cooperate with Iwagakure and the others, but instead told Konoha about Iwagakure and the others, and asked to become Konoha's ally by negotiating an equal peace, then Kirigakure would not only not need to spend money to avoid disaster, but Gojira Yagura and the others would also be absolutely safe and would not be killed by venting their anger. Maybe the 5 lost ninja swords can all be retrieved together. The only bad point may be that the 3 major ninja villages of Iwagakure, Kumagakure, and Sandagakure will suddenly lose their favorability towards Kirigakure. But if you think about it carefully, this is not a problem, because he has Konoha as an ally. Kirigakure has become a traitor to help Konoha, and you Konoha can't just ignore it. In this way, Hanyumweo, the second ninja god, will not only not be a danger to Kirigakure, but can also become a great help to Kirigakure. As long as Hanyumweo can withstand the 3 villages joining forces, then this choice is the best choice. The third Mizukage felt more and more that he should abandon the dark and join the light. Although Hanyumweo was a Konoha ninja, the third Mizukage was very confident in him. A ruthless man who was able to capture most of the Kirigakure ninja troops, including Kyujuyagura, and with the help of Kirigakure, the 3 villages combined may not be invincible. Thinking of this, the third Mizukage asked the Anbu to call the master. The third Mizukage could ignore the opinions of others, but the master still had to pay attention to them. The third Mizukage told the master his thoughts. Master, what do you think Kirigakure should choose? Use cooperation as a bargaining chip to stand on the side of Kirigakure. If there were no more than 1,000 captives, the master would most likely choose to join Iwagakure to attack Konoha. With more than 1,000 captives, for Kirigakure, it would be a natural benefit to unite with Konoha. If they cooperate with Iwagakure, the lives of more than 1,000 captives cannot be guaranteed regardless of winning or losing. If they cooperate with Konoha, there is a high probability of winning. If they win, the captives will be safe and sound, and they can also gain the friendship of Konoha. The third Mizukage saw that the master and he had reached an agreement, and soon passed the resolution at the high-level meeting. However, while contacting Iwagakure to say that they agreed to cooperate in sending troops, they also contacted Konoha. In order to show Kirigakure's sincerity, Yuanshi volunteered to lead the team to Konoha for cooperation negotiations. After learning that all 3 major ninja villages agreed to cooperate, Onoki personally went to the border town to preside over the meeting. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Onoki is ready to do it himself this time. Not only does he want to do it himself, Onoki also invites the third Reikage, the third Mizukage, and the fourth Kazekage to do it together. The reason is that Hanyumweo's experience may cause Konoha to increase its troops, and for Hanyum to master the Flying Thunder God technique, there must be enough strong people to form a group to surround and kill him. The Cloud Village wants to get rid of Muyu this time, just as much as the Rock Village. The third generation of Raikage was the first to respond, and he would be there at that time. The third generation of Raikage did not trust others. He wanted to kill Hanyum himself to eliminate future troubles. Then the third generation of Mizukage also responded, saying that he would personally lead the elite assassination team of the Mist Village to carry out the assassination mission at the scene of the siege. Seeing that other cages were going to be there, Luo Sha, who was not going to go, also changed his mind and decided to go to the grass country to join in the fun. If other cages went, wouldn't he seem to be cowardly if he didn't go? As the only fourth-generation cage of the 5 major ninja villages, Luo Sha felt that he could not bring shame to the Sand Village. The cages of the 4 major ninja villages gathered just to kill one person. This is the first time in the entire ninja world. A smile appeared on Onoki's face. The plan went as planned, and Onoki was in a very good mood. What if there is the appearance of Hashirama Senju? Just kill him in advance. As long as he has not really become the second ninja god, there is still a chance. At this moment, Onoki was glad that he had been unwavering in dealing with Konoha from the beginning of the war to now. If Konoha had not been forced into a hurry, the Konoha high-level officials might have kept Muyu hiding the wood release and not used it until the strength close to Hashirama Senju was revealed. In order to keep Muyu in the land of grass without any accidents, Onoki really tried his best. In addition to the most important battlefield of the land of grass, Onoki strongly suggested that Kirigakure invade the southeast of the land of fire again to attract Konoha's attention, so as to prevent the Konoha ninja troops in the land of grass from receiving too many reinforcements. Similarly, Onoki also suggested that Kumigakure send some people active at the border of the land of fields, giving the illusion that Kumigakure has not given up the idea of opening up the situation from the land of fields, distracting Konoha's attention. As for Tsunagakure, Onoki did not suggest that they declare war on Konoha, thinking that it would be better for Tsunagakure to suddenly appear and catch Konoha off guard. Because if Tsunagakure declares war on Konoha, it means that the 4 major ninja villages are at war with Konoha, which may make Konoha nervous and send more people to the border. Time passed day by day, and Onoki's arrangements were completed step by step. The traces of Kirigakure appeared again in the southeast of the land of fire, and Kumigakure ninjas were active at the border of the land of fields. Raza, the third Raikage and other helpers secretly entered the land of grass with elite troops. After everything was ready, Onoki gave an order to the commander of the rock village, Liashi. Attack the Konoha ninja troops at all costs. For the secrecy of the operation, Onoki didn't even go to the Iwagakure ninja corps, giving people the illusion that he was still in the Iwagakure village. Except for a few high-ranking members of the Iwagakure corps, most of the Iwagakure didn't know that their own shadow had come to the battlefield. Nothing else, Onoki was worried that he would scare Hanyum away. If Muyu escaped to a corner and practiced silently for 10 years before coming out, Onoki would really have no way. The Grass Country Iwagakure Ninja Corps all went out and headed straight for the Fire Country National Defense Line. Such a big move naturally could not be hidden from Konoha's intelligence ninja. It's strange. They retreated to avoid the battle before, and now they are attacking almost without reservation. Did they get reinforcements? Jiraiya's expression was serious. The Iwagakure ninja troops in the Grass Country battlefield have already approached 2,000 people. If there is another 1,000 man force, it will be a ninja force of 3,000 ninjas. If such a terrifying force is aimed at countries other than the 5 major countries, no one can resist it and they will fall in a short time. Don't we have reinforcements? And we have Muyu teacher, we will definitely win. Obito said that there is no accident with Muyu. We don't have more known ninja troops than the other side with reinforcements. Jiraiya complained. With reinforcements, the Grass Country Konoha ninja troops now have only 1,500 ninjas, which is not as many as the Iwagakure troops without reinforcements. Then ask the village for help again. Kakashi suggested. He also trusts Muyu's power, but it would definitely be better if the probability of accidents can be reduced. I will contact them, but I can't get there in time. Jiraiya's expression was not panic. Although he was outnumbered, Jiraiya was still quite confident. After all, everyone is here. Don't worry, believe me, believe yourself, and believe everyone. Muyu smiled and put her arm around Kakashi's shoulder. As the core figure being targeted, Muyu got all the information given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Being targeted was within Muyu's expectations, which is why he took so long to show his wood release on the battlefield. The genius personality of Muyu combined with wood release will make the hostile forces of Konoha extremely fearful. Except for Konoha itself, no ninja village would want to see another Hashirama Senju appear. So when fighting with the Kirigakure ninja troops, Muyu deliberately held back and captured a large number of Kirigakure prisoners. The purpose was to make Kirigakure afraid to act rashly, so that there would be one less opponent. Muyu was not at all inferior to the third Tsuchikage and the third Raikage alone, but if there were multiple shadows together, and with elite ninjas, Muyu would not be able to handle it. Chakra was not enough, and Muyu could not kill so many people before the chakra was exhausted. He could only use Flying Thunder God to escape after his chakra was almost used up. If it's later, maybe it won't be a problem for Kirigakure not to defect. Feeling the throbbing of his eyes, Muyu thought. Muyu didn't know what his Byakugan would evolve into, because the only advanced eyes related to Byakugan in the original work were the Samsara Eye in the movie version. Others had ordinary Byakugan, and even the final boss Kagaya Atsutsuki's Byakugan looked the same as ordinary Hyuga clan, but with stronger abilities. It's just that Samsara Eye seemed to need some Otsutsuki chakra combined with pure Byakugan. His Byakugan must be pure enough, but Muyu really didn't know where to get Otsutsuki chakra. But no matter what, evolution is a good thing, and chakra will definitely increase a little. It's a pity that I can't double it like my disciples. Chapter 648 Sorry, I'm an undercover. With both sides very confident, the Iwagakure ninja troops and the Konoha ninja troops broke out in a war at the border of the Land of Grass. Since both sides had their own plans, there was no empty talk, it was a pure battle between ninja troops. Hundreds of ninjas used various means to attack each other. Earth escapee rock cannon technique. Hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas stood together in an organized manner and spit out rock cannonballs at the Konoha ninja troops. Fire escapee great flame technique. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan also gathered together, using their own family's secret techniques to spit out fierce and high-temperature flames together. Toad oil bomb. According to Jiraiya's order, Gamabunta condensed chakra into toad oil and spit it out together with the Sarutobi clan's fire escape. Whoosh! After combining with toad oil, the temperature of the already fierce great flame technique was further increased, and the lethality became even more terrifying, and even the rock cannonballs were corroded and destroyed by the high temperature. Explosion style, exploding stone. The stone quietly came to the side of Gamabunta and spit out explosive shells at Jiraiya, who was standing above Gamabunta. However, Jiraiya had already noticed him and immediately used ninjutsu to block him. Bang bang! A red figure with steam coming out of its back was running recklessly on the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas who came into contact with it were either seriously injured or killed. The Konoha ninjas around it had to retreat quickly, after all, this was the Jinchuriki. Muyu did not rush to attack, and used his Byakugan, world observation haki and other abilities at the same time to examine the non-Konoha strongmen in great detail. Name, Onoki. Chakra, 162,000. Skills, Dust Release, Mastery, 9,000/15,000, Earth Chakra Change, Mastery, 11,200, Fire Chakra Change, Mastery, Wind Chakra Change, Mastery, Earth Release, Light and Heavy Rock Technique, Mastery, 10,800. Name, AI. Chakra, 276,000. Skills, Lightning Chakra Change, Mastery, 11600/15,000, Earth Chakra Change, Mastery, Fire Chakra Change, Proficient, Lightning Chakra Mode, Perfect, Hell Stab, Mastery, 10,000. Name, Raza. Chakra, 13,500. Skills, Magnetic Style, Mastery, 5,000/15,000, Wind Chakra Change, Mastery, Earth Chakra Change, Mastery, Water Chakra Change, Mastery, Magnetic Style. Gold Sand, Mastery, 4,000. Name, Mizutani Masato. Chakra, 158,000. Skills, Water Chakra Change, Mastery, 8,900/15,000, Wind Chakra Change, Mastery, Lightning Chakra Change, Mastery, Yin Chakra Change, Mastery, Water Style, Water Mirror Technique, 7,200. It has to be said that the panels are all quite luxurious. Even Luo Sha, who looks the weakest, has a panel that exceeds many of the strong men that Mu Yu has identified. The most powerful third Raikage even has a perfect skill. Mu Yu was not surprised by this. After all, these people were all Kage, the real pinnacle of the ninja world. Genius is just a threshold for Kage. Any ninja who becomes Kage is basically the leader at some point in time. It's time to cast the hook. After realizing that the troops on Konoha's side were at a disadvantage, Mu Yu immediately condensed a large amount of chakra to perform wood release ninjutsu. On the surface, this is a war to break the defense line of the Fire Nation, but in fact, Mu Yu is the core of this war. When Mu Yu takes action, the real war will break out. Wood release, tree world birth. Boom boom boom. At the moment when Mu Yu completed the ninjutsu, the earth began to tremble, and countless branches and trees suddenly sprang out from the ground. Along with the roar of the earth, the trees grew rapidly, and the originally flat battlefield was torn apart, boulders rolled, gullies crisscrossed, and everything was reshaped by this irresistible force. They rose from the ground at an astonishing speed, and the trunks were so thick that several people had to hug them. The branches and leaves were lush, covering the sky and the sun, and instantly built a dense and prosperous forest. This is the wood release ninjutsu. Jiraiya saw the venue that changed instantly, showing a surprised expression. This was the first time he saw the wood release ninjutsu with his own eyes. Before that, he only knew that Mu Yu had mastered the wood release, and had never seen Mu Yu use the wood release ninjutsu. Jiraiya had to admit that the wood release ninjutsu really looked shocking. The thick trees that took decades to grow up rose from the ground in an instant. Pa! Under Mu Yu's control, the trees kept waving their branches to whip the Uegakure ninjas, helping the Konoha ninjas to resist ninjutsu. With a large forest as a helper, the situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. It's Mu Yu's wood release. The Konoha ninjas who were helped were both excited and thrilled. For the Konoha ninjas, there is no more reassuring ninjutsu than wood release. Only the ninjas who had fought Kirigakure or Uchiha Madara with Mu Yu could remain calm. Because they had seen stronger wood release ninjutsu, the advent of the tree world was shocking, but it was still far inferior to the advent of the flower tree world and the woodman technique. In contrast to the excited Konoha ninjas, the Uegakure ninjas did not say that they were afraid and ran away directly, but the pressure was instantly huge. The Five Tails Jinchuriki stared at Mu Yu with great vigilance. If he hadn't been worried about Mu Yu's wood style, he would have already released the tailed beast chakra to give the Konoha ninja troops a hard blow. Wood style ninjutsu is really powerful. Obito took the opportunity to take away several Uegakure ninjas, and couldn't help but sigh. The Manjiki Sharingan is also very powerful, but it can't be used too much, otherwise the eyes will go blind, which is very annoying. Flash. Kakashi clenched Yan-mo and performed the sword slash to instantly kill a Uegakure Jonin, and then he was vigilant and careful about the surroundings, without the idea of releasing chakra to kill the enemy. Iwagakure knew that Mu had wood style but still dared to attack, so he must have a backup plan. For safety reasons, he should try to preserve chakra. Earth style, mountain earth technique. The large amount of chakra that Huangtu had condensed in advance all exploded, and his hands slammed the ground fiercely. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded, and the ground where Mu was standing suddenly shook. With Mu as the center point, the ground on both sides quickly cracked, and two huge rocks of dozens of meters rushed towards Mu. Crack! Mu controlled the trees to block, but the rocks were too huge and destroyed the blocking trees in an instant. Huangtu stared at Mu, panting slightly. This was his best and most powerful earth escape ninjutsu, which required a huge amount of chakra to use or maintain. Swoosh! Mu launched the Flying Thunder God technique without hesitation and appeared next to a Flying Thunder God kunao that he had thrown out before. He had the ability to resist head-on, but that would consume more chakra than using the Flying Thunder God. What a troublesome ninjutsu! Huangtu sighed. The Mountain Earth technique really had no way to deal with the flexible space-time ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God. However, Huangtu's expression did not change, and this was still within their plan. Dust Release, Original Realm Peeling Technique. Onaki, who had arrived above the battlefield at some point, quickly lowered his altitude and fired a transparent cylinder at Mu. He arrived at the scene when the battle just started, but hid in the sky and did not take action. What he was waiting for was for Huangtu to use large-scale earth escape to force Mu's Flying Thunder God technique out. Whoosh! Before Onoki's dust escape could hit Mu used a body flash technique to disappear within the range of the dust escape. He had already identified Onoki's faceplate, so how could he not be on guard against Onoki? The destructive power of the dust escape was too terrifying. Even if Mu used the armed color with all her strength, she was not sure she could withstand it 100%. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and everything within the range of the dust escape, whether it was the hard trees of the wood escape or the rocks created by the earth escape, all turned to ashes in the instant of the dust escape explosion. What a terrifying reaction ability! Onoki thought Mu had sensed the attack and reacted instantly. Lord Tsuchikage. Seeing this unique dust release in the ninja world, the Iwagakure ninjas showed expressions of surprise and joy. Only the top brass knew about the plan to surround and kill Mu. They only knew that there would be reinforcements, but they didn't expect it to be their beloved third-generation Tsuchikage. The morale of the Iwagakure ninja troops instantly increased and their confidence doubled. In addition to his status as Tsuchikage, Onoki is the absolute strongest in the Iwagakure village, the undisputed strongest. Many Iwagakure ninjas believe that Onoki is the strongest ninja in the current ninja world. How can we not be happy and confident with the strongest ninja as reinforcements? If only, it's really hard to kill him if I come here by myself. Onoki quickly gathered chakra to prepare for the next attack. Dust release has unparalleled destructive power, but the casting time is a flaw. It's okay against ordinary ninjas, but if it's a ninja who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he may not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. Tsitsaizi. The thunder and lightning noise sounded, and suddenly a tall, muscular Kumigakure ninja appeared, approaching Mu at a lightning speed. For the hegemony of Kumigakure, die. The third Raikage did not hesitate to swing a knife wrapped in dazzling blue lightning at Mu. In order to pursue speed, he did not use his Hell Stab, which was known as the strongest spear, and tried to catch Mu off guard. Of course, this was a knife that he used to the limit of the lightning chakra mode. Even if it was not as good as the Hell Stab, it was enough to be a lightning ninjutsu with extremely high lethality. Mu's expression did not change, and he also fought back with a knife. At this moment, his breathing was extremely concentrated, and the improvement of rock breathing on strength and defense the rise was brought to the extreme. At the same time, with the blessing of the transparent world, all the strength of the whole body was poured into the palm of the hand. Finally, Mu transformed the chakra of his hand into the armed color, and his palm was covered with black armed color. Boom! A blue and a black hand knife collided, and a terrifying impact broke out. The ground around the two people could not withstand this terrifying force and exploded and cracked rapidly. The aftermath destroyed the trees around the two people. Some ninjas nearby did not use chakra to stabilize their bodies in time and were blown down by the aftermath. Third generation Reikage. The Uegakure and Konoha ninjas were both confused. How could a shadow from the hidden cloud village suddenly appear in the fight? Because they were not clear about the plans of their respective high-level officials, the Konoha and Uegakure ninjas subconsciously restrained themselves a little, not wanting to be picked up by other ninja villages. The third Reikage showed an extremely surprised expression. It was even more surprising than when he saw Mu perform the tree world descent just now. There was actually a ninja who blocked his lightning release ninjutsu head-on, and he was a young ninja famous for his ninjutsu. If he hadn't felt that no one in the current ninja world could make him fall into illusion, the third Reikage would have thought he was hallucinating. This hand knife, even if his son used the lightning release chakra mode to receive it with all his strength, would definitely be injured, but Mu was fine. We must not let him continue to grow. This thought instantly emerged in the minds of the third Reikage and Onoki. They didn't know how Mu did it, but they knew one thing: Mu was very strong, stronger than they expected. This is no longer a possibility of becoming the second ninja god, but that immortal will definitely become the next ninja god. Magnetic release, gold sand. Luo Xia seized the opportunity to release a large amount of chakra that had been condensed, instantly creating a large area of gold dust, which hit Mu like a wave. If Mu withdraws his power and uses Flying Thunder God at this time, he will inevitably have to withstand the attack of the third Reikage. On the contrary, he will be controlled by his gold dust, and then suffer from the dust style of Onoki and the water style of the third Mizukage. No matter what, it will be difficult for Mu to escape unscathed, at least Luo Xia thinks so. The fourth Kazekage. The sudden appearance and attack of Luo Xia made the war atmosphere on the scene even more weird. This is the third shadow. The shadow rarely appears on the battlefield, because the shadow is too important to the ninja village. In addition to being strong, they are also the highest decision makers of the village. Once an accident occurs, it will have a very bad impact. At this moment, even ordinary ninjas can feel that this battle is very wrong. The sand village that did not declare war on Konoha actually appeared on the battlefield and attacked teacher Mu. Could it be that Kakashi, who has been paying attention to Mu, has a very serious expression? With his quick thinking, he instantly associated a lot and finally came to a terrible conclusion. In order to kill Mu, a wood-style ninja with unlimited potential, the four major ninja villages put aside their prejudices and hatreds and united. If nothing unexpected happens, the third generation of Mizukage will soon appear. Kakashi was not too panicked. There was a tacit understanding between their disciples, and they were not too far away from Mu. This ensures that Mu can be supported as soon as possible. No matter what shadow you are, if you dare to hurt teacher Mu, you must be prepared to pay the price. Obito's scarlet Manjiki Sharingan stared at Onoki in the sky, and quickly gathered chakra in his eyes. As long as Onoki dared to use dust release, he would use Kamui to tear off half of Onoki's body. Shisui also gathered chakra in his Sharingan, ready to approach Mu at any time and use the Manjiki pupil technique on Mu. The number of times the Divine Emperor's Spirit Master can be used is very precious, and it may not be used again for a long time after use, but it is related to Mu's safety. Even if it is not triggered in the end, it is worth it. Water Stylia Circle Mirror Technique. At this critical moment, the third Mizukage appeared as Kakashi thought, and performed a defensive ninjutsu that was beyond the expectations of Raza and Kakashi. Chapter 649 8 Gates of Ninjutsu Mu. Water Stylia Circle Mirror Technique. The third Mizukage waved his hand and created a huge water mirror. After Luo Sha's gold sand hit the water mirror changed rapidly, and finally trapped all the gold sand in it, perfectly blocking the gold sand. At this time, Mu Yu and the third Reikage each took a few steps back and temporarily opened up a little distance. Mizukage, you traitor! Luo Sha was stunned for a moment, then looked at the third Mizukage angrily. There is no doubt that the Mizukage betrayed. I just can't stand your evil behavior of bullying the weak. The third Mizukage the Shadow said righteously. Although it was for the sake of profit, it was better to know this kind of thing in the heart, and still have to be shameless in public. After concentrating the dust release, Onoki frowned. This was something he did not expect. Although the Kirigakure village was not on the mainland, it had been seeking the interests of the mainland. Logically, it should not miss the opportunity to weaken the overlord of the mainland, Konoha. And Kirigakure had suffered a lot at the hands of Konoha. With such a good opportunity for revenge, shouldn't Kirigakure seize the opportunity to retaliate fiercely? Onoki could not quite understand Kirigakure's choice. This is the information gap. If Onoki knew that Konoha had captured more than 1,000 Kirigakure including Karujutsu Yagura, he would never dare to seek an alliance with Kirigakure. But there is no if in reality. Even Kirigakure itself only knew this information when Konoha came to them, not to mention Iwagakure. Oh, if the Mizukage betrayed. Onoki thought of something and his face changed drastically. If the third Mizukage was a traitor, then Konoha must have known their encirclement plan long ago. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing combat uniform, took out a giant shuriken from the scroll, then suddenly jumped up and threw it at Onoki in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The huge shuriken split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8 in the middle of the flight, instantly blocking all of Onoki's dodging positions. Dust Release, Limit Peeling Technique. Onoki could only use the dust release that was about to attack Mu Yu for defense, and used the dust release to sweep the huge shuriken that was attacking. Sandaime-sama. Many Konoha ninjas shouted with surprise. Although they trusted the wood release ninjas very much, Mu Yu was just a young man who needed to grow up after all, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage who had protected Konoha for a long time. The Konoha ninjas still believed in Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage who succeeded to protect Konoha in times of crisis. You shameless old red nose, in order to kill a junior, you actually teamed up with 3 cages to assassinate. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed without any hesitation. The third Mizukage told him all the information, so he knew that it was Onoki who led the siege plan. Onoki's face was gloomy, not because he was scolded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but because he knew that it was highly likely that he would not be able to kill Mu Yu today. The third Mizukage turned against him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen went into battle himself. They had no advantage in the number of strong men. Everyone, no matter what little you think, this is our last chance. If we don't leave Hanya Mu Yu here, we will never have a chance in the future. Onoki flew above Luo Sha and others and said. At this point, Onoki couldn't give up easily. Due to the backstab of the third Mizukage, it would be more difficult to unite in the future. This is the last chance to kill Mu Yu. In the future, it will not be a matter of how small the probability is, it is absolutely impossible to kill Mu Yu. Now here, they not only have a numerically superior force, but also an elite team that will arrive soon, and it is still uncertain who will win or lose. During the meeting, Onoki did not clearly state how many ninjas each party needs to lead, but only said that each party can lead a team of elites. Onoki is very clear about his position. He is not a leader and has no right to command. He is just an organizer who organizes everyone to surround and kill Mu Yu. Therefore, even Onoki himself does not know how much their combined strength is. If he, the organizer, does not know, the insider naturally does not know either. The next step is to see who has stronger hard power. Swoosh! As soon as Onoki finished speaking, hundreds of ninjas wearing Iwagakure uniforms rushed to the battlefield. These are the elites selected by Onoki, specially prepared for the siege and killing of Muyu. Before half a second had passed, a group of dark-skinned Kumagakure ninjas also rushed over. Each of them had strong muscles and exuded a murderous aura, and they looked very difficult to mess with. Lord Raikage. The Kumagakure ninjas stood behind the third Raikage, quickly drew their weapons and stared at Muyu. They knew there was only one mission today, which was to kill Muyu. Lord Fourth Hokage. Groups of sand ninjas soon came to the vicinity of Raza. It looks like today will be a tough battle. Narashikaku, who arrived at the battlefield with a large group of Konoha ninjas, sighed. The 5 shadows gathered on one battlefield. There has never been such a battle in history. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. In order to ensure Muyu's safety and severely damage the 3 major ninja villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen mobilized Konoha's elite as much as possible. Most of the middle and upper ninjas of the major families of Konoha were on this battlefield. Even the police force that maintained Konoha's law and order was brought to the battlefield by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sorry, Lord Third Hokage. Karihoyagura came to the battlefield with a large number of Kirigakure, and stood next to the third Mizukage with his head slightly lowered. Because Kirigakure was sincere and Yagura Kyujira was a rare high-level fighter, Konoha released Yagura Kyujira in advance. It's not your fault. The third Mizukage narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Without any intelligence, it was normal to lose against a ruthless man who was expected to become the second ninja god. I can give you a chance. If anyone is willing to negotiate with Konoha, then I can treat it as the previous matter. Nothing happened, unconditional peace talks. Sarutobi Hiruzen protected Muyu behind him, his sharp eyes swept over Onoki, Luoshat and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen was fully prepared for this battle, but if he could avoid it, he still didn't want to fight. Because even if he could win, losses would be inevitable. It would be better to accumulate more strength, and when Muyu became stronger, Konoha would naturally be able to restore its initial transcendent status. Muyu, standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not speak. If peace could be achieved, it would be the best thing. There are too many elite ninjas gathered on this battlefield now. Among the elites from various villages who came later, many of them were senior ninjas with more than 20,000 chakras and multiple mastery level skills, and there were even some 70,000 or 80,000 chakras who mastered a large number of mastery level skills. If it really goes to the end, the winner will also have to pay a painful price. Don't joke, what's the matter with the previous things that never happened? Isn't it just to defeat them one by one and suffer less losses? Onoki said disdainfully. After that, Onoki moved his palms closer, ready to gather chakra to perform dust escape. Onoki's action became a signal for attack, and the battle that had been temporarily stopped due to the chaotic situation started again. Luoshat. He was really tempted just now, but after thinking carefully, he felt that what Onoki said made sense. Then let's see the truth in our hands. Seeing that Onoki did not give up the plan to kill Muyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen also got angry and decided to teach Onoki a lesson. Spirit Summoning Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the ground to summon the ape demon. Transform directly, the next is a tough battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quickly. The ability of Sarutobi Hiruzen to transform into a freely retractable and extremely hard Vajra stick is an important part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. In addition to the 5 ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen is most proud of his physical skills. Without saying a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into a black stick and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also held Sarutobi's transformed Vajra stick very neatly and aimed it at Onoki. Swoosh! The Vajra stick continued to extend and break through the air to attack Onoki. Onoki knew the power of the Vajra stick, so he flew to a higher place. Lightning style, lightning bullet. Earth style, rock cannon technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The battle became extremely fierce for a while, and the elites who had just arrived at the battlefield all fought with all their strength. The ninjas from Kumagakuer, Sandegakuer, and Rakagakuer wanted to kill Muyu, while the ninjas from Konoha and Kirigakuer wanted to protect Muyu. Kamikage. Seeing the third Raikage killing people in the crowd, not defending or dodging no matter what ninjutsu the enemy used, Obito's eyes shed blood and tears, and distorted the space on the left side of the third Raikage's body. His Kamui is the nemesis of all defensive ninjutsu. No matter how strong the defense is, it is impossible to withstand the distortion of space. Swoosh! With a flash of lightning, the third Raikage instantly disappeared at the place where the Kamui was released. Ah! Obito was dumbfounded. How could he hide at this moment, and at an incredibly fast speed? Bang bang! Muyu knocked away all the surrounding jonins and flashed to the side of the third Mizukage. Please help me stop the Raikage, I have a good ninjutsu to deal with the wind shadow. Muyu said quickly. Muyu with her white eyes has been observing the entire battlefield. The performance of the third Mizukage can be described as shrewd. He is working hard and has been targeting strong people of the same level, but the third Mizukage has been staring at the weakest Luosha, as if he can't see the third Raikage nearby. Although Luosha's strength is not as good as the third Mizukage, he can still be considered at the same level in general, and it is impossible for him to be defeated in a short time, so the situation is deadlocked. This is not the situation Muyu wants to see. He is ready to solve a shadow as quickly as possible and bring changes to the battlefield. Okay. The third Mizukage nodded with a smile. The young are formidable. The third Mizukage sighed inwardly. He envied Konoha for having such a ninja. Not only was he strong, but he was also steady. Even in this fierce battlefield, Muyu could politely use honorifics to him, and his words made people feel comfortable. The third Mizukage had a hunch that the ninja world would undergo a huge change. During the first 5-Kage summit, the third Mizukage went to the scene as a Mizukage guard. He saw Hashirama Senju holding a meeting with his own eyes and knew the character and personality of the ninja god. That was a kind of person that the third Mizukage found difficult to understand. The meeting had just begun, and Hashirama Senju happily kowtowed to the cages at the conference table. To be honest, if the third Mizukage had the strength of Hashirama Senju, it would be kind not to let others kowtow to him. How could he bow to others? The third Mizukage didn't know what kind of personality Muyu had, but it was definitely different from Hashirama Senju. Magnetic style, gold sand. Luosha immediately looked at Muyu with an expression as if he was facing a great enemy, and urged his chakra to create a large amount of gold sand to be arranged around. He did not dare to underestimate Muyu. After all, this was the ninja that forced Onoki to unite the 3 major ninja villages to surround and kill him. 8 gates of ninja, Jingmen, open. Muyu directly opened the 8 gates of ninja to the 7th gate, and the chakra in his body surged, and his momentum also surged. At the same time, Muyu concentrated the breath of rock to the extreme, entered the breath of rock chakra mode, and continuously consumed the chakra in his body to enhance defense and strength. 8 gates plus breath of rock is a very good method. But it was awkward for Muyu, because he always had better choices and didn't need to use the 8 gates. The 8 gates would cause the chakra in the body to run wild. During this period, Muyu couldn't use many of his methods. A large amount of chakra could only be used for a small part of ninjutsu and taijutsu. But gold always shines. In the current chaotic battlefield, if you want to quickly deal with a powerful shadow, the 8 gates superimposed on the breath of rock is a good choice. The breath of rock plus the high defense of armament haki can allow Muyu to ignore attacks from all directions, and also give Muyu the speed and strength to quickly defeat the enemy. Magnetic style, gold sand funeral. Hwa. As Luosha continued to consume chakra, the soil around him suddenly became extremely active, as if being pulled by an invisible force, and began to spin and rise wildly. The high-density gold sand shining with golden light intertwined and collided in the air, forming an overwhelming golden ocean. They poured down like huge waves on the sea, covering Miyu in a golden glow. There were Kirigakure and Konoha ninjas who wanted to help Miyu resist this terrifying gold dust, but their ninjutsu was quickly swallowed up by the golden storm. Miyu rushed towards Luosha without changing his expression, as if he could not see the golden sand wave that was about to hit him. "How dare you take it like this?" Luosha was both annoyed and excited. He was annoyed that he was underestimated by Miyu, and excited that he had the opportunity to get rid of Miyu. His gold dust was not comparable to ordinary sand, not to mention that it was gold dust of this magnitude. Just hitting a person could directly smash a person into a pulp, not to mention that his ninjutsu also had a sealing effect. Armament color. At the moment when Miyu was about to come into contact with the gold dust, his whole body was covered with dark armament color. Boom! A large amount of gold dust surged around Miyu crazily, and soon formed a pyramid. Bang! The next moment the pyramid was formed, a large amount of gold dust exploded and shot towards the surroundings, as if there was a powerful bomb inside the pyramid. Whoosh! A flash of black light passed by, and Luosha's hair instantly stood up, feeling a life and death crisis approaching. His rich combat experience allowed him to instantly create a barrier of gold sand around him. Serious punch! Facing the gold sand barrier, Miyu swung his fist covered with armament haki with all his strength. It seemed like just a simple punch, but this punch contained the abilities of armament haki, rock-breathing chakra mode, transparent world, and a full-strength punch with a huge amount of chakra. Crash! The gold sand exploded and shot in all directions, and Luosha's body flew backwards rapidly, knocking down countless ninjas before stopping. The eyelids of the third Mizu cage twitched. He knew that Miyu was going to exert force, but he didn't expect it to be so cruel. In less than a minute, he beat Luosha like this. This junior is too scary. Fourth generation master. Some sand-hidden clan members didn't care about the enemy and ran towards Luosha. Chapter 650, Wooden Man Standing on the Battlefield. Luosha looked at Miyu in shock, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. He didn't expect Miyu's physical skills to be so exaggerated. Just now, he instantly set up the golden sand protective shield and condensed a layer of golden sand armor on his body, but this double layer of defense was almost instantly broken by the terrifying physical skills, causing serious damage to his body. Why is this guy's physical skills so powerful? Damn Hanya Miyu and Onoki! Luosha cursed Miyu and Onoki in his heart. At this moment, Luosha didn't need a reason to hate Miyu. He hit him hard with a punch in such an occasion, and almost stepped on him to become famous. As for Onoki, Luosha believed that his fall to such a situation was inseparable from Onoki. If Onoki had investigated Miyu's complete information, he would definitely not lose so quickly. If Onoki had done a good job of joint work, Kirigakure might not have stabbed him in the back. It was solved so quickly. The third Raikage, who was entangled by the third Mizu cage, frowned. He originally thought that as the Kazekage, even if Luosha was relatively young and not as strong as the old-timers, he should have entangled Miyu for a while, but he didn't expect Luosha to not last even a minute. For a while, the third Raikage couldn't even tell whether Luosha was weak or Miyu was too strong. Because of the huge noise here, even Onoki, who was fighting fiercely with Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticed this big bad thing. Damn it, I hope the fighting wool of the Sand Village is not as strong as the Kazekage. Onoki prayed silently in his heart. There are two ways to develop when the leader is seriously injured. One is that the morale declines, and the ninjas have negative emotions such as fear, which leads to a decline in combat effectiveness. The other is to arouse blood, want to avenge the leader, and the morale rises slightly, and the combat effectiveness rises. Rosa brought a lot of Sand Village elites. If these ninjas are as useless as Luosa, Onoki can only admit that he is unlucky. Hanyam Wyu. A puppet master saw that Luosha was seriously injured and quickly released several puppets to challenge his control limit. Protect the fourth generation. There was also a wind ninja who quickly formed a seal and released a wind blade to slash at Muyu. However, Luosha was not the only one with teammates at the scene. Swish! Shisui injected fire attribute chakra into the kunao in his hand and rushed towards the puppeteer, threw it away. The puppeteer wanted to control the puppet to resist, but he happened to meet Shisui's blood-red Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan shed blood and tears, and a world of illusion completely controlled by Shisui was completed. Bang! The next moment, the puppeteer's face turned pale, and the hand controlling the puppet fell down weakly, and he fainted directly on the ground. Boom! The flame kunao accurately hit the puppeteer, who fell to the ground and sent him away. Master Tian Li. The surrounding sand village all had an expression of disbelief. Because the puppeteer who was just killed by Shisui was a famous puppeteer in Sand Village, and an elite among the puppeteers in Sand Village. But such an elite died inexplicably on such a small flame kunao. Konoha Dragon God. Might Guy burst out a large amount of chakra, rushed into the crowd and turned into a huge wind tornado, which tore the enemy apart. Kakashi holds Yan Mo in his hand and accurately selects the strong Jonin to kill. For Kakashi, there is no difference between ninjas below a certain strength, whether they are Jonin or Genin, because they can be killed in one blow, and the chakra consumed is almost the same. In this case, he must choose stronger ninjas as targets, so that the consumption of chakra is more cost-effective. Obito, who has mastered the power of Kamui, is not willing to be outdone. He ignores the enemy's attacks and shuttles through the crowd to kill the enemy. Hell Thrust Four-Handed Penetration. The third Raikage has no intention of entangled with the third Mizukage. He bursts out chakra to operate the lightning chakra mode to the extreme to greatly enhance his own strength. He uses his strongest lightning ninjutsu to quickly defeat the water escape of the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage is not his opponent, but it is meaningless for him to kill the third Mizukage. He has to kill Muyu. Hell Thrust, 3-pointer. The third Raikage used his absolute strength, and no ninja on the road could stop him from rushing towards Muyu. Even if he used ninjutsu to block it, he would be torn apart by the third Raikage's lightning-style ninjutsu in an instant. This is the strongest spear of our Kyumigakuer. The Kyumigakuer ninjas on the battlefield were proud to see this scene, and their hearts were extremely proud. Although the third Raikage did not have the title of the strongest Raikage in Kyumigakuer village, his incomparable strength was recognized by all Kyumigakuer. In the eyes of many Kyumigakuer ninjas, the third Raikage was the strongest in the ninja world. Hell Thrust, 2-pointer. The third Raikage reduced another finger, and the dazzling blue lightning on his body burst out, and his momentum was still rising. The fewer fingers he had, the stronger his Hell Thrust was. Only the Hell Thrust under one finger was the real strongest spear. The third Raikage did not think that Muyu could block the attack of his strongest spear. This is a feat that no ninja has ever accomplished, not even the Eight Tails. Hell Thrust, a 1-point hand. When the third Raikage had only one finger left, his aura reached its peak. Crackle! A large amount of powerful lightning gathered on this last finger, and the extremely sharp aura forced the Kirigakuer and Konoha ninjas to not dare to approach the third Raikage. Can Muyu block this strongest spear? Muyu felt that he could. The third Raikage's lightning release chakra mode is perfect, so is his armament haki not perfect? The third Raikage can concentrate his strength to 1 point to increase penetration, so Muyu can naturally concentrate his armament haki to 1 point to increase defense. Of course, Muyu would not do this, because he had too many choices compared to resisting head-on. Would release a wooden man technique. Muyu transformed the condensed massive chakra into wood release chakra, and a dazzling green light bloomed under him. After that punch, Muyu immediately exited the 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode. With the 8 gates at a high level, he couldn't use too many methods, and even the armament haki could only be used in the most basic way, and couldn't perform fine operations. Boom! At the moment when Mu released the wood release chakra, the earth began to tremble, as if there was a monster rolling underground. Under the vitality of the wood release chakra, the grass and trees around Mu grew wildly, and every inch of the ground began to surge, rolling like waves. Then a large number of rapidly growing trees and vines intertwined and quickly formed a wooden man. The wooden man's body continued to grow taller and bigger, and in the blink of an eye it became a wooden giant with a height of more than 60 meters, standing on the battlefield. The ninjas on the battlefield, whether they were Konoha, Kirigakuer, or Iwagakuer, all looked at the giant who suddenly appeared with shock. Even among the Konoha ninjas, only a very few had seen Mu perform the wooden man technique, and the rest had only heard that Mu had mastered a strong wood escape technique. What a strong sense of oppression! Huang Tu looked at the huge wooden man with a fierce face, his pupils shrank, and his mind was shocked. He had seen Mu's wooden man once, but that time he was watching from a distance outside the battlefield, which was completely different from the close-up experience now. Looking at this huge wooden man like a mountain, Huang Tu had a strange idea in his mind. Does Mu look at them now just like they usually look at ants? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Faced with such a shocking existence, the faces of many ninjas were filled with disbelief and fear. The myth of Hashirama Senju is still circulating in the ninja world, but everyone only remembers that he used wood escape technique, and most people don't know what specific ninjutsu it is. Lord Mu. Many Konoha ninjas showed fanatical expressions, as if they had foreseen the next victory. Uchiha Fugaku saw this scene and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. If we win this battle, I'm afraid Mu's limelight will completely overwhelm the three ninjas, and even ignore his qualifications to take over as Hokage. Mu already had a very good reputation in Konoha. In addition to this super military exploit and the identity of a wood-style ninja, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't think of anyone who could compete with Mu. Even Fugaku himself wanted to support Mu. No other reason, Shisui and Obito were both Mu's disciples. If Mu could become Hokage, it would be very beneficial for Uchiha to enter the upper echelons. The third generation Raikage did not stop because of the hugeness of the wooden man, and he still kept charging. Boom! A dazzling lightning flashed, wood chips flew everywhere, and a gap of several meters appeared on the wooden man's leg. It's nothing big, just a big wooden target. Earth escape, rock cannon technique. When a senior ninja from Iwagakuer saw this scene, his fear disappeared for the most part, and he used ninjutsu to attack the wooden man. Bang! The rock, like a cannonball, hit the huge wooden man's body and exploded violently, leaving only a very small mark. The senior ninja from Iwagakuer was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this giant made of wood would have such a defensive power. Something that made the senior ninja from Iwagakuer collapse happened. The vines and trees on the ground grew rapidly and wrapped around the wooden man's legs, instantly repairing the wooden man's broken legs as good as new. And the various attacks from Iwagakuer, Kumagakuer, and Sandagakuer were like tickling the wooden man, and failed to break the wooden man's defense. Mu stood on the tall wooden man and looked down at all the ninjas. The strongest spear of the third Raikage is indeed impressive, but if the attacks of those ordinary ninjas can work on the wooden man, Senju Hashirama will not be able to get the title of the god of ninjas. Hu! Mu controlled the wooden man to swing his thick arms at the ninjas of the hostile ninja village. Due to his huge body and strong strength, the swing of his arms instantly created a sharp wind, forcing some ninjas to use chakra to maintain balance. Boom! Although the wooden man looked very strong, his movements were not slow. His huge fist quickly hit the ground where many Iwagakuer ninjas gathered. The weakest Iwagakuer was directly stuck to the wooden man's fist, and some ninjas who did not run faster than the wooden man were severely injured by the impact. Only the most elite ninjas escaped successfully. The third generation Raikage wanted to use the Hell Stab to cripple the wooden man's hands or legs, but was entangled by the third generation Mizukage who caught up. This Hanyu Muyu really has the appearance of a ninja god. This time he joined forces with Konoha. Even if he just drank soup, it would be a profit. The third-generation Mizukage thought to himself. Although Muyu's strength means that Kirigakure will not be the first for the next few decades, Kirigakure has never been the first. Then Muyu did not use any special means, just controlled the wooden man to attack. With the blessing of a strong body, every time the wooden man attacked, he would bring a gust of wind and shatter the ground. The ninja troops of Iwagakure could not stop it at all. Even if the Five Tails Jinchuriki wanted to completely transform into a tailed beast and fight the wooden man, he could not help Iwagakure more under Jiraiya's entanglement. Onaki watched the situation gradually deteriorate, and his heart was bleeding. Except for Konoha, Iwagakure has the strongest power and the most ninjas. With Konoha's advantage, Iwagakure naturally has the most casualties. Training a ninja requires too many resources and money. Why does the ninja school control the number of admissions? Is it because there are too few people with ninja talent? No, it is because it cannot afford so many ninjas, so it can only select elites as much as possible to train. Onoki gritted his teeth and tried to gather most of his chakra to perform a super dust escape, and kill Muyu and his wooden man in one go. Although this would put him in danger in the next battle, he had no choice. Want to leave? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. He was a veteran and saw through Onoki's intention in an instant. Immediately threw out the enlarged Ruyi stick to stop Onoki from leaving, and then formed a seal to create 4 shadow clones. 5 escapes, large continuous bullets. Sarutobi Hiruzen's main body and clone each performed a powerful long-range ninjutsu of 1 attribute, blocking all of Onoki's evasive directions. Dust escape, limit peeling jutsu. Looking at the 5 powerful ninjutsu coming, Onoki sighed deeply, and finally gave up the idea of attacking Muyu, and used dust escape to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen again. His idea was good, but his opponent was not some random person, but the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's close watch, he couldn't spare a hand to deal with Muyu. Onoki's dust release and Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 releases Great Link are both extremely powerful and terrifying ninjutsu. The two sides collided and burst into an extremely dazzling white light. No ninja dared to get close to the two, otherwise the aftermath of the explosion would be enough to take the lives of many ninjas. Alas, it's a step behind after all. After the attack, Onoki, who was floating in the sky, looked at the wooden man raging on the battlefield, sighed deeply again, and his body suddenly hunched over a lot. Hokage, the unconditional, and is it still okay to talk? Onoki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. Even though the war had not started for long, it was actually over. They were already defeated and Muyu was definitely not going to be killed. Let's talk about unconditional peace now. Tsuchikage, do you like to sleep during the day? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile. Negotiation is okay, but unconditional is out of the question, too insincere. He had already given a chance, but Onoki didn't cherish it. If they didn't fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't know how powerful his side was.